Chapter 98. Yun Bahai was shocked, but Qin Yu's expression was indifferent, as if he did not care. Soon, more and more blood, mist goo poison flowed out of the silver needles. But strangely, the black blood seemed to be restrained by an invisible force and gathered in the silver needles. As more and more black blood gathered, Qin Yu completely condensed it into a pitch-black blood pill. When there was no more blood, mist goo poison in the bald man's body, Qin Yu took out the blood pill. This blood pill, condensed from the 5 poisons of the blood mist goo, was extremely poisonous to warriors. But to the 10,000 poison inky dragon, it was a natural supplement, and its cultivation would definitely increase greatly. And the stronger the 10,000 poison inky dragon was, the stronger the dragon soul's battle strength would be. When the blood mist goo poison in his flesh and organs were purified, the bald man's face clearly became rosy. When Yun Bahai saw this, he couldn't hide his excitement, and his face was filled with excitement. Even without Qin Yu's words, he could tell that the poison in the bald man's body had been neutralized. What is this kid's background? Yun Hongbin, who was guarding outside the loft, also noticed this scene. But for some reason, the bald man did not seem very happy when the blood mist goo poison was neutralized. After neutralizing the blood mist goo poison in his flesh, Qin Yu stretched out his left hand. Battle Dragon primeval essence turned into threads and, mixed with the poison neutralization, liquid before entering the bald man's dantian. Following a faint dragon roar, the Battle Dragon primeval essence gathered into an ancient seal. A strange suction force appeared, and the blood mist goo poison in the primeval core was automatically sucked into the ancient seal. But strangely, the primeval essence in the dantian was not damaged because of this. Yun Bahai didn't know what had happened, but the bald man was full of admiration for Qin Lai. Qin Yu's control of primeval essence made him feel inferior. The neutralization of the primeval core poison lasted for 2 hours. When the last wisp of blood mist goo poison in the primeval core was neutralized, Qin Yu extracted his primeval essence. His primeval essence had already turned completely black. That's enough. Qin Yu cut off the ink-black true essence and stored it in a jade box. So fast. Although more than 2 hours had passed, Yun Bahai did not feel that much time had passed. He originally thought that it would take at least a few days for it to be completely resolved. Try using your perception. Qin Yu said to the bald man. When the bald man heard this, he immediately checked the condition of his body. After a while, his face was filled with excitement and ecstasy. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. If you need me, Yun Kwang, in the future, feel free to tell me." That bald man stood up and solemnly bowed deeply to Qin Yu. "It's just a transaction. There's no need for such a grand gesture." Qin Yu said calmly, "What young master has done is no less than giving our Yun family fort a new lease on life." After checking on Yun Kwang's condition, Yun Batian also thanked Qin Yu solemnly. "It seems that the blood mist goo poison has really been resolved. It should be. Otherwise, the first and third fort lords would not be so excited to bow." "That's great. This way, our Yun family fort will not be provoked by other forces." The Yun family fort martial honors outside the loft noticed the situation inside and were all very excited and happy. "All right, it's your turn." In the loft, Qin Yu did not waste any time and immediately prepared to detoxify Yun Bahai's poison. After detoxifying the poison, he only wanted to go to the blood mist devil stream as soon as possible to see if there was really dragon blood. When Yun Bahai heard this, he sat cross-legged in front of Qin Yu and withdrew the true essence in his body. However, after inserting the silver needles, Yun Bahai heard Qin Yu's soft exclamation, and his heart could not help but skip a beat. "Young Master Qin Yu, Is there a problem? Yun Kuang came over and asked carefully. The time you were poisoned is different? Qin Yu asked. We were both poisoned in the blood mist devil stream. The time before and after should be about the same. Yun Kuang replied. Qin Yu nodded slightly and did not say anything else. Then he continued to detoxify Yun Bahai's blood poison. However, the time it took was much longer than Yun Kuang's. This time, even Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! Just as Qin Yu was about to detoxify the true essence poison in Yun Bahai's primordial core, a figure used the dense heaven and earth spirit chi of the Cloud Sky Pavilion as cover and quickly rushed toward the Cloud Sky Pavilion. I'll take care of it. Qin Yu immediately noticed, and Yun Kuang's reaction was not slow either. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and sharp wind blades immediately appeared in the air around him. This was the force of heaven and earth, the force of astral wind that he had comprehended. Puchi! The figure had just entered the Cloud Sky Pavilion when it was engulfed by countless wind blades and turned into a pool of blood mist. The martial practitioners of the Yun family fort around the Cloud Sky Pavilion heard the commotion and immediately gathered. Don't let anyone in. Qin Yu frowned slightly. As expected, there was something fishy inside the Yun family fort. Don't worry. Yun Kuang's face was cold as he moved his hands. The wind rose with his true essence and turned into millions of wind blades, forming 4 wind walls. The people of the Yun family fort who were about to enter the pavilion stopped in their tracks, and their faces were filled with joy. Looking at Yun Kuang's appearance, it was obvious that he had completely recovered. Although Yun Hongbin also had a smile on his face, there was a strange look in his eyes. Time passed by quietly. For hours later, the blood mist poison in Yun Bahai's primordial core had been completely detoxified. Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang naturally thanked Qin Yu again. By the way, young Master Qin, why did you ask if we were poisoned for the same amount of time? However, Yun Bahai was still very concerned about Qin Yu's question. The blood mist goo poison in your body is almost twice as strong as his. If we were poisoned for the same amount of time, then your blood mist goo poison should have been catalyzed a second time. Qin Yu did not hide anything and said directly, You mean that someone made the blood mist goo poison in my body worsen? Yun Bahai's expression could not help but change. Yun Kuang was also shocked. That's right. I think that someone must have done something to the spirit medicine you took. I can't say exactly when, but it should have happened within the past 2 months. Qin Yu said. Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang looked at each other, and a strong killing intent flashed across their eyes. Was it the Zhu family fort, or was it a mole arranged by other forces? After Qin Yu successfully neutralized Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang's poison, the whole Yun family fort was naturally very grateful to Qin Yu. They even held a big banquet to thank Qin Yu. Qin Yu wanted to refuse and immediately go to the blood mist devil's stream. However, Yun Bahai suggested that he personally take Qin Yu to the blood mist devil's stream after the celebration banquet. Therefore, Qin Yu decided to stay. The fact that Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang's poison was neutralized made the whole Yun family fort happy. At the celebration banquet, all the members of the Yun family fort raised their glasses to celebrate. Even the women, like Yun, she drank to their heart's content. Qin Yu, who was talking to Yun Bahai, suddenly seemed to sense something and looked in a certain direction. Who is it? Who dares to barge into the Yun family fort? Yun Bahai, Yun Kuang, and Yun Hongbin reacted quickly. They immediately stood up and flew into the sky. Brother Yun has organized such a big celebration banquet. How can I not come to celebrate? An arrogant laughter came from a building in the distance. The voice was loud and could be heard from far and near. Chapter 99. Martial Grandmaster Realm. The expressions of the Yun family fort's ancient martial art practitioners changed. That voice contained the fluctuations of the power of heaven and earth. This is Zhu Lingfeng. Yun Bahai's gaze changed slightly as he looked at the figures flying out of the buildings in the distance. There were quite a number of figures, about 300 to 400. They were all experts from the Zhu family fort. The 3 people in the lead were the 3 fort masters of the Zhu family fort. They were also the 3 martial grandmasters. Oh no, the Zhu family fort is attacking. Don't worry, the Zhu family fort only sent 3 martial grandmasters this time. It seems that they still don't know that the 1st and 3rd fort masters have been cured of the poison. The ancient martial art practitioners from the Yun family fort, who were celebrating, flew into the sky and gathered behind Yun Bahai and the other 2. Zhu Lingfeng, you brought so many people from the Zhu family fort. Are you here to start a war with the Yun family fort? Yun Bahai stared unkindly at the man in black, who was the leader of the 3 martial grandmasters from the Zhu family fort. Brother Yun, you are exaggerating. Our 2 clans have always been on good terms. Now that we have a marriage alliance, why would I bring people here to start a war? The leader, Zhu Lingfeng, had a big smile on his rough face. There was no trace of killing intent. However, when he saw that Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang had really cured the blood mist goo poison completely, he was shocked. An obvious look of shock flashed across Zhu Lingfeng's eyes. Then what are you trying to do by bringing so many people here? Yun Bahai frowned slightly. The calmer Zhu Lingfeng was, the more vigilant he was. He did not think that the Zhu family fort had come in such an aggressive manner just to celebrate. Of course, he could not figure it out. As he spoke, Yun Bahai had already ordered the Yun family fort to activate terrifying killing formations. As long as the Zhu family fort dared to make a move, they would immediately unleash a fatal attack. I'm sure Brother Yun knows that my grandnephew was killed. Therefore, I'm here today to take away my grandnephew's murderer. I hope Brother Yun can make things easy for me. As Zhu Lingfeng spoke, his cold gaze fell on Qinyu. It was all because of Qinyu. The Zhu family fort's prodigy with innate spiritual meridians had been killed, and the Yun family fort's plan had been disrupted. At this moment, Zhu Lingfeng wished he could tear Qinyu into pieces. I really can't do that. Yun Bahai rejected him coldly. Qinyu had just cured their blood mist goo poison. They were indebted to him for rebirth. How could they hand Qinyu over to Zhu Jiabao? Brother Yun, are you really going to harm the harmony between our 2 races for an outsider? The smile on Zhu Lingfeng's face gradually disappeared. Is there still any harmony between our races? A cold light flashed in Yun Bahai's eyes. The worsening of the blood mist goo poison in his body was most likely related to the Zhu family fort. Good, very good. Yun Bahai, since you want to destroy your Yun family fort for this little bastard, don't blame me for ignoring our old friendship. At this point, Zhu Lingfeng's murderous intent could no longer be concealed. It suddenly erupted and swept through the clouds. You want to destroy my Yun family fort? Ha! Let's see who will be the one to die. Since they had completely fallen out with each other, Yun Bahai immediately gave the order. In the Yun family fort, rays of light shone from the formation inscriptions. The frightening fluctuations of the spiritual weapons were quietly released and spread out like a ferocious beast that was about to awaken. The martial supremacies, martial emperors, and martial kings of the Yun family fort also took out their spiritual weapons and were all filled with murderous intent. Ha ha! Yun Bahai, You are still so stubborn even when you are about to die. Zhu Lingfeng laughed heartily when he heard this, as if victory was already in his hands. The people of the Yun family fort were all puzzled and became more vigilant. Enough with the nonsense. Since you want to fight, then how can it be you can't circulate your true essence? Just as Yun Bahai was about to attack, his expression abruptly changed. He realized that the true essence in his body was completely silent at this moment and could not circulate at all. It was not only Yun Bahai, Yun Hongbin, and Yun Kuang, but also the core martial supremacies of the Yun family fort. Their true essence was also silent at this moment, as if it had been sealed. Immediately, everyone who was flying in the sky fell down, one after another, like dumplings. Fort Master, what's going on? What happened? The martial emperors and martial kings of the Yun family fort came to their senses and immediately caught Yun Bahai and the others. Falling from such a high altitude, even a martial grandmaster would die, without a doubt. As expected, Qin Yu glanced at Yun Bahai, Yun Kuang, and Yun Hongbin with a strange look in his eyes. Zhu Lingfeng, what did you do? After trying a few times and failing to circulate his true essence, Yun Bahai's heart sank, and he was filled with despair. Now that the top executives of the Yun family fort were all banned, the Yun family fort was like a fish on a chopping block. I didn't do anything. I just poisoned you with the odorless spirit dissolving powder. I paid a high price to get this from the Heavenly Pill Alliance. How do you feel? Zhu Lingfeng and the others flew over and looked down at Yun Bahai. Who is it? The corners of Yun Bahai's eyes twitched, and the killing intent in his eyes surged. The person who poisoned them with the spirit-dissolving powder was definitely a core member of the Yun family fort. That was also the reason why Yun Bahai's killing intent surged. The Yun family fort had stood tall for thousands of years. Now, it had fallen into the hands of one of their own. Ha! Do you think that I will tell you? You can go to hell with your eyes wide open. Zhu Lingfeng looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, arrogant, and wanton. After annexing the Yun family fort, the Zhu family fort would become the most powerful force in the 13 houses of Qingzhou. In the future, they would become stronger and gradually annex the 13 houses. Then, the Zhu family fort could become an existence like the 5 great sanctuaries. Little bastard, how dare you kill my grandnephew? Do you think that the Yun family fort can protect you? Then Zhu Lingfeng looked at Qin Yu, and his bone-chilling killing intent surged. Why do you think that victory is already in your hands? Faced with the killing intent of a Wuzong, Qin Yu smiled faintly and walked to Yun Bahai's side. Roar! Before he finished speaking, a dragon roar sounded, and a cold spear radiance that contained a terrifying killing intent suddenly pierced towards someone as fast as lightning. Whoosh! The person who was attacked by Qin Yu felt the terrifying killing intent of the suppressing divine spear, and his gaze changed slightly. His figure flashed, and he immediately fled. That person was Yun Hongbin. Hongbin, second fort master. Could it be this sudden change of events caused the Zhu family fort and the others to react half a beat slower? Yun Bahai, Yun Kuang, and the others looked at Yun Bahai, who was floating in midair, with his true essence surging. They were in disbelief. Among the higher-ups of the Yun family fort, only Yun Hongbin was not poisoned. Naturally, it was easy to imagine what this meant. This brat can actually tell that I am not poisoned. Who exactly is he? Yun Hongbin's expression was extremely ugly as he stared coldly at Qin Yu. The originally flawless plan had been ruined by Qin Yu. Fortunately, now that Yun Bahai and the others have been poisoned, Qin Yu alone is simply powerless to reverse the situation. Yun Hongbin, did you poison us? Yun Bahai suddenly became agitated. His body trembled as he roared furiously. Fort Master, there is no need to ask such obvious questions. A cold smile appeared on Yun Hongbin's face as he looked indifferently at Yun Bahai. You bastard! How dare you betray the family? Yun Bahai was so angry that he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 100. Yun Hongbin, why did you do this? Yun Kwang, Yun Tianhe, and the other senior members of the Yun family stared at Yun Hongbin angrily. Despite their anger, they could not understand. As one of the 3 martial arts grandmasters in the Yun family fort, why would Yun Hongbin betray the Yun family fort? Don't call me by this name in the future. I've heard it for a few years, and I'm tired of it. Yun Hongbin gave an answer after a strange smile. He moved his right hand over his face and tore off a piece of his face, revealing an unfamiliar face. At this moment, an obvious change occurred to his body. It had become even more muscular and sturdy. At this moment, all the martial artists in the Yun family fort were dumbfounded. Who are you? Yun Bahai was stunned as he stared blankly at Yun Hongbin, who had revealed his identity. Let me introduce you. This is the famous 100 Faces Hades King from the Unseen Pavilion. Zhu Lingfeng laughed loudly. Unseen Pavilion? Qinyu raised his eyebrows slightly as he recalled the few revered realm martial artists that the Shui clan had invited. Before they died, they seemed to have said that they were from the Unseen Pavilion. It seemed that the Unseen Pavilion had some secrets. At the very least, Qinyu was curious about this secret technique that could not only disguise one's appearance but also one's body. This was because even he could not see through this person's disguise technique. Are you Mosenro, the legendary heaven-grade assassin, who can disguise himself as anyone in the assassination world? Yun Kwang and the others seemed to have heard of this person in disguise. Their expressions changed drastically. Kid, you're not simple. The spirit-dissolving powder did not work on you. After glancing at Yun Bahai indifferently, Mosenro looked at Qinyu with a strange look in his eyes. If it was the spirit-transforming powder, perhaps I would be a little wary. But the spirit-transforming powder is too low level. Qinyu smiled. Qin, you sealed the wine to the dragon soul the moment he sensed the detoxification powder in the wine. The myriad poisons Inky Flood Dragon fed on all poisons in the world. This poison-dissolving powder just happened to be a great tonic for the 10,000 poisons Inky Flood Dragon. Where's Hongbin? What did you do to him? At this moment, Yun Bahai came back to his senses. His sharp eyes looked at Zhu Lingfeng and Mosenro. He died 3 years ago. I had to interrogate him for an entire month before I was able to disguise myself, so well that you guys didn't notice any flaws even after several years. Mosenro's indifferent eyes flickered with a faint, bloodthirsty light in China. Hearing this, everyone in the Yun family fort became even more furious. Their murderous intent soared. The Yun family fort and the Unseen Pavilion have always minded their own business. Why are you attacking us? Yun Kwang roared at Mosenro angrily. The Unseen Pavilion was a very famous assassination organization in Qingzhou. However, they had always operated in the dark. No one had ever heard of them being openly involved in any power disputes. Mosenro was the Unseen Pavilion's famous heaven-level assassin. However, he had been lurking in the Yun family fort for several years. There must be a huge conspiracy behind this. However, Yun Kwang could not figure out what they were plotting. Why? I think Fort Lord Yun has already guessed it, right? A fiery greed flashed across Mosenro's eyes. Is it because I repeatedly refused to let you enter the ancestral burial ground? That's why you poisoned us with the blood mist goo poison. Now, you're working with the Zhu family fort. After Yun Bahai's expression changed, he finally understood the cause and effect of this matter. After learning about Mozenro's true identity, Yun Bahai recalled Mozenro's past actions and quickly guessed Mozenro's motive. Fort Lord Yun is indeed smart. Actually, if you had let me enter the Yun family fort's Wusheng burial ground earlier, this might not have happened. The greed in Mozenro's eyes intensified. Wusheng's burial ground. What does that mean? Among the people in the Yun family fort, other than Yun Bahai, the other clansmen were confused. They knew about the ancestral burial ground. It had always been a restricted area in the family. No one was allowed to go near it. However, why did Mozenro say that it was Wusheng's burial ground? Qin, you was slightly surprised. Could it be that Wusheng had appeared in this small Yun family fort before? I forgot that this is the biggest secret passed down by word of mouth in the Yun family fort. Only the fort lord of each generation has the qualifications to know about it, right? Mozenro's gaze swept across the Yun family fort clansmen and chuckled. I can bring you into the ancestral burial ground, but you have to release my clansmen. Yun Bahai said bitterly, although he did not know how this news had spread to Zhujiang. At this point, there was no point in keeping the secret passed down from generation to generation in the family. Do you think that you are qualified to negotiate with me now? Mozenro smiled coldly and stared at Yun Bahai indifferently. Only I know the way to enter Wusheng's burial ground. If you don't release my clansmen, I will kill myself here immediately. You can forget about getting what you want. Yun Bahai did not back down and said coldly, at this point, do you think that I will still let you kill yourself? Before his voice died away, Mozenro flicked his finger and a black light shot toward Yun Bahai like lightning. Clang! Yun Bahai's pupils shrank and a determined look appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to bite his tongue and commit suicide, a streak of green light flashed through the air as fast as lightning. The incoming black light was immediately repelled. Junior Qinyu. Seeing that it was Qinyu who had made a move, Yun Guxuan and Yun, she were so excited that their breathing quickened. They did not know why, but when they saw Qinyu, they were filled with inexplicable confidence. Perhaps it was because Qinyu had been creating miracles since Qinyu met him. So far, whether it was the Shui clan, the second prince, or the Duke of the Baijian dynasty. However, all those who provoked Qin, you did not have a good ending. Take this. After blocking the attack, Qinyu handed several pills to Yun Bahai and the others. He did not make a move earlier because he was making the pills. Although these pills could not completely purify the spirit-dispersing powder, they could make it lose its effect for a while. The eyes of Yun Bahai and the others, who had been full of despair, lit up. Without any hesitation, they swallowed the pills. Although Qin, you only had a few dozen pills, at least they could give the Yun family fort a fighting chance. Oh no, kill him quickly. Mozenro's expression changed slightly. In the void, the majestic power of the heavenly fire swept across the void and turned into a true essence flaming python that was dozens of feet long. It pounced toward Qinyu. Qin, you could even cure the blood mist goo poison. Perhaps he could find a way to neutralize the spirit-dispersing powder. Clang! Clang! Zhu Lingfeng also made a move. An ancient war saber appeared in his hand. The war saber slashed in the air. The terrifying saber power condensed and turned into a dazzling saber radiance that was dozens of feet long. Break! Qinyu took a step forward and stabbed with his spear. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. His killing intent exploded. Boom! Boom! 2 ear-splitting explosions were heard, and the aftermath of the explosions was as violent as the waves of the sea, wreaking havoc in all directions. The martial emperors and martial kings in the Yun family fort could not keep their bodies steady. They were all sent flying by the impact. On the other hand, Yun Bahai and the others behind Qin, you were not affected by the aftermath of the attack. He blocked the attack of the power of heaven and earth. Where did this guy come from? Seeing that Qin Yu was unharmed, Mo Zhenrou and Zhu Lingfeng were shocked. A martial king had actually managed to block the combined attack of two martial great masters. Chapter 101. Indeed, the heaven-destroying killing intent alone is no longer enough to fight against a martial grandmaster. Although Qin Yu had not been pushed back, his right hand was slightly numb from the attacks of the two martial grandmasters. The heaven-destroying killing intent was indeed powerful, but Qin Yu's cultivation was too weak. It seemed that he had to use the entire heaven-destroying array to deal with a martial grandmaster. He blocked it. That's great. Yun Guxuan, Yun Shi, and the other Yun family fort martial artists were overjoyed after being shocked. As long as Qin Yu could hold on until Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang recovered their cultivation, the Yun family fort could still be saved. This kid is strange. Let's attack together. After the previous exchange, Mo Zhenrou and Zhu Lingfeng had completely stopped underestimating him. Immediately, the four martial grandmasters attacked. Streams of heaven and earth aura that could shake the wind and clouds, carrying with them an incomparably frightening killing intent, rushed toward Qin Yu. Secret skill, dragon transformation. Qin Yu shouted, and the green dragon battling the heavens emitted a dazzling green light that merged into his body. Immediately, light cyan-colored dragon scales appeared all over Qin Yu's body. His entire appearance changed drastically in an instant, as if he was a real dragon that was about to evolve. A vast dragon's power emanated from Qin Yu's body and swept across the heavens and the earth. 9 dragons battling the heavens array. Qin Yu took another step forward, and the hell-suppressing divine spear burst forth. The power of the spear even tore the air apart. The heaven-destroying killing intent mixed with the green dragon battling the heavens array and formed 9 lifelike giant green dragons with boundless killing intent. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 martial grandmasters' true origin force and the 9 giant green dragons formed a battle array. They collided wantonly in the heavens and the earth, creating a terrifying shockwave that resembled a tornado. Deng, deng, deng. Qin Yu, who was in his dragon transformation state, took dozens of steps in the air. The power of his footsteps was so great that the void was like the ground. Pung, pung, pung sounds could be heard, which showed the power of this collision. Even so, Qin Yu was still able to block the combined attacks of Mo Zhenrou and Zhu Lingfeng. We can't let this kid live. Mo Zhenrou and Zhu Lingfeng were only shocked by Qin Yu's talent and combat strength. At this moment, an incomparably intense and terrifying killing intent surfaced in their hearts. Today, no matter what, he had to make Qin Yu stay here. He could not let him leave alive. To them, leaving behind a genius with such shocking talent was undoubtedly digging their own graves. With this thought in mind, Mo Zhenrou and the other 3 prepared to reveal their trump cards. Shocking auras erupted like waves, wave after wave, growing stronger and stronger. Prince Qin Yu, we're here to help you. At this moment, Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang had already temporarily suppressed the poison of the spirit-dispersing powder. Their vast and boundless true yuan exploded, sweeping across the heavens and earth. You guys go deal with the Zhu clan's people. I'll kill that fellow. Before he even finished his words, Qin Yu had already turned into a divine dragon and pounced toward Mo Zhenrou with lightning speed. Qin Yu had his eyes on Mo Zhenrou's disguise technique. Great, I want to see what kind of secret you have. Mosenro's eyes were filled with killing intent, but there was also a trace of greed in them. He was also very interested in Qin Yu's secret. Although Qin Yu had blocked their combined attacks twice, Qin Yu could not do anything about it. Qin Yu did not know the power of heaven and earth, but he could sense it. Thus, even if he were to fight Qin Yu one-on-one, Emo Sanluo was not afraid in the slightest. The peerlessly thrilling battle exploded in the void, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. The momentum was vast and mighty. Kill! Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang charged towards the three people from the Zhu clan's fort with shocking killing intent. Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang, who had just escaped death, did not hesitate to unleash their potential. The combat power they unleashed was far greater than before. Although it was 2 against 3, they firmly entangled Zhu Lingfeng, and the other two, seeing the two martial grandmasters fighting, the martial honorables from the Zhu clan's fort also took the opportunity to attack. With their absolute advantage in numbers, they started a bloody massacre in the Yun family fort. Countless people lost their lives. At least there were still dozens of martial honorables in the Yun family fort who had recovered their origin energy. They controlled the killing array in the Yun family fort and stalled the martial honorables from the Zhu clan's fort. Otherwise, the middle-level clansmen in the Yun family fort would have been wiped out. Even so, after this battle, regardless of the outcome, the Yun family fort's vitality would be greatly damaged. Brat, do you really think that you can fight against a martial grandmaster with just a treasure? After exchanging dozens of blows, Mosenro, who had already confirmed Qin Yu's combat power, laughed wildly. Qin Yu's main combat power came from the mysterious killing intent. However, the killing intent was on the verge of exploding. Mosenro had easily detonated it several times. This allowed Mosenro to find Qin Yu's weakness. His figure flashed continuously. 5 true essence figures condensed the power of the heavenly fire and appeared in 5 positions around Qin Yu. This was obviously a formation. Die! 5-turn fire killing array. Mosenro's 5 figures grinned. The hideous smiles on their faces became even more terrifying. The 5 of them formed hand seals and attacked together. The raging power of the heavenly fire seemed to have completely transformed into a real heavenly fire. The power was so strong that it could burn everything. Even the air became distorted. What can a mere level 1 heavenly fire do to me? Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Immediately, a killing intent that could destroy the world burst out from Qin Yu's body with a loud bang. It was like clouds and mist that instantly covered an area of several tens of meters. The 5-turn fire killing array that Mosenro had condensed collapsed on the spot as if it had been attacked by a giant beast. It was the heaven vanquishing array that Qin Yu had completely activated. How can this be? Mosenro's eyes were filled with shock. His face was ferocious and lifeless. He stared blankly at the huge killing intent array that was a few hundred feet wide. In the huge killing intent array, there were a total of 99 streams of terrifying killing intent that were so condensed that they were almost tangible. They were like fish swimming in water. However, with just one look, Mosenro's hair stood on end. An indescribable sense of impending death filled his heart and made his scalp numb. The moment the celestial killing array appeared, the faces of Zhu Lingfeng and Yun Bahai, who had been fighting fiercely, changed drastically. They all involuntarily stopped fighting and looked toward the direction where Qin Yu was at with incomparable shock. As for the martial honorables from the Zhu family fort and Yun family fort, their faces were even paler. They trembled as if countless swords were pressed against their throats. Let me show you what the real power of a killing array is. With a thought from Qin Yu, the universal heavenly slaughtering array exploded like a berserk great desolation beast. No! Mosenro, whose face was completely pale, only had time to let out a miserable howl before he disappeared into the void like a sandstorm. Other than the Sumeru ring that Chinyu had purposely left behind, there was nothing left of him. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the people of the Yun family fort or Yun Bahai, Zhu Lingfeng, or the other martial grandmasters, they all looked in horror at the youth who was dressed in white and holding a long spear. Mosenro, who was known as the 100 Faces Hades and who made countless martial grandmasters pale in fright, was dead. Oh my God, that was a martial grandmaster. Even in the 5 great continents, a martial grandmaster who was definitely considered one of the most powerful people had actually turned into dust and dissipated. Most importantly, the person who killed him was a 16-year-old youth. This shocking scene caused everyone's thoughts to stop at this moment. Chapter 102. It's your turn. After killing Mosenro, Chinyu looked coldly at Zhu Lingfeng and the other two. His murderous intent rose again. It was as if an invincible god of death had descended and was about to slaughter the world. Oh no! Zhu Lingfeng and the other two's faces changed drastically. Their hair stood on end, and they quickly escaped without thinking. Boom! However, Chinyu had already brought along the heaven-astonishing killing array and charged over with a loud bang. Poof! Zhu Lingfeng and the other two used all their strength to block the heaven-slaying array. Their faces turned pale, and they spat out blood. However, they also turned into 3 spots of light and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. What a terrifying power! Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang regained their senses when they saw that Chinyu had injured 3 martial grandmasters with 1 move. However, they still looked at Chinyu with shock that could not be concealed. He really didn't know what kind of power could nurture such a terrifying monster. This made them even more certain that there was an invincible expert behind Chinyu. Perhaps it was the real Wu Sheng. The patriarch has run away. Run! When the martial honorables of the Zhu family fort saw this, they all ran away. Even Zhu Lingfeng and the other 2, who were martial grandmasters, had run away. If they continued to stay, they would definitely die. When Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang saw this, their faces immediately turned cold. After killing thousands of people of the Yun family fort, they still wanted to run away? Immediately, a massacre began. When faced with 2 martial grandmasters, the hundreds of martial honorables did not have the power to resist, and they died one after another. If not for the fact that the spirit-dispersing powder in Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang's bodies had not been completely dissolved, none of the hundreds of martial honorables would have been able to leave alive. Chinyu did not chase after them. After confirming that Zhu Lingfeng and the other 2 had run away in fear, he landed on the ground. He flew to the ground, swallowed a spirit pill, and sat down cross-legged. He wasn't completely unscathed in the battle just now. On the contrary, the backlash from summoning the entire celestial slaughtering formation was hundreds of times more intense than the killing intent alone. Even though Chinyu had cultivated the fire-lightning dragon body to the 4th revolution and used the secret technique of dragonization, which greatly increased his physical defense, Chinyu was still unable to withstand it. However, he still suffered serious internal injuries. If Zhu Lingfeng and the other 2 were to fight to the death with him, Chinyu would most likely be seriously injured. There was no doubt that the killing intent of the celestial slaughtering formation was extremely terrifying. However, this killing intent was also a double-edged sword. It hurt both the enemy and oneself. However, the backlash that the host received was not that severe, but it was definitely not light either. If Chinyu hadn't advanced to the Martial King realm and raised the grade of the spiritual formation disc, moving the entire heavenly slaughtering formation inside. In today's battle, Chinyu would at least have one of his arms crippled. Therefore, In Qin Yu's previous life, he had always integrated the celestial slaughtering formation into his own abhijna to increase its power. The reason why he kept using the celestial slaughtering formation was because his cultivation was too weak. Seeing Qin Yu sitting cross-legged there, Yun Bahai and the other members of the Yun family fort didn't go forward to disturb him. They looked at the thousands of dead clansmen, and the entire Yun family fort was filled with sorrow. This unforeseen event could be said to be the biggest crisis that the Yun family fort had faced since they established themselves in Qingzhou. Fortunately, the Yun family fort wasn't completely wiped out. After a full hour, Qin Yu finally recovered from the injuries in his body. This time, I used up nearly 60% of my dragon energy. The dragon soul in the ancient seal of the divine dragon sounded a little heartbroken. Using up 60% of his dragon energy in one battle was a little wasteful. Before refining the real dragon blood, the dragon energy derived from the ancient seal of the divine dragon was limited. For Qin Yu, other than the celestial slaughtering formation, the only thing he could rely on was his dragon energy. If he used up all of his dragon energy, Qin Yu's combat strength would definitely be greatly reduced. It doesn't matter. As long as there is dragon blood in the blood mist demon stream, it will be fine. Qin Yu wasn't surprised. It was reasonable that the azure dragon battling the heavens and the secret art of dragon transformation had used up 60% of his dragon energy. Young Master Qin Yu, the Yun family fort will never forget your great kindness. At this moment, seeing that Qin Yu had awakened, Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang led the countless clansmen of the Yun family fort and bowed respectfully to Qin Yu. If it weren't for Qin Yu's help, the Yun family fort definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from the 4 martial grandmasters, even if they hadn't been poisoned by the spirit-dispersing powder. There wouldn't have only been a few thousand people who would have died. Fort Lord Yun, if you really want to thank me, why don't you tell me the details of the blood mist demon stream? Qin Yu smiled. He was rather concerned about Yun Bahai's confirmation that there was dragon blood in the blood mist demon stream. How can I repay your great kindness with just the blood mist demon stream? As Yun Bahai spoke, other than Yun Kuang, the rest of the clansmen dispersed. I'm sure you already know that the greatest secret of the Yun family fort is the ancestral burial ground. After the rest of the clansmen dispersed, Yun Bahai spoke solemnly. Fort Lord, could it be that the ancestor of the Yun family fort was really a Wusheng? Yun Kuang was shocked. That's right. Yun Bahai nodded. In the ancestral burial ground, there is my ancestor's inheritance. Wusheng's inheritance. Yun Kuang was rather excited. Every clansman of the Yun family fort has been to the ancestral burial ground when they were born. Unfortunately, no one was lucky enough to obtain my ancestor's inheritance. Yun Bahai felt that it was a pity. Now that things had come to this, the clansmen of the Yun family fort would probably not be able to inherit this opportunity. Fort Lord Yun, are you thinking of giving your ancestor's inheritance to me? Qin Yu understood. With your talent, you should be able to obtain my ancestor's approval and obtain my inheritance. Yun Bahai said seriously. He knew the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. The Yun family fort was one of the 13 forts in Qingzhou. However, there were more than a handful of forces in Qingzhou that were stronger than the Yun family fort. Since the unseen pavilion knew about this matter, it would definitely lead to a lot of trouble. Rather than being taken away by other forces in the future, it would be better to give it to Qin Yu, who had given the Yun family fort a new lease of life. Did your ancestor leave behind a divine soul? Qin Yu asked. No. Yun Bahai was stunned. Then forget it. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. This made Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang a little confused. Qin, you actually did not care about Wu Sheng's inheritance. After all, it was Wu Sheng's inheritance. Qinyu indeed did not care. If it was purely to improve his cultivation level with his attainments in alchemy, he had thousands of ways to improve it. However, ever since he had become a martial king, Qinyu had never used elixirs to cultivate. The reason was very simple. Starting from the martial king realm, every step was related to the future realm of martial arts. The martial king realm refined the true origin and created the righteous force. The martial emperor realm refined the righteous force and transformed it into the true righteous force. The martial honorable realm awakened the three souls and controlled the soul power. The martial ancestor realm comprehended the power of heaven and earth and the mysteries of heaven and earth. Every realm required an incomparably stable foundation. In Qinyu's previous life, it was because his foundation was unstable in the early stages that he was stuck in the emperor realm. In this life, Qinyu would definitely not repeat the same mistake. Other than using the ancient battle dragon art to refine the dragon blood without any side effects to break through his cultivation level, Qinyu would not rely on any external forces. Seeing that Qinyu really did not care, Yun Bahai was a little speechless. By the way, young Master Qinyu, you went to the blood mist demon stream to look for the dragon blood, right? Suddenly, Yun Bahai seemed to have thought of something and asked, "That's right." Qinyu nodded. "Is young Master interested in the ancient dragon scale?" Yun Bahai asked. Chapter 103, Ancient Dragon Scale. Qinyu was stunned for a moment before his face lit up with joy. "There's a dragon scale in your ancestral burial ground." To Qinyu, he could refine anything that contained dragon blood and dragon aura to improve his cultivation. If the ancient era's dragon scale that Yun Bahai mentioned was a real dragon scale, then it would naturally be beneficial to Qinyu. "That's right." Yun Bahai nodded. "Let's go and take a look." Qinyu immediately decided. The three of them immediately set off for the ancestral burial ground of the Yun family fort. To their surprise, the ancestral burial ground of the Yun family fort was at the bottom of the cliff. Ka. Yun Bahai took out the ancient token, activated the tomb's boundary, and entered the ancient tomb. The ancient tomb was rather simple. There was only a stone coffin and an altar. There were some tributes placed in front of the stone coffin. There were several items on the altar. Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang knelt and bowed to the stone coffin before arriving at the altar. Wu Sheng's boundary. After taking a glance at the altar, Qinyu knew that there was a valiant spirit formation on top of the altar. It was the power of the boundary left behind by Wu Sheng's boundary. It was no wonder that Yun Bahai and the others had been unable to obtain Wu Sheng's inheritance. Qinyu's gaze landed on the altar. There were several items on the altar. There was a jade box, a blood-red battle blade, an ancient secret manual, and a palm-sized dragon scale that shone faintly with starlight. It's actually a dragon scale. Although they could not sense any dragon aura because of the boundary, the dragon's soul recognized it at a glance. It's even an ancient celestial dragon's dragon scale. Qinyu's eyes were faintly filled with excitement. Since an ancient celestial dragon's dragon scale appeared here, it meant that there was once a celestial dragon continent on this continent. The ancient celestial dragon absorbed the power of the billions of stars in the heavens to cultivate. Even among the dragons in the heavens, it was definitely among the top dragons. Ancient celestial dragon, sky dragon continent. Thinking of this, Qinyu's eyes became brighter. Looks like this continent is really not simple. Young Master Qinyu, this ancient dragon scale was left behind by my ancestor. According to my ancestor's instructions, if anyone can break the barrier, they can take it away. Yun Bahai said, "Since that's the case, I won't hold back." Qinyu was slightly surprised. The ancestors of the Yun family fort were quite generous. They even gave away the ancient dragon scale. So, casually, after taking a closer look at the barrier, Qin Yu entered the azure dragon battling the heaven state with a dragon roar. Chi, chi. Qin Yu's fingers continued to move as he continuously tapped on the barrier, sending strands of battle dragon true essence into the barrier. Wait a minute. This scene made Yun Bahai's expression change greatly, and he immediately wanted to stop Qin Yu before the previous great fort master of the Yun family fort died. He had thought of forcefully breaking the barrier. However, in the end, he was directly killed by the power of the barrier, and not even his bones were left. He brought Qin Yu here because he wanted Qin Yu to pass the inheritance test left behind by his ancestor. He did not want Qin Yu to break Wu Sheng's barrier with brute force. Crack! However, just as Yun Bahai spoke, a crisp, cracking sound could be heard from the barrier. Immediately after, the barrier emitted a golden light, and then it suddenly exploded amidst the countless cracks. It's broken just like that. Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang were both stunned and in disbelief. How could a barrier set up by a martial saint be broken so easily? Where did Qin Yu come from? To be able to kill a martial ancestor, Qin Yu had obviously borrowed the power of the terrifying killing formation. However, in order to break through this martial saint's barrier, one would need to have real strength and power. A 16-year-old boy had broken Wu Sheng's barrier. If this news were to spread, it would shock countless people. It would be even more shocking than him killing a martial ancestor. Qin Yu did not hesitate. After breaking the barrier, he picked up the star dragon scale. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment he touched the dragon scale, the divine dragon ancient seal trembled slightly, and various dragon shadows appeared. It is indeed a real heavenly dragon scale. Qin Yu and the dragon soul were extremely happy. The divine dragon ancient seal would only react when it contained the true dragon bloodline and dragon chi. With Yun Bahai and the dragon soul present, Qin Yu could not immediately refine the dragon scale, so he turned and left the ancient tomb. Young Master Qin Yu, seeing Qin Yu turn and leave, Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang were stunned again. They had previously said that they would give their ancestors' inheritance to Qin Yu. Now that Qin Yu had broken Wu Sheng's barrier, these treasures naturally belonged to Qin Yu. They were not the kind of people who would go back on their words after seeing the treasures. This originally belonged to the Yun family fort. The dragon scale is enough for me. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu flew directly to the cliff. The treasures were nothing more than cultivation techniques, spirit weapons, and memory inheritance. These were not attractive to Qin Yu at all. How bold! In Yun Bahai's eyes, it was hard to tell whether it was shock or admiration. Qin Yu did not even look at the treasures left behind by Wu Sheng. Just this boldness alone showed that he was not an ordinary person. If these treasures were to be spread out, who knew how many martial arts grandmasters would fight over them? Of course, after the admiration, Yun Bahai and Yun Kuang could not suppress the ecstasy in their hearts. With the martial saint's legacy, the House of Yun would no longer have the guts to provoke them in the green state. After Qin Yu returned to the Yun family fort, he asked for a secret room and refused to see anyone. Immemorial battle dragon art. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. With a thought, the ancient sky dragon's scale immediately entered the ancient seal of the divine dragon. As Qin Yu circulated the immemorial battle dragon art, the sky dragon's scale immediately turned into countless star dragon chi. Every star dragon chi was like a mini sky dragon that swam around in the ancient seal of the divine dragon. The dragon chi is contaminated with the poison of the blood mist. Qin Yu, who was about to absorb the dragon chi, suddenly had a slight change in expression. So, this sky dragon scale was obtained from the blood mist devil stream by the ancestors of the Yun family fort. The dragon soul reacted. I see. No wonder the Yun family fort definitely has dragon blood in the blood mist secret realm. Maybe Qin Yu's lips curled into a wide smile. Maybe there is an ancient sky dragon in the blood mist devil stream. After the dragon soul finished speaking, it laughed heartily. With their current strength, they were unable to deal with the ancient sky dragon. However, if they were really sure that there was an ancient sky dragon in the blood mist devil stream, that would be a joyous occasion for them. As Qin Yu purified the poison of the blood mist in the dragon chi, he thought about the 9 abyss hell dragon. With the ancient sky dragon scale, he was looking forward to the 9 abyss hell dragon in the 100 countries battlefield. Of course, apart from looking forward to it, Qin Yu could not help but have a trace of doubt in his heart. Normally speaking, there would only be one type of dragon clan on a continent. The dragon clan, like the monster beasts, had their own territories. However, in this continent where the standard of martial arts was not high, there were traces of 2 types of real dragon clan. This caused Qin Yu to be unable to understand it. Refine. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu gave up. The more dragon clan there were, the more benefits it would bring to him. Boom. Immediately, the star dragon chi in the ancient seal of the divine dragon turned into a majestic dragon chi that swarmed out like a river. Every cell in Qin Yu's body was instantly filled with dragon chi. Chapter 104. As the chi of the heavenly dragon entered his body, the 10 dragon veins in Qin Yu's body began to vibrate. Inside his Dantian's primary core, the battle dragon's true origin turned into a giant vortex, crazily devouring the dragon chi. With each stream of heavenly dragon chi devoured, the battle dragon's true origin in his primary core became purer. Bang, 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 bang. As he continued to absorb the chi and refine the true origin, Qin Yu's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds once again. From the 5th layer martial emperor realm to the 9th layer martial emperor realm. However, this time, Qin Yu did not use all of the dragon chi to improve his cultivation. After reaching the peak of the 9th layer martial emperor realm, Qin Yu merged the remaining dragon chi into his blood and dragon veins. Gurgle, gurgle. The blood in Qin Yu's body began to change immediately. The faint golden color due to the consumption of the dragon scale fruit became denser. As the golden blood merged with the dragon vein became more solid like a real dragon. Dragon runes even appeared on the dragon vein, faintly emitting a crimson glow. Red-ranked dragon vein. The dragon veins formed by cultivating the ancient battle dragon technique were divided into 9 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, golden, and dragon. The red-ranked dragon vein was equivalent to an ordinary, innate, spiritual vein. When the dragon vein's blood was refined to the strongest dragon vein, Qin Yu would be able to transform into a real dragon comparable to an innate immortal. However, Qin Yu had refined a lot of dragon blood in his past life, but he had only refined the power of the dragon vein to the blue dragon vein. In order to achieve the dragon transformation stage, Qin Yu wondered if he would need to devour the blood of a real dragon. The dragon soul's cultivation also benefited greatly, reaching the 8th layer martial emperor realm. The dragon soul did not need to form a dragon vein, thus it was purely used to improve its cultivation. Unfortunately, although the dragon scale contained a strong dragon chi, the dragon blood was too thin. The ancient seal of the mystical dragon could not break down the natal skills of the heavenly dragon tribe. After both of their cultivations improved, Qin Yu left the secret chamber, planning to investigate the blood mist demon stream. Fort Lord Yun. After walking out of the secret room, Qin Yu saw Yun Bahai waiting there. Young Master Qin Yu. Yun Bahai went up to him with a face full of smiles. However, the moment he saw Qin Yu, Yunbahai stopped in his tracks, and his eyes widened in shock. In such a short period of time, Qinyu's cultivation had improved from the 5th-layer Martial Emperor realm to the peak 9th-layer Martial Emperor realm. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Could it be that there was a great opportunity hidden in the ancient dragon scale? Or could it be that Qinyu's original cultivation had long surpassed that of a martial king, and he was just recovering his cultivation? Fort Lord Yun, how much do you know about the Blood Mist Devil Stream? Qinyu ignored Yunbahai's astonishment and went straight to the point. I was worried that you would leave, so I came here in a hurry. As Yunbahai spoke, he handed a secret scroll to Qinyu. This is the map that my ancestor used to explore the Blood Mist Devil Stream. Look here. This blood red mark is said to be a dragon blood ancient pool. My ancestor found the dragon scale here. Qinyu opened the secret scroll. Yunbahai pointed at a blood red mark on the map and said they had been poisoned by the blood mist goo poison because they wanted to go to the Blood Mist Devil Stream to try their luck. Dragon blood ancient pool? Qinyu and the dragon soul were shocked. If the heavenly dragon scale was found here, could it be that the ancient pool was formed by the heavenly dragon's blood? After receiving the secret scroll, Qinyu did not stay in the Yun family fort for long. Originally, Yunbahai wanted to personally bring Qinyu to the Blood Mist Devil Stream. However, the Yun family fort had encountered a great change. The Zhu family fort and the unseen pavilion could attack at any time. Therefore, he had to stay in the Yun family fort. Qinyu did not care about this. With his current strength, he did not need anyone to protect him. Yun Shi, who was in the crowd, did not say a word until Qinyu left through the teleportation array. When she was in the Zhen Wu dynasty, she still had some fantasies. However, after the battle at the Yun family fort today, she completely recognized the boundary between her and Qinyu, a 16-year-old prodigy who could kill a martial ancestor, would definitely become an overlord of the continent in the future. She and Qinyu were no longer people of the same world. After leaving the Yun family fort, Qinyu came to a main city called Red Rainbow City. Red Rainbow City was the closest main city to the Blood Mist Devil Stream. Of course, it was also thousands of miles away from the Blood Mist Devil Stream. After Qinyu came out of Red Rainbow City, his appearance changed completely. His originally handsome facial features became ordinary, and his figure became slightly shorter. This was the disguise secret skill that he had obtained from Mozenro. This secret skill originated from a secret skill called shape-shifting. Rumor had it that the shape-shifting ability could not only change one's physique, but it could also change one's appearance and imitate one's voice. It could even change into anything. It was an extremely powerful ability. However, the real shape-shifting secret skill had been lost a long time ago. Mozenro had only obtained a fragment of it. Even so, Mozenro had made a name for himself in the assassination world. The reason why Qinyu had disguised himself was because he did not want to expose his whereabouts. Before going to the Blood Mist Devil Stream to find out more about the ancient sky dragon, Qinyu did not want to cause any more trouble. After flying for 2 days, Qinyu came to the famous Blood Mist Devil Stream in Qingzhou. The entrance to the Blood Mist Devil Stream was a natural canyon called the Blood Mist Canyon. At the end of the Blood Mist Canyon, there was a thick blood mist chi. With the canyon as the center, there was not a single blade of grass growing within a few hundred miles. It was dead silent. There are ripples of Sumeru space. Qinyu came to the end of the Blood Mist Canyon. After sensing it, his face was filled with shock. Is this the Xiantian realm? The dragon soul's eyes glittered. It doesn't look like it was formed naturally. It looks more like a man-made Sumeru realm. Qinyu shook his head slightly. It can't be. To create a Sumeru realm, one needs to be at least a martial progenitor. The dragon's soul was shocked. There could not be a martial progenitor hidden in this continent, right? Something is wrong. Chinyu squinted his eyes. The ancient celestial dragon was actually in a Sumeru realm. Was this out of his expectations? The dragon tribe did not need to create a Sumeru realm. This was because the dragon tribe had their own dragon realm. Of course, regardless of the situation in the Sumeru realm, Chinyu still had to enter to find out. Roar. When Chinyu entered the blood mist demon stream, he could hear the faint roar of a dragon. The dragon roar was sometimes far and sometimes near, making it difficult to find. Dragon soul. Chinyu stood in place and looked around. It was indeed the Sumeru realm. The ripples of space were very obvious. The dragon soul understood and immediately used a secret technique to sense it. There is a strong spatial seal here. My secret technique is suppressed, and I can't sense it. However, after a while, the dragon soul gave up on sensing it. It seems that I can only go to the dragon blood ancient pool, recorded on this map. Chinyu took out the secret scroll map and began to walk in the general direction. There was no choice. The blood mist demon stream was too thick, and it was impossible to tell the direction. Fortunately, Chinyu had already awakened a round of soul power and could roughly sense the terrain around him. As long as he was near the dragon blood ancient pool, he should be able to sense it. Along the way, Chinyu encountered many ferocious beasts, but they were easily dealt with by him. Perhaps the beasts in the blood mist demon stream had absorbed the blood mist chi, but they had become unusually bloodthirsty. Chapter 105. After wandering around the blood mist demon stream for 3 days, Chinyu finally found the dragon blood ancient pool. The dragon blood ancient pool was 99 feet in size and was grayish-white in color. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the ancient pool was made of bones. In the ancient pond, extremely thick scarlet blood gushed out like a dark spring. However, the strange thing was that the blood did not have any fishy smell. Instead, it had a strange fragrance. This is not dragon blood at all. Chinyu squatted down and took a look. He frowned after taking a look at a drop of blood. There were many types of blood in the blood, but most of it was human blood. This made Chinyu frown even more as he looked at the information on the secret scroll that Yunbahai had given him. Yunbahai would not deliberately give him a fake secret scroll, and the heavenly dragon scale was indeed real. However, why was there no dragon blood in the dragon blood ancient pool that should have contained dragon blood? According to the secret scroll, the dragon blood ancient pool should be extremely dangerous. Now that there was no dragon blood, there was no danger. Could it be that someone beat us to it? The dragon soul asked. After all, it was dragon blood. Even if the blood mist demon stream was a forbidden area in Qingzhou, there was no lack of skilled and bold people. It's possible that someone beat us to it, but why fill it with blood again? Chinyu looked at the drop of blood carefully. It was not the blood mist goo poison, but ordinary blood. At this moment, Chinyu's expression changed. He immediately withdrew his aura and escaped into the blood mist. Not long after, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. It was 10 martial artists, all of whom were martial kings. However, the 10 martial kings were carrying several martial artists on their backs. They had different cultivation levels. There were Earth Martial Realm, Sky Martial Realm, and Martial Kings. However, Chinyu and the Dragon Soul were both surprised when they saw the 10 Martial Kings. Although the 10 Martial Kings were emitting a strong bloody aura, however, there was an extremely faint dragon aura around his body. As expected, someone else beat him to it. Just as Chinyu felt that this trip was a waste, he saw the 10 martial kings leaping into the ancient pool, one after another. There seems to be something hidden under the blood pool. The dragon soul said with interest, maybe it's related to the dragon blood. Chinyu arrived in front of the ancient pond. After thinking for a moment, he surrounded himself with true essence and quietly dived into the blood pond. The dragon blood aura on the bodies of those 10 martial artists also made Chinyu somewhat concerned. After diving for about 1,000 feet, Chinyu saw an ancient door in the blood pool. A formation appeared in front of the ancient gate, isolating the blood. Chinyu glanced at it and avoided the perception restriction of the formation, passing through it like a leopard. After entering the ancient gate, there was a long black stone passageway. Underground ruins. Arriving at the end of the black stone tunnel, Chinyu saw a rather spectacular underground ruin. All kinds of ancient palaces stood tall, but they were all dilapidated and filled with the aura of time. At this moment, a group of people were busy on an ancient altar in the center of the underground ruin. They tied the martial artists to bronze pillars and slit their throats to let out blood. Blood sacrifice. Chinyu took a look and recognized that this was some kind of blood sacrifice using human blood. Look over there. After looking in the direction of the dragon soul's voice, Chinyu's eyes narrowed. It was a huge bone palace. However, what caught Chinyu's attention was that the bone palace was actually built with dragon bones. Had a dragon fallen here before? That can't be the ancient heavenly dragon we're looking for, right? The dragon soul probed, but it didn't find any dragon blood aura from the bone palace. Let's go and take a look. For some reason, Chinyu felt that there seemed to be some secret hidden here. Chinyu looked around and fixed his eyes on a martial artist who was alone. He lurked over like a ghost and easily killed him. Soon, Chinyu changed his clothes and disguised himself as that person and walked towards the bone palace. When passing by the altar, Chinyu discovered that the altar was connected to the bone palace. The blood of the blood sacrifice on the altar flowed into the bone palace. After walking over to the bone palace, Chinyu and the dragon soul both started to carefully inspect it. It's really dragon bones. However, it's hard to say whether it's a heavenly dragon or not looking at the appearance of the dragon bones. It should have been dead for hundreds of years. Strange, the dragon race has been dead for so many years, it's impossible for the dragon's body to be petrified. Indeed, the dragon bones don't contain the power of the dragon race. From the looks of it, it seems like someone has taken away all the power in the dragon bones. While Chinyu and the dragon soul were observing the dragon bones, 7 martial monarchs walked out of the bone palace. During the blood sacrifice, no one is allowed to approach the dragon god palace. Don't you know the rules? The old man in the lead immediately scolded angrily when he saw Chinyu sneaking in front of the bone palace. The dragon blood aura on their bodies is much stronger. When Chinyu and the dragon soul saw this, they both looked towards the depths of the bone palace. The pressure of the seal that was everywhere made it impossible for them to sense the situation inside the bone palace. However, from the looks of these people, there seemed to be dragon blood in the bone palace. Bastard, didn't you hear this elder talking to you? Seeing that Chinyu ignored him, the old martial monarch was furious. Berserk blood-colored true essence swept out like a blood-colored giant beast, pouncing towards Chinyu. Dragon soul, haven't you always wanted to find someone to practice your moves? I'll leave them to you. Chinyu didn't even look at the 7 martial monarchs and directly turned to walk into the bone palace. Hee. The dragon's soul laughed sinisterly, and the ferocious myriad poison inky flood dragon rushed out of thin air. After refining the 2 blood pills of the blood fog poison, the myriad poison inky flood dragon's strength had increased rapidly. Now, it had reached LV3 martial monarch realm. Bang! Shinran swung its tail, shattering the blood-colored true essence, and the myriad poison inky flood dragon directly pounced on the 7 people. After a battle, the dragon's soul easily killed the 7 martial monarchs. Oh no, a martial monarch, realm demonic beast, has invaded. We're in the middle of the blood sacrifice now. We can't disturb Lord Dragon God. Quickly stop it. The death of the 7 martial monarchs immediately caused a commotion. Many figures appeared and rushed towards the myriad poison inky flood dragon. The dragon's soul laughed disdainfully. The myriad poison inky flood dragon opened its mouth and spat out a billowing myriad poison fog. Those martial artists who came into contact with the poisonous fog, even if they had true essence to protect their bodies, their flesh and blood immediately rotted and quickly turned into a pool of black blood. There was no corpse left. This shocking scene immediately caused a large-scale panic. No one dared to approach. Seeing this, the dragon's soul stepped on the mist and quickly entered the Bone Palace. At this time, the martial monarchs and martial venerables in the Bone Palace had all been killed by Qinyu. However, at this moment, Qinyu was standing in front of a blood pool, looking at it with rapt attention. This blood pool was exactly the same as the dragon blood ancient pool that they had entered. What's wrong? Seeing that Qinyu was a little strange, the dragon's soul immediately flew over. Come and take a look. This is also a dragon soul, right? Qinyu blinked and pointed at the blood-colored ferocious dragon shadow in the blood pool. Ha! It's really a dragon soul. The dragon soul took a look and could not help but exclaim in surprise. The blood-colored ferocious dragon shadow kept rolling in the blood pool as if it wanted to break out of the blood pool. However, it was imprisoned by a mysterious force and could not leave the blood pool. Chapter 106. Are you sure it's a dragon soul? Qinyu asked. Is there a problem? The dragon soul was surprised. There was no reason for Qinyu not to see such an obvious dragon soul. How should I put it? The ancient seal of the divine dragon did not react to it. Qinyu said, "It can't be." The dragon soul carefully sensed and confirmed that the blood-colored dragon shadow was a dragon soul. Maybe it was the dragon soul in the dragon bone. Immediately, the dragon soul returned to the ancient seal of the divine dragon. But the situation was indeed as Qinyu said. The ancient seal of the divine dragon did not react at all. Strange. The dragon soul was even more surprised. There was no reason for the ancient seal of the divine dragon to not react to the dragon soul. Could it be because of the blood sacrifice? Looking at the churning blood, the dragon soul guessed. Not likely. After Qinyu shook his head slightly, the battle dragon True Qi condensed into a true essence hand and directly entered the blood pool. Since it was not easy to judge whether this blood-colored dragon shadow was a dragon soul or not, then he would detain it and take a look. Crack! The moment Qin used true essence hand entered the blood pool, a subtle sound, like the sound of shackles breaking, was heard. Restriction? Qinyu was slightly startled. Just as he was about to confirm whether he had triggered the restriction, the blood pool suddenly shook violently. In the next moment, a resounding dragon roar sounded from the blood pool. Immediately, a blood pillar of several feet tall shot up high from the blood pool. In the blood pillar, the ferocious blood-colored dragon shadow was fiercely staring at Qinyu with a violent and bloodthirsty intent. Ancient Sky Dragon. The ancient seal of the divine dragon trembled slightly, and a star dragon shadow appeared. It was the Sky Dragon shadow. Ha! It's really the Sky Dragon soul. The dragon soul was excited. After devouring a real dragon soul, it would be able to transform directly. Qinyu's face also disappeared. He formed a seal with both hands and was ready to attack. Ong. But suddenly, the Sky Dragon soul that rushed out of the blood pool roared towards the sky. In the next moment, the entire underground ruins trembled violently. Thousands upon thousands of dragon chi swept over from all directions, madly pouring into the heavenly dragon soul. Immediately, the heavenly dragon's soul, which originally needed the blood pillar to maintain its soul body, immediately condensed its dragon body. His cultivation was also rising at an astonishing speed. Martial Emperor stage, Martial Honored Realm, Martial Ancestor Realm, Wusheng's Realm. Damn it! When the cultivation of the heavenly dragon's soul broke through to the Martial God Realm and continued to improve. The smile on Qin Yu's face froze as he turned around and ran. What a joke! Even if he used the divine dragon ancient seal, he wouldn't be able to suppress a martial god. Who exactly is it that suppressed this dragon soul here? The dragon soul was also very surprised. This heavenly dragon soul had been sealed for who knows how many years. However, the strange thing was that the origin dragon soul power did not seem to have dissipated much. This method made the dragon soul somewhat concerned, because even he, without the divine dragon ancient seal, would not be able to preserve his origin soul power without dissipating. One had to know that as long as the origin dragon soul power did not dissipate, after the heavenly dragon's soul condensed its body again, it would immediately recover to its peak cultivation. Rumble! The heavenly dragon's soul sensed Qin Yu's escape. After letting out an earth-shaking roar, it immediately chased after him. The dragon's body, which had already expanded to 300 meters, directly crushed the bone palace, causing the entire underground palace to tremble. On Qin Yu's body, there was a wave of energy that was extremely tempting to it. Dragon God! Lord Dragon God has appeared. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to see Lord Dragon God. Looking at the heavenly dragon's soul, which emitted a vast dragon's might, those mysterious cultivators were all shocked as they all knelt on the ground. Whoosh! Qin Yu, who was flying at an extremely fast speed, looked at those cultivators kneeling on the ground and thought. The Azure Dragon, heaven-battling dragon, grabbed and knocked out a core martial honored realm cultivator. Regarding this heavenly dragon's soul, these cultivators who performed the blood sacrifice should know something. Dragon suppressing seal, heaven punishing array. When Xiao Chun sensed the heavenly dragon's soul's ferocious aura charging over, he immediately changed his mind. Qin Yu's right hand changes and shoots out a cyan-colored dragon seal. His left hand opens, and the entire heavenly slaughtering formation is activated. Rumble! Space trembled, and the heavenly dragon's soul with its vast dragon's might was blocked. However, in merely 2 breaths of time, the Azure Dragon's seal crumbled, and the heaven-punishing array dissipated. However, with these 2 breaths of time, Qin Yu's figure flashed and disappeared into the tunnel. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the heavenly dragon's soul charged over, the tunnel immediately crumbled. However, just as the heavenly dragon's soul charged out of the tunnel, the entire blood mist demonic stream suddenly trembled endlessly. The power of the seal? Qin Yu, who had just reached the bottom of the blood pool, paused. Xiao Chun sensed that the seal covering the entire blood mist demonic stream was gathering at this moment. The boundless power of the seal suppressed the heavenly dragon's soul, firmly sealing it in the underground remnant. No matter how the heavenly dragon's soul charged at it, it could not break through the seal. This fluctuation, as Qin Yu looked at that sealing energy that seemed to be real, Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. It's the power of a venerable emperor. The heavenly dragon's soul's huge dragon eyes turned extremely grave. This Sumeru realm was not opened by a martial venerable, but by a venerable emperor. This situation greatly exceeded Qin Yu and the heavenly dragon's soul's expectations. A venerable emperor actually came to this continent. Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Even in the entire heaven domain, there were not many venerable emperors. Yet, a venerable emperor had actually come to this remote continent. What was even stranger was that a venerable emperor had come. Then, why was the heavenly dragon's soul not captured but sealed here? The heavenly dragon's soul was not weak, but in front of a venerable emperor, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a baby. There was no reason for a true dragon's soul of the dragon race to be left here, right? Let's retreat first. Qin Yu pondered for a while, then turned around and left. In the current situation, not to mention dealing with the heavenly dragon's soul, he could not even break this sealing array. Not long after Qin Yu left, a vague and graceful figure appeared in the venerable emperor's seal power. When the heavenly dragon's soul, which was violently colliding with the seal power, saw the graceful figure, its bloodthirsty and wild eyes showed obvious fear and panic. If Qin Yu were here, if he were to see that indistinct, graceful figure, even a venerable emperor has appeared. What secrets is hidden in this continent? Even after coming out of the blood pool, the heavenly dragon's soul was still in disbelief. Who cares? However, judging from the fluctuations of the seal, it should have been here for hundreds of years. Since it had been so long, the seal that was left behind had not come, most likely it would not come back. This was great news for Qin Yu and the others. When Xiao Chen's cultivation became stronger in the future, this heavenly dragon's soul would become a turtle in a jar. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu left dozens of soul-bewitching formations in a 3-kilometer radius around the blood pool, one every 30 meters. This was to prevent others from finding out about the heavenly dragon's soul at the bottom of the blood pool. After doing this, Qin Yu looked at the martial saint he had married and executed a soul secret technique. Soon, Qin Yu, whose face was slightly pale, obtained all of the martial exalted's memories. Chapter 107. Qin Yu learned that this group of people was called the Dragon God Sect through the secret soul technique. They were originally a group of demonic beast hunters who discovered the heavenly dragon's soul in the blood pool by chance. Under the bewitchment of the heavenly dragon's soul, they sacrificed their blood in exchange for dragon chi to cultivate. In less than 10 years, the Dragon God Sect expanded rapidly, and several martial venerables appeared. If they were given a few more decades, they would probably become an existence like the 13 Houses of Green Province. However, after Qin Yu checked the martial venerable's condition, he could not help but shake his head. The heavenly dragon's soul was obviously keeping these cultivators in captivity. When they were strong enough, it would devour their blood essence. Is it planning to accumulate strength to break the seal? It's quite smart. The Dragon God Sect's soul praised. After being sealed for hundreds of years, it was still able to maintain its consciousness. The heavenly dragon's soul's vitality was also very tenacious. The seal of a venerables is specially made to suppress it. How can it be broken so easily? Qin Yu smiled and turned to leave. Qin Yu stayed in the blood-mist demon stream for a day before leaving and flying in the direction of the Zhenwu dynasty. Although he did not obtain the dragon's blood on this trip to the Yun family fort, his harvest was quite bountiful. Not only did he obtain a heavenly dragon's scale, but he also discovered a heavenly dragon's soul. 3 days later, Qin Yu crossed 72 counties and flew out of the Yun family fort's territory. Rumble! 5 days later, Qin Yu, who was flying in the air, suddenly felt a vast heavenly might. Qin Yu looked into the distance and saw rolling dark clouds gathering in the distant sky. Earth-shaking thunder exploded continuously and could be heard from far and near. Lightning? No, this is a lightning tribulation. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately flew over. His fire-lightning dragon body had not made any progress after reaching the fourth revolution. Now that he encountered a lightning tribulation, he naturally could not miss this opportunity. The strength of his physical body was directly linked to the backlash of the heavens killing formation. As long as his physical body was strong enough, he could completely ignore the backlash of the heaven punishing formation. It seems like a demonic beast is undergoing its tribulation. After the dragon soul sensed it, it sensed a strong demonic aura. After a short while, Qin Yu arrived at the location of the lightning tribulation. It was a desolate mountain range. Within the mountain range, there was a snow-white spirit turtle that was over 150 feet in size. It was currently enduring the thunderbolts that filled the sky. Mountain black tortoise. Qin Yu recognized the snow-white spirit turtle. The mountain black tortoise had the bloodline of the divine beast black tortoise and was known for its astonishing defense and strength. A young mountain Xian tortoise already had the power of a mountain. An adult mountain Xian tortoise would be even more powerful. If the mountain black tortoise's bloodline power could continue to evolve, it could become the divine mountain black tortoise in the future, which was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the real divine beast black tortoise. It was an extremely rare spirit beast. It's breaking through to martial ancestor. The dragon's soul watched with great interest. He had just broken through to the martial ancestor realm, and he was already able to attract the manifestation lightning tribulation. The mountain black tortoise's bloodline power was not weak. However, at that moment, the mountain black tortoise's entire body was covered in thunderbolt scorch marks. Even the back of the tortoise, which was covered in mysterious veins, had obvious cracks vaguely appearing. The mountain black tortoise might not be able to withstand the lightning tribulation. Apart from Qin Yu, there was a group of martial artists hiding beneath the mountain range. The information is indeed true. The mountain black tortoise will undergo the lightning tribulation today. The weakest among the group of martial artists was at least a martial honorable. The two leaders had even reached the martial ancestor realm. Looking at their clothes, it was obvious that they were from the same force. If we can obtain the bloodline of a 9th grade spirit beast, it might be able to help us break through to Wusheng realm in the future. A skinny martial ancestor with a cold gaze looked at the mountain black tortoise that was struggling in the thunderbolts, and his expression was filled with excitement. Don't reveal your aura. Let's wait for the beast's strength to be exhausted by the lightning tribulation before we take action. Beside the skinny martial ancestor, a middle-aged man with dignified features could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Who is it? However, at that moment, a figure flew over from the void and charged towards the area where the lightning tribulation was. The middle-aged man and the skinny martial ancestor were shocked. Don't worry, it's only a martial king realm. However, after taking a closer look, they were relieved. Although they did not know where he came from, a mere martial king realm dared to attack the mountain black tortoise. He was digging his own grave. Boom! The mountain black tortoise, which was undergoing the lightning tribulation, also noticed that there were humans who had barged in. It thought that the humans wanted to take the opportunity to attack it and immediately shot out a large yellow light pillar towards Qin Yu. However, something unexpected happened to the group of martial artists and the mountain black tortoise. Qin Yu did not attack. In a flash, he charged into the sky and entered the lightning tribulation. What is he doing? That scene caused the martial artists and the mountain black tortoise to be dumbfounded. That was the lightning tribulation of the heavens and earth. Even the mountain black tortoise, which was known for its defense, could not withstand it. What was Qin Yu trying to do? However, a scene that caused them to be even more shocked took place. Qin Yu who had flown into the tribulation lightning, directly stood in midair and attracted all of the heavenly lightning to him, allowing them to strike his body. Could that person be a transformed demonic beast? Seeing that Chinyu was able to withstand the bombardment of so many heavenly lightning bolts, the flabbergasted thin martial ancestor mumbled, not to mention the skinny martial ancestor. Even the mountain black tortoise was confused. Why would a human help it? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't a human take the opportunity to attack it? Damn it! Who is this person? The words of the skinny martial ancestor caused the other martial ancestor to recover from the shock. After Chinyu's actions, their plan had been disrupted, especially when they saw the mountain black tortoise emitting a faint jade glow and the bloody cracks on its back gradually healing. The other martial ancestor's face turned pale. Sect leader, what should we do now? A martial honorable asked. If they waited for the mountain black tortoise to recover completely, it would be difficult for them to obtain the black tortoise bloodline. Let's wait a little longer. The other martial ancestor pondered for a moment and decided to wait and see. Although he was shocked, he was still relatively calm. He did not think that a martial king could withstand the lightning tribulation of a martial ancestor realm beast. However, the other martial ancestors' thoughts were destined to fail. Chinyu, who was continuously struck by the lightning tribulation, revealed his true appearance. Although he was grimacing in pain from the lightning tribulation and his body was covered in wounds, he did not take a step back. Chinyu's fire lightning dragon body had already reached the fourth transformation and formed the fire dragon tattoo. Although he could not withstand the lightning tribulation, he would not collapse just like that. While enduring the lightning tribulation, Chinyu continuously circulated the fire lightning dragon body to absorb the lightning tribulation that exploded on his body. Just like that, although Chinyu's injuries were shocking. However, the truth was that his physical body was growing stronger at a rapid pace. The other martial ancestor, who was waiting for Chinyu to be struck to death by the lightning tribulation, became more and more shocked as they waited. Such a terrifying fleshly body. Could this person really be a demonic beast in human form? Chapter 108. Half an hour later. We can't wait any longer. Let's go. Seeing that Chinyu was on the verge of collapsing but was still able to withstand the lightning tribulation, the dignified man immediately gave the order. Immediately, the group of people dashed toward the mountain black tortoise. Before the lightning tribulation ended, the demonic beasts would not leave the place of the lightning tribulation. Therefore, they had to seize the opportunity. If the lightning tribulation ended, or if the mountain black tortoise recovered from its injuries, it would be difficult for them to keep the mountain black tortoise here. The mountain black tortoise, who was looking at Chinyu in shock, instantly sensed the murderous intent directed at it. It tilted its head and saw the dignified man and the skinny martial ancestor leading their men to attack it. A rank 3 martial ancestor realm. A rank 2 martial ancestor realm. The others were all rank 7 martial honorables and above. This time, the mountain black tortoise did not need to look to know that these people were targeting it. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a series of earthy yellow light beams. Poof! A few martial honorables were slightly slower. Under the yellow light beam, they immediately turned into ashes and dissipated. This is the gravity superpower. It will affect the gravity around you. Spread out and keep a distance. Feeling the gravity of the yellow light, the dignified man immediately shouted. Poof! As he spoke, the dignified man attacked coldly, and an ancient sword with a sky-blue glow appeared. The ancient sword slashed out, and a blue sword ray that was a few feet long slashed out in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The skinny martial ancestor clenched his hands into fists and punched out with a strong golden glow. Fist radiance that seemed to be forged from gold blasted out like a violent storm. The other martial honorables also attacked. Facing the attacks of the martial ancestor and martial honorables, the mountain black tortoise did not move. Streaks of faint jade spiritual inscriptions appeared on its shell, forming a faint jade light shield. The faint jade light shield looked very thin. However, to everyone's surprise, the violent attacks of the martial ancestor and martial honorables only caused ripples on the faint jade light shield. However, the dignified man and the others were not surprised. They had already seen the shocking defense of the mountain black tortoise. While the mountain black tortoise was defending, they appeared in the void around the mountain black tortoise, and each took out a formation diagram. The formation diagram shone and formed a large golden formation that covered the mountain black tortoise. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain black tortoise sensed that something was wrong and shot out beams of yellow light beams. However, the beams of the formation's yellow light beams of the formation diagram. Go! Seeing that he had successfully trapped the mountain black tortoise, the dignified man revealed a cold smile and made a hand gesture. The mountain black tortoises, the mountain black tortoise take off the mountain black tortoise. Of the black tortoises of the mountain black tortoises of the mountains attack. Instantly to the end star, earth the tortoise to the to the twos to the end, to the this to go. The foot's mountain, S to the end, S to the mountains to black. S sensing that the demonic power in its body was gradually dissipating, the mountain black tortoise roared and struggled uneasily. Everyone get closer. Attack with all your might and break that jade barrier. The honorable man shouted, honorable of Titian black demon immediately. Everyone controlled the formation to suppress the mountain black tortoise and attacked. The honorable man and the others did not notice that there were 3 figures in the mountains behind them. There were 3 figures. All of them had their arms crossed as they looked at them coldly. Not only did that kid block the heavenly lightning, but he is also absorbing the power of the heavenly lightning to refine his body. Seeing that the mountain black tortoise would not win in a short time, the honorable man said. The 3 of them raised their heads and looked at Chinyu, who was surrounded by strong lightning. Their indifferent eyes were filled with obvious emotions. He is only a martial king, but he can use the heavenly lightning to refine his body. Such a secret technique is unheard of. The honorable man in the middle had a strange smile on his face. I didn't expect to get such a good opportunity by following the mountain black tortoise. The honorable man on the left also laughed. At such a young age, he has such a high cultivation and body refinement level. He must be a genius cultivated by some top force in Qingzhou. The honorable man on the right said, "What are you afraid of? We are not from Qingzhou anyway. No matter how strong his background is, he can't do anything to us." The honorable man in the middle said, although the 3 of them were dressed differently, each of them had a token on their waists. The picture on the token was of a golden ancient pagoda that suppressed the heads of countless beasts. Rumble! Under the bombardment of the lightning, Lin Fan's body, which had been split open, was gradually recovering. If one took a closer look, they would be able to see that. Within Qinyu's flesh and skin, the originally shattered flame dragon mark had already quietly condensed. Not only that, there were streaks of lightning flashing in the flame dragon aura. That was the sign that the lightning dragon tattoo was about to be born when the fire lightning dragon body had broken through to the 5th level. This beast can't hold on any longer. Don't stop attacking. At that moment, the battle in the barren mountains was gradually coming to an end. The mountain black tortoise, whose demonic power had dissipated, had countless cracks on the faint jade light shield on its back. That scene made the honorable man and the skinny martial ancestor extremely excited. Sect leader, be careful. But at that moment, a martial honorable man's eyes shrank and his face changed drastically. Poof! Almost at the same time, there were two sounds of flesh being pierced. A blood-stained black sword appeared in the honorable man's and the skinny martial ancestor's hearts. Chaotic shadow sword. Just as the martial honorables were in shock, there were streaks of hurricane-like sword cries and sword shadows swept across the sky. In an instant, the martial honorables did not even have time to react, and they were all killed by the sword shadows. It was the three honorable men who had launched a sneak attack. The three of them were actually martial ancestor realm, and they were all at the 5th level of martial ancestor realm. Those who are in the way have been eliminated. We can carve the Imperial Beast seal now. The three honorable men looked at the mountain black tortoise, whose demonic aura was still confined, and there was a flash of fire in their indifferent eyes. They each took out a golden ancient seal. As the blood merged into the ancient seal constantly vibrated. An intense soul fluctuation was immediately emitted. However, the spiritual fluctuation did not seem like an ordinary spiritual fluctuation. It emitted an evil fluctuation. Imperial Beast Seal. When the mountain black tortoise saw the three golden ancient seals, there was obvious fear in its eyes. As expected of a 9th rank bloodline, the shape-shifting thunder tribulation has not ended, and it can speak human language. When the three honorable men saw this, the fire in their eyes became even more intense. A 9th rank bloodline meant that the mountain black tortoise could at least reach the Wu Sheng realm in the future. When they thought of being able to control a Wu Sheng realm spiritual beast, even with their temperament, they were quite excited. I am the sacred beast of the Black Tortoise clan in the infinite demon sea. You dare to use the Imperial Beast seal to enslave me. Do you know the consequences? The mountain black tortoise kept struggling, but the demonic power in its body was restrained, and it could not escape. Hee, of course we know that you are the sacred beast of the Black Tortoise clan. It seems that you still don't know that we have followed you all the way here. The three honorable men laughed and were quite happy. You are from the Imperial Beast sect. Suddenly, the mountain black tortoise saw the golden tokens at the waists of the three honorable men, and there was a murderous intent in its eyes. Chapter 109. It's too late to realize it now. The three of them could not hide the joy on their faces. To be honest, when they found out that the Xian Turtle clan's sacred beast had the custom of returning to its ancestral home for the heavenly tribulation, they were shocked. They did not believe it. After all, the mountain black tortoise had awakened the rare 9th rank bloodline, but luckily it had followed them. Otherwise, they would have really missed this great fortuitous encounter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them immediately shot out their golden ancient seals and scattered them around the mountain black tortoise. Immediately after, the three ancient golden seals danced in the air and turned into a triangular golden seal. Just you wait. One day, the Xian Turtle clan will destroy the beast-controlling sect. The mountain black tortoise roared with killing intent. You want to destroy the beast-controlling sect? The Xian Turtle clan is not strong enough. That's right. The Xian Turtle clan has the support of the 10,000 demons. See, the beast-controlling sect also has the beast spirit, Holy Land. The three of them did not care about the mountain black tortoise's roar. They formed hand seals and controlled the triangular golden seal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a slight vibration, the triangular golden seal flew into the mountain black tortoise's forehead and disappeared. When the 10,000 demons, C gives birth to the king of 10,000 demons, the beast-controlling sect, and the beast spirit, Holy Land will pay with blood. The mountain black tortoise was in great pain. It struggled and roared, but its eyes gradually became confused. At this moment, the triangular golden seal entered the mountain black tortoise's sea of soul and suppressed its soul. We did it! When they sensed that the mountain black tortoise was completely under their control, the three of them were overjoyed. King of 10,000 demons? The 10,000 demons, C has been fighting for thousands of years, and you still want to give birth to the king of 10,000 demons? Thinking of the mountain black tortoise's roar, the three of them sneered. The 10,000 demons, C was indeed very strong. They were even comparable to the 5 great saints. However, the 10,000 demons were scattered. No matter how strong they were just a group of scattered soldiers. Since the mountain black tortoise can already speak, the transformation lightning tribulation should be over soon. After subduing the mountain black tortoise, the three of them shook their heads and looked at Chinyu, who was in the thunder tribulation. Even they didn't dare to take the mountain black tortoise's metamorphosis thunder tribulation head on. Chinyu had been struck by lightning for so long, yet he was still safe and sound. This made them even more eager to obtain Chinyu's body-tempering secret technique. Rumble! Finally, after another 2 hours, the tribulation lightning, which was originally filled with heavenly might, gradually disappeared. As the lightning tribulation disappeared, Chinyu, who was hovering in midair, let out a heavy sigh. Within the aura, there was actually a faint fluctuation of fire and lightning. At this time, Chinyu's skin and flesh were lacerated, and his whole body was charred black. However, there were many mysterious fire and lightning dragon tattoos appearing in the flesh under his skin. After tempering his body with the power of heavenly lightning, Chinyu's fire thunder dragon physique successfully advanced to the 6th revolution realm. At the 6th revolution, the strength of the physical body would reach 600,000 jin. His vitality would soar to the sky, and he would not fear fire or thunder. Whoosh! At this moment, a slight sound of wind breaking could be heard. Sneak attack! The smile on Chinyu's face disappeared, and he raised his eyebrows. Dragon Chi appeared, and he threw out a punch. Bang! The berserk fist energy exploded, and the true essence energy that was attacking him was scattered. However, a bloody hole appeared on Chinyu's fist, and blood flowed out. Martial Ancestor Realm. After Chinyu stopped the bleeding, he looked coldly at the 3 martial Ancestor Realm cultivators who had launched a sneak attack. Although the 6th Revolution Fire Thunder Dragon physique was strong, it still couldn't block the attack of a martial Ancestor Realm cultivator. Previously, he could block the heavenly lightning with his physical strength. That was because he had used a special secret technique to disperse the power of the heavenly lightning. If not, Chinyu would not only be lacerated, but his soul would also be scattered. He blocked it. However, the 3 martial Ancestor Realm cultivators from the Beast Control sect were extremely shocked. A martial King Realm cultivator had blocked their attack with a single punch. Although they only wanted to destroy Chinyu's Dantian and didn't use all their strength. Regardless, they were still martial Ancestor Realm cultivators. Even if they had held back, their attack power shouldn't have been something that a martial Ancestor Realm cultivator could block. What exactly was going on? Roar! At that moment, a deafening dragon roar sounded, and the green dragon battling the heavens circled around Chinyu's body. He held the warping divine spear in his hand and charged forward. Dragon Chi? Martial Honorable Realm. Is he really from the demon clan? No, this should be a secret technique. Not only is his body-tempering secret technique shocking, but he also has such a secret technique to increase his strength. This guy is indeed powerful. The three martial ancestor realm cultivators immediately came to their senses, and the greed in their eyes grew stronger. In addition to their greed, they smiled cruelly when they saw Qin Yu charging forward. Even if Qin Yu increased his strength to martial ancestor realm, they wouldn't be afraid, let alone martial honorable realm cultivators. Qin Yu's actions were completely akin to bringing about his own destruction. Let me do it. The martial ancestor realm cultivator on the left flew into the sky and formed a seal with his hands. A three-tailed cat appeared behind him. This wasn't the power of a bloodline, but a demonic beast spirit, the way of controlling spirits. Qin Yu saw through it, and without fear, he stabbed out with his spear. When he stabbed out, a golden light flashed behind Qin Yu and a red dragon shadow appeared, releasing a vast dragon aura. It was the red dragon vein in his body. Boom, boom. The three-tailed cat felt the dragon aura of the red dragon shadow, and its strength decreased. Qin Yu stabbed out with his spear, and the destructive killing intent exploded. The three-tailed cat was immediately pierced through by the spear radiance. How is this possible? The martial ancestor realm cultivator from the beast-controlling sect was in disbelief. His netherworld spiritual cat was also a martial ancestor realm cultivator, but it was pierced through by a martial honorable realm cultivator's spear. Not good. The martial ancestor realm cultivator's face changed drastically, and he immediately flew into the sky. Qin Yu, who had attacked again, gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Since you want to die together, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Yu laughed coldly as he stabbed out with his hell-suppressing divine spear. In the next instant, 9 dragon shadow spear radiance intertwined and formed a 9-dragon spear array, covering the 2 martial ancestors from the beast-controlling sect. Boom, boom, boom. Before the 2 martial ancestors from the beast-controlling sect could attack, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly resounded through the mountain range. It was Qin Yu's 9-dragon spear array. At this moment, it had suddenly exploded, a killing intent that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth wreaked havoc and swept through. What happened? The martial ancestor from the beast-controlling sect, who was about to attack, froze on the spot when he saw his 2 companions die under the destructive killing intent. 2 martial ancestor realm cultivators were killed by a single spear strike from a youth? Ha ha! The 6th-rank fire lightning dragon body is indeed able to resist the backlash of the heaven-punishing array. Looking at the 2 people who had been killed by a single spear strike, Qin Yu swung his right hand and laughed heartily. Previously, he had merged the heaven-punishing array into the attack of the hell-suppressing divine spear through his right hand. Thus, the power of the 9-dragon heaven fighting array was raised to such a terrifying level, if not for the fact that the fire lightning dragon body had been refined to the 6th rank, he would have been severely injured by the backlash. Chapter 110. Trying to run? Shrink the ground into an inch. Qin Yu, who was in a good mood, noticed the martial ancestor from the Imperial Beast sect exploding with dragon chi. Immediately, Qin Yu's figure flashed continuously. It was as if he had teleported in the void and caught up with the martial ancestor at lightning speed. Boom! The destructive divine spear stabbed forward, and the heaven-punishing killing intent raged. Even though the martial ancestor from the Imperial Beast sect used several martial ancestor beast souls to block it, after being struck by Qin Yu's spear, his soul was still scattered, and he was unable to escape the calamity. As the 3 martial ancestors from the Imperial Beast sect died, the triangular golden seal in the mountain black tortoise's sea of soul immediately collapsed. Then, the mountain black tortoise's body emitted a dazzling jade light. When the jade light dissipated, a simple and honest-looking man in a white tortoise shell appeared. The manifestation, lightning tribulation, was absorbed by Qin Yu, and the mountain black tortoise was naturally able to successfully manifest. Thank you for helping me. After taking the form of the back mountain Yu tortoise, it soared into the sky and bowed to Qin Yu with incomparable respect. Although his cultivation level was higher than Qin Yu's, this bow of his was filled with heartfelt admiration. Qin Yu could be said to have saved his life twice. Firstly, he blocked the manifestation lightning tribulation, and secondly, he killed the martial ancestor from the imperial beast sect. If not, even if he survived the manifestation lightning tribulation, he would have become the beast puppet of the imperial beast sect. It is not easy to cultivate to the manifestation realm. Don't fall into the hands of other martial artists in the future. Qin Yu takes a look at the mountain black tortoise and accepts the salute in an imposing manner. With that, Qin Yu took the Sumeru rings of the 3 martial ancestors from the imperial beast sect and prepared to leave. Benefactor, this is the black tortoise token of the black tortoise tribe. If you go to the 10,000 Demon Sea in the future, I will repay you for saving my life today. Seeing this, the mountain black tortoise immediately took out a black tortoise token and handed it to Qin Yu. 10,000 Demon Sea? Where is that? Qin Yu looked at the token in his hand, but his attention was on the 2 words 10,000 Demon Sea. The innumerable demon sea is located in the north of the continent. Almost all of the powerful demon clans on the continent live there. The mountain black tortoise said, All the demons? Are there any dragons? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Dragon race? No. In the innumerable demon sea, only the Ice Dragon clan has the bloodline of the Dragon clan. The mountain black tortoise said in surprise. Qin Yu was a little disappointed. He waved his hand and flew away. After he refined the heavenly dragon scale, the bloodlines of ordinary Dragon clan descendants were already useless to him. Only the blood of a true dragon could continue to be refined by him. The mountain Xian tortoise once again bowed solemnly towards Qin Yu's back, and then quickly left as well. This time, the beast-controlling sect actually dared to make a move on him. This grudge must be avenged when he returned to the innumerable demon sea. A few days later, Qin Yu returned to the Zhen Wu dynasty and went straight to the Qin family. Although their trip to the Yun family fort this time was fruitful, they had also provoked many enemies. The Zhu family fort and the Unseen Pavilion were both much more powerful than the Zhenwu royal family. The Yun family fort was keeping the Zhu family fort in check. In the short term, they would not do anything to the Qin family. However, the Unseen Pavilion was an assassin organization in the underworld. This time, a peak martial grandmaster had died. They would not let the matter rest. Therefore, after returning, Qin Yu had been staying in the Qin family to cultivate. If the Unseen Pavilion dared to come, Qin Yu would not mind killing a few more martial grandmasters. However, during the time that Qin Yu returned, the Unseen Pavilion did not appear. Half a month later, in the Qin family's house, Qin Yu sat cross-legged and formed the ancient combat dragon arts cultivation hand seal with both hands. The red dragon vein and the 10 sub-dragon veins allowed Qin Yu's cultivation speed to reach an astonishing level. The dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth surrounded Qin Yu's body and was absorbed through his pores. After this period of cultivation, Qin Yu's cultivation had reached a level that was enough to break through to the martial emperor realm. However, Qin Yu had been suppressing his cultivation level and refining the combat dragon's vital origin. He was breaking through his own limits. Boom. Finally, when the combat dragon's vital origin could no longer be suppressed, Qin Yu naturally broke through to the martial emperor realm. A terrifying aura that was 10 times more powerful than a martial king's was emitted from Qin Yu's body. No one in the younger generation of the Zhenwu royal family could compare to a 16-year-old martial emperor. However, in Qingzhou, or the Five Great Sacred Grounds, he was not considered outstanding. Of course, it had been less than a year since Qinyu had awakened. In a year, he had gone from having no cultivation to a martial emperor realm. In this way, he was considered a rare genius even in the mainland. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, Qinyu did not slack off on his cultivation and continued to cultivate bitterly until the Zhenwu royal family sent people over. The 100 Countries battlefield had arrived. Qinyu told his second uncle to teleport away immediately if there was any danger. He then went to the Imperial Sacred Institute. This time, only 5 people from the Zhenwu royal family were going to participate in the 100 Countries battlefield. Qinyu, Yun Guxuan, Wu Qinglong by Qingwei, and Yun Shi. Among the 5, Qinyu and Yun Guxuan's cultivation had broken through to the martial emperor realm. However, Qinyu's aura was heavy and unfathomable. Yun Guxuan's aura was slightly weak. It was obvious that he had not accumulated enough to break through to the martial emperor realm. Wu Qinglong, the 3rd prince of the Zhenwu royal family, was at LV9 martial king realm. Among the princes of the Zhenwu royal family, Wu Qinglong's talent was second only to Wu Xingqian. Now that Wu Xingqian had been killed, Wu Qinglong was the most likely to become the crown prince. Bai Qingyue's cultivation had reached the peak of LV8 martial king realm. The Zhenwu royal family had greatly compensated Bai Qingyue for being kidnapped by the Shui clan. This allowed Bai Qingyue's cultivation to break through a few levels. Yunshi's cultivation was the weakest. He was only at LV3 martial king realm. This time, he was probably just going to broaden his horizons. This time, Wu Chunyang would personally lead the team to participate in the selection of the 100 Countries battlefield. The 100 Countries battlefield was located in the center of the Qing province and was under the jurisdiction of the province. Therefore, they had to set off in advance. On the back of the flying spiritual beast, Wu Chunyang explained the situation of the 100 Countries battlefield to Qinyu and the other 4. The 100 Countries battlefield was opened by the Lord of the Qing province, the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, to select the geniuses of the 100 Countries. This was because the 100 Countries battlefield itself was a large relic of a secret realm. Therefore, every time the 100 Countries battlefield opened, many geniuses would lose their lives fighting for treasures. This was also the goal of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground. Only the most powerful geniuses who fought their way out of the 100 Countries battlefield could enter the sacred ground to cultivate. In the 100 Countries battlefield, other geniuses were not the only threats. The restrictions in the relic were also a threat. Of course, Wu Chunyang said this to Gu Yunxian, Wu Qinglong, and the other 3. Although the incident at the Yun family fort did not spread from the Yun family fort and the Zhu family fort, Wu Chunyang also did not know that Qinyu's true battle strength was enough to kill a martial ancestor. However, even though this was the case, Wu Chunyang was still extremely confident in Qinyu. This time, the 100 Countries battlefield should be as simple as playing house to Qinyu. Thus, Wu Chunyang's words implied that he hoped that Qinyu would be able to help Wu Qinglong. 2 days later, Qinyu and the other 5 arrived at the center of the Qing province, where the province lord resided. Along the way, they could see numerous aerial spirit beasts converging toward them from all directions. Of course, those super dynasties had teleportation formations that allowed them to travel directly. Chapter 111. Hey, Wu Chunyang, your Zhenwu dynasty didn't even get 10 spots this time. As Qinyu and the others got off the flying spiritual beast and walked toward the state capital, they heard a mocking voice. Qinyu and them turned around to look. They saw a group of people swaggering over. Although the man in the lead looked to be in his 40s, his eyes were full of vicissitudes. The powerful aura that he exuded had reached LV8 Martial Ancestor Realm. Behind the 8th layer Martial Ancestor Realm man were 10 geniuses with prideful expressions, all of whom were martial dominators. Each dynasty only had 10 spots to participate in the 100 countries battlefield. The cultivation of these 10 people had all reached the martial royal realm. It was obvious that the dynasty that the man in the martial ancestor realm belonged to was much more powerful than the Zhenwu dynasty. Zhao Qihua. Wu Chunyang's face darkened when he saw the man. Wu Qinglong's eyes turned cold and killing intent flashed in them. Zhao Qihua was one of the retired emperors of the Xinjiang dynasty. That was because Wu Chunyang had a grudge against Zhao Qihua. Therefore, the people of the Xinjiang dynasty would target the Zhenwu dynasty in every 100 countries battlefield. They would target and kill the geniuses after they entered the 100 countries battlefield. The Xinjiang dynasty was one of the stronger dynasties in Qingzhou. The geniuses that they sent were much more powerful than the Zhenwu dynasty. The first prince of the Zhenwu dynasty had died at the hands of the Xinjiang dynasty. If not for the fact that there were 3 dynasties between the Xinjiang and Zhenwu dynasties, the Xinjiang dynasty would have attacked the Zhenwu dynasty. The Xinjiang dynasty would have attacked the Zhenwu dynasty a long time ago. Not only are there 5 of them, but there are also 3 who haven't even reached the martial emperor realm. Wu Chunyang, aren't you sending them to their deaths? Zhao Qihua swaggered over, sized up Qinyu and the other 4 with a glance, and said mockingly, "We don't know who will be the ones sending themselves to their deaths." Wu Chunyang sneered. This time around, with Qinyu present, he was extremely confident. "Is that so? I'm looking forward to it." Zhao Qihua sneered and looked down on Qinyu and the others. "Let's go." Wu Chunyang coldly humphed. He did not bother with superfluous words and left with Qinyu and them. Listen up. Other than the 2 disciples from the Yun family fort, don't let the other 3 from the Zhenwu dynasty leave the 100 countries battlefield alive. Seeing Wu Chunyang leave with his men, Zhao Qihua smiled contemptuously and ordered in a low voice, "Don't worry. Taking care of those 3 pieces of trash is a piece of cake." The 10 sky prides of the True Sun dynasty smiled cruelly. If not for the grudges between the retired emperors, the Zhenwu dynasty's people would not even be qualified to be their prey. Following behind Wu Chunyang, Qinyu and the others arrived at the huge square where the geniuses of the Qing province were gathered. Just by looking at these geniuses, one could tell how powerful each dynasty was. The 13 castles of Qingzhou and the 100 great empires are getting stronger and stronger. Yun Guxuan sized up the surrounding imperial dynasty's geniuses with a serious look in his eyes. Aside from the bottom-ranked dynasties like the Zhenwu dynasty, there were no other dynasties. The mid-tier dynasty's geniuses were comparable to the 13 castles of Qingzhou. As for the super dynasties, they were far above the 13 castles of Qingzhou. The reason for such a situation was naturally because the sacred land test was only open to the dynasties. As a result, the geniuses of the 13 castles of Qingzhou flowed into the martial Dao dynasties. As time passed, the gap between the 2 naturally widened. If this continued, the 13 castles of Qingzhou would gradually be nibbled away by the various dynasties. "Look, it's the 5 sons of Qingzhou." Suddenly, an exclamation caused the gazes of everyone in the square to look over. 5 figures with extraordinary auras strode in from the main gate of the governor's mansion. The 5 of them did not even look at the geniuses in the square. They were extremely arrogant. The Qingzhou governor's mansion would also send out geniuses to participate in the 100 countries battlefield. They were known as the Sons of Qingzhou. These people were the geniuses that the various factions recommended to the governor. If they passed the governor's test, they could directly enter the sacred land to cultivate. If they were eliminated, they could only enter the sacred land through the selection of the 100 countries battlefield. However, even if they were eliminated, the cultivation of the Sons of Qingzhou was far superior to that of the geniuses of the 100 great dynasties. This year's Sons of Qingzhou are all half-step to martial honorables. Shocked voices sounded. Even Wu Chunyang and the other martial grandmasters of the dynasties were shocked. If even half-step to martial honorables were eliminated, wouldn't the geniuses who were sent to the sacred land be true martial honorables? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. Wu Chunyang originally thought that no one in the entire Qingzhou could compare to Qin Yu's talent. However, it seemed that his knowledge was still too limited. Qin Yu did not look at the 5 of them. His mind was filled with thoughts of the ghost demon cave in the 100 countries battlefield. He wondered if the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon was in the ghost demon cave. Dong! As the sound of a bell rang, the square, which was originally filled with whispers, immediately quietened down. A figure then appeared from the governor's mansion. It was a young man in a green robe. However, the aura that he exuded was extremely shocking. Force of heaven and earth, level 8. Qin Yu looked at the governor of Qingzhou and raised his eyebrows. This person's comprehension of the force of heaven and earth was the highest among all the martial grandmasters that he had met so far. In the future, there was a high possibility that he could comprehend the force of heaven and earth and break through to the Wusheng realm. It seemed that the Narcissus Sacred Lands Foundation was quite strong. Apart from those who are entering the 100 countries battlefield, everyone else is to leave. The governor of Qingzhou looked at the chaotic square and said calmly, immediately, everyone, be it the emperor of the imperial dynasty or the followers who accompanied them, left the square one after another. The square, which was originally filled with people, became much emptier. Only 1,000 geniuses stood there quietly. All of you are the most outstanding geniuses of your respective dynasties. Therefore, I congratulate all of you in advance for successfully entering the sacred land to cultivate. In the future, you will become a powerhouse of the sacred land. The governor of Qingzhou's calm voice stimulated the 1,000 geniuses in the square and made their blood boil. Entering the sacred land to cultivate could be said to be the dream of these geniuses. Now that they had received the governor's approval, they were naturally very excited. However, the Narcissus Sacred Land is one of the 5 overlords of the mainland. It has been passed down for tens of thousands of years and has countless powerhouses. Ordinary geniuses are not qualified to enter at all. Therefore, this 100 countries battlefield is the only chance for all of you to display your talents. I hope that all of you will not be afraid of the danger and give it your all. As the governor of Qingzhou spoke, he waved his right hand and pieces of assessment tokens landed in front of everyone. Once you enter the 100 countries battlefield, you will be able to see the conditions of passing the 100 countries battlefield. Lastly, I wish all of you good luck. Just as the governor of Qingzhou finished speaking, the martial grandmasters all landed around the square. The martial grandmasters changed their hand seals continuously, and a vast amount of true origin surged into the array patterns beneath their feet. Immediately, a large array pattern array that covered the entire square covered all the geniuses in the square. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As beams of white light shot into the sky, all the geniuses in the square were instantly transported away. Chapter 112. After a brief moment of darkness, Qin Yu came back to his senses. Without opening his eyes, he released his soul power. After confirming that there was no danger around, Qin Yu opened his eyes and looked around. It was a huge wasteland. Bones could be seen everywhere in the wasteland, as well as countless rusted armors and weapons. The air of the wasteland was filled with a tragic killing intent. He was the only one around the wasteland. The others must have been teleported away. Ancient battlefield. Chinyu looked around and didn't sense any spatial fluctuations. In other words, the 100 Countries battlefield should be somewhere in the continent, and it wasn't a secret realm. Dragon Soul, see if there are any 9 Abyss Hell dragons in this ancient battlefield. Since it wasn't a secret realm, then the Dragon Soul's sensing secret technique wouldn't be suppressed. Immediately, the Dragon Soul controlled the 10,000 poison inky flood dragon and flew into the sky from the dragon god Ancient Seal. In the next moment, a strange fluctuation spread out in all directions with the Dragon Soul as the center. After a full 15 minutes, the Dragon Soul flew down. Keep going west, there's a strange fluctuation. The Dragon Soul said, "Strange fluctuation? I didn't sense the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon's dragon aura." Chinyu was startled and took out the 2 ancient maps. The Ghost Demon Den was west of the map. How should I put it? It feels like dragon aura, but it doesn't feel like it. It's very strange. The Dragon Soul wasn't very sure this time. Then let's go take a look. After experiencing the Sky Dragon Soul in the Blood Mist Devil Stream and the Sovereign Seal, Chinyu didn't underestimate this continent as much as before. Since it was strange, he would go see it with his own eyes. When flying west of the battlefield, Chinyu took out the Prefecture Lord's token. Although the main reason he participated in the 100 Countries tournament was because of the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon. But you also wanted to go to the Narcissus Sacred Land. His mother was still imprisoned in the Narcissus Sacred Land. Pouring his true yuan into it, Chinyu quickly learned the conditions to pass the 100 Countries battlefield. In the 100 Countries battlefield, the Narcissus Sacred Land had placed more than 30 ancient seals. The person who found the ancient seal would be qualified to pass through the 100 Countries battlefield and enter the Holy Land to cultivate. However, no one knew what the ancient seal looked like or where it was kept. Only by obtaining the 10 tokens would he be able to find out where the ancient seals were and what they looked like. More than 1,000 people, but only 30 spots. Chinyu put away the token. It was easy to imagine that the 100 Countries battlefield would be a bloodbath. However, Chinyu did not intend to look for the ancient seal. The examination of the 100 Countries battlefield would only end after 2 months. This amount of time was more than enough for Chinyu. When the time was almost up, he would find another genius with an ancient seal and snatch it away. His main goal now was to find the 9 Hells Hell Dragon. Only by finding the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon would Chinyu have absolute power when he went to the Narcissus Sacred Land. Otherwise, even if he went to the Narcissus Holy Land, Chinyu would not be able to save his mother. While flying in the void, Chinyu suddenly sensed something and shifted his body to the side. Almost at the same time, a spiritual arrow shot out like a shadow, and it was silent. Chinyu lowered his head to look. He saw that on the ground below, in an ancient forest, 3 figures had appeared. True Sun Dynasty. With a glance, Chinyu recognized them. They were the Sky Prides of True Sun Dynasty that he had seen before. He actually dodged it. The Sky Pride with the longbow was surprised. He's just lucky. He dares to swagger in the air. I'm surprised that he's still alive. The other 2 did not pay much attention to him. He did not even know the basic rules of survival in the 100 Countries battlefield. He was obviously a rookie. Swoosh. However, while the 3 of them were talking, Chinyu directly dove down. His target was them. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the 3 of them had mocking looks on their faces. The longbow-wielding Heavens Chosen once again pulled his longbow to the maximum. 3 spiritual arrows shot out like chasing stars and the moon. This time, the spiritual inscriptions on the 3 arrows glowed faintly and locked onto Chinyu. Break! Chinyu casually threw out a punch, and the destructive fist force exploded. The 3 spiritual arrows immediately broke into pieces and turned into powder. What? The Sky Pride with the longbow cried out in shock. The other 2 were also shocked. Those were Earth-rank spiritual arrows, although only the tip of the arrow had Earth-rank spiritual inscriptions. However, it shouldn't have been shattered by a martial emperor so easily, right? Boom, boom. While the 3 of them were still in shock, Chinyu had already flown over. He threw out 3 consecutive punches, and 3 destructive fist radiances flashed through the void. The 3 of them only saw the 3 fist radiances flash by like meteors, and their heads exploded. They were killed instantly. After putting away their tokens, Chinyu glanced at the ancient forest and flew into the sky again. After Chinyu left, a figure drenched in cold sweat came out of the ancient forest. He killed 3 martial emperors in one move. Where did this guy come from? That person was not from the True Sun dynasty. He originally wanted to see if there was a chance to launch a sneak attack, but now he was extremely glad that he did not attack. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the 3 headless corpses. 5 days later, Chinyu flew across half of the 100 countries' battlefield and finally arrived at the Ghost Demon Cave. In the past 5 days, more than 10 Sky Prides had tried to launch a sneak attack on him, but were killed instead. Because of this, Chinyu also found the whereabouts of an ancient seal. However, Chinyu did not look for the ancient seal. Instead, he went all the way to the Ghost Demon Cave. Woo! The entrance to the Ghost Demon Cave was a huge, deep pit. Bursts of ghostly weeping sounds that made one's hair stand on end came from the deep pit. What a strong ghost chi! Chinyu stood at the edge of the deep pit and looked down. The deep pit was surrounded by pitch-black ghost chi, and he could not see the end of it. No wonder it feels a little strange. It turns out that there are so many dead souls and malicious spirits gathered here. The dragon soul looked and said, "The ghost chi is too strong," so it covered the fluctuations of the dragon chi. Strange, there is ghost chi mixed in with this dragon chi. Chinyu looked and was slightly puzzled. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's natal super ability is the 9 Serenities Purgatory. It is considered a super ability of the Ghost Tao. The Dragon Soul said it should be normal for the Dragon Chi to contain Ghost Chi. No, feel it carefully. Is the Ghost Chi of this Dragon Chi stronger than the Dragon Chi? Chinyu shook his head slightly. It is true. After the Dragon Soul sensed it carefully, a look of surprise appeared in its eyes. It was as if the ghostly aura was devouring the dragon aura. However, the dragon chi was one of the most powerful forces in the world. The ghost chi should not be able to devour the dragon chi, right? Chinyu took a step forward and jumped directly into the deep pit. The moment he entered the pit, the creepy ghost cry became even more intense. In the thick ghost cry, blurry ghosts were faintly discernible. However, Chinyu's blood chi was too strong, and those ghosts did not dare to pounce on him. Chapter 113. Soon, Chinyu reached the bottom of the pit. 10 black stone passages appeared around him. Chinyu looked around and entered the black stone passage with the densest dragon chi. Not long after entering the black stone passage, a fork appeared in front of him. The deeper he went, the more forks there were. In the end, the forks intersected with each other like a maze. In every passage, there was the sound of ghosts crying. It echoed continuously, making it difficult to tell the direction. Chinyu did not stop and went deeper into the passage with the densest dragon chi. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a sharp sound of something breaking through the air. Qin flipped his right hand, and the hell-suppressing divine spear appeared. The spear pierced through the air, and there was a cracking sound. Qin throws out a luminous night stone. A creature that looks like a mole and is entirely pitch black appears. A ghost spirit beast. Qin eyes flashed, and the dragon soul was surprised. The ghost spirit beast was a kind of ghost spirit beast that liked to devour human souls. But the ghost spirit beast was not a creature that was born naturally. It was refined by a malicious spirit. In other words, there was someone who cultivated the ghost spirit beast here. Bang! The true essence exploded, and the ghost spirit beast turned into a mist of ghost chi and dissipated in the void. Qin held the long spear and went deeper into the demon cave. The deeper he went, the more ghost spirit beasts Qin encountered. His combat strength also became stronger. He started off as a martial king and martial emperor, and gradually approached the level of a martial honorable. As Qin killed the ghost spirit beasts, a scarlet eye lit up in the depths of the ghost demon cave. It was a skinny old man wearing an ancient Taoist robe. A martial emperor. After the old man sensed it, a look of surprise appeared in his scarlet eyes. He was surprised that a martial emperor could kill so many ghost spirit beasts consecutively. It seems that it's time for the 100 countries battlefield to open again. Wisps of ghost chi gathered from the surroundings and turned into a cloud of black mist. A hoarse voice sounded. It's been a long time since I've eaten a fresh soul. This time I can have a good meal. The scarlet-red old man grinned when he heard this, causing his skeletal face to become even more frightening. Don't be too ostentatious. If the Holy Land discovers our existence, then all our previous efforts will be wasted. The cloud of black mist stirred for a moment before condensing into a black mist figure. Don't worry. Since we're already at such an important juncture, I'll naturally be careful. The scarlet old man stood up and moved his body. A series of cracking sounds came from all over his body. Whoosh! A gust of black wind blew by, and the scarlet old man disappeared. At this time, Qin, who was killing several ghost spirit beasts in the black stone passage, had a slight change in expression. Kakik, almost at the same time, a heart-palpitating, ghostly wail appeared in front of the black stone passage. The surging ghost fog immediately surged forth. In an instant, it had enveloped Qin. Has he finally appeared? With a thought, Qin body emitted a strong fire-lightning aura. With a sizzling sound, the black mist was incinerated before it could even get close to Qin. Your physical body's qi and blood are actually so shocking. Not bad. It suits the patriarch's taste. A sinister laugh accompanied by the ear-piercing ghostly wails appeared. Playing tricks. Qin did not waste any time and stabbed his spear into the black mist at lightning speed. A huge collision force appeared. Ding! 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 Qin retreated dozens of steps. A row of deep footprints appeared on the black stone floor where his feet landed. However, Qin attack also caused the scarlet-red old man to reveal his true body. Martial ancestor realm? Qin moved his slightly numb right hand and looked at the scarlet-red old man in surprise. This ghost cultivator's cultivation was actually able to hide from his perception. Such a powerful physical body. The patriarch likes it more and more. It's just right to use it as a new host. Feeling the astonishing strength of Qin physical body, the scarlet-red old man's sinister smile became even more pronounced. This guy, he's not trying to take over your body, is he? Within the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon's soul looked at the scarlet-red old man with amusement. Take over my body? A ghost cultivator of the soul? Tao. Qin looked at the scarlet-red old man indifferently. A ghost cultivator of the soul. Tao used the soul to cultivate the ghost Tao. Qin Yu had encountered this kind of cultivator before. Some of the top experts of the ghost Tao even made Qin Yu and other sovereigns have to go all out. However, this ghost cultivator of the soul, Tao, was nothing to be afraid of. Kid, obediently hand over your body to the patriarch. The scarlet-red old man laughed strangely and pounced forward with the rolling black mist. Just as he was about to reach Qin Yu, a black and red light appeared from the scarlet-red old man's body. In a flash, the black and red light directly entered Qin Yu's glabella. However, strangely, Qin Yu did not move in the face of the scarlet-red old man's attack. What a powerful spirit! Within Qin Yu's soul sea, the scarlet-red light evolved into the scarlet-red old man's appearance, and his strange laughter became even louder. However, in the next moment, as if someone had grabbed his neck, his strange laughter came to an abrupt end. At this moment, within Qin Yu's soul sea, an awe-inspiring giant dragon and a human figure surrounded by a scarlet-red dragon aura quietly appeared in front of him. A mere martial ancestor dares to take over our souls. You must be tired of living. Looking at the scarlet-red old man, who was standing there in a daze, the dragon soul grinned. Dragon soul? At this moment, the scarlet-red old man's soul body seemed to have fallen into an ice cave, and his entire body was cold. Without any hesitation, the scarlet-red old man immediately wanted to escape. However, at this moment, Qin Yu's soul sea immediately turned into a vast starry sky. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I still have something to ask you. Qin Yu's right hand turned into a 1,000-foot-long dragon claw and grabbed at the scarlet-red old man. Who are you? Why is there a dragon soul in your soul sea? The scarlet-red old man was scared out of his wits and fled in panic. Unfortunately, in Qin Yu's soul sea, there was nowhere for him to run. Oh, you actually recognize the dragon soul. You're quite knowledgeable. Qin Yu laughed. The divine dragon ancient seal shook, and the scarlet-red old man was immediately imprisoned. With a move of his right hand, Qin Yu grabbed the scarlet-red old man. Don't kill me. I can tell you a big secret. A big secret. Feeling the terrifying power emitted by the dragon claw, the scarlet-red old man repeatedly begged for mercy. It's safer for me to see it myself. Qin Yu's 5 fingers tightened, and the scarlet-red old man's soul was directly crushed. Qin Yu's soul force wrapped around the old man's soul source and directly used the soul refining method. Not long after, Qin Yu obtained the scarlet-red old man's memories. Damn it! But after looking through the memories, Qin Yu's face changed, and he immediately rushed into the depths of the ghost demon cave. What's wrong? The dragon soul was puzzled. Qin, you didn't waste any time, and directly threw the scarlet-red old man's memories to the dragon soul. It can't be, right? After seeing the memories, the dragon soul became anxious. In a few breaths of time, Qin Yu rushed into the depths of the ghost demon cave. Roar! Qin Yu, who was about to rush in, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and an earth-shattering dragon roar erupted. Bang! A black fog silhouette that was silently approaching Qin Yu was immediately shattered by Azure Dragon battling the heavens. Chapter 114. Whoosh! But then, the black fog figure immediately reappeared. I'm in a bad mood now. I don't want to die. Get lost. Qin Yu's eyes were even colder. After reading the memories of the Scarlet-Red Elder, Qin Yu also knew the origin of the ghost demon cave. The Scarlet-Red Elder was originally a soul cultivator. The black fog figure was an elder of the Narcissus sacred ground. The two of them had a great battle in the 100 Countries battlefield. Later, when they were seriously injured and on the verge of death, they both fell into the ghost demon cave. In order to survive, the two of them absorbed ghost chi into their bodies. In the end, the Scarlet Red Elder became a soul cultivator. The elder of the Narcissus sacred ground could only become a ghost. Since then, the two of them could only stop fighting and hide here to cultivate. After all, those who cultivated the ghost Tao were not recognized by the 5 great sacred grounds. By chance, they found a dragon at the end of the ghost demon cave. That dragon was the reason, Qin, you came to the 100 countries battlefield this time. The 9 Serenities held dragon. For some reason, the 9 Serenities held dragon was not only seriously injured, but was also invaded by Ghost Qi, and could not escape. Although he was seriously injured, the 9 Serenities held dragon's innate dragon power made it impossible for them to get close. The two of them had no choice but to bury the hatchet and work together to set up the Ghost Corpse Array. The Ghost Corpse Array could use Ghost Qi to transform living beings into ghost corpses. Just like that, after nearly 10 years of the Ghost Corpse Array's invasion, the 9 Serenities held dragon had been transformed by 90%. This was also the reason why Qin Yu was so anxious. If the 9 Serenities held dragon completely transformed into a ghost corpse, he would be a living being of the ghost Tao. At that time, the dragon blood would become ghost blood and would be useless to Qin Yu. Who are you? Where is the Shuetu old devil? The black fog figure's voice was filled with killing intent and surprise. Since you want to die, I'll send you to see him. Qin Yu attacked again, and the heavens-killing array merged into the hell-suppressing divine spear. Not good. The black fog figure that was about to attack felt a sense of danger and immediately dissipated into Ghost Qi. Qin Yu stopped attacking and was too lazy to chase after them. He flew into the depths of the tunnel. Soon, Qin Yu reached the end of the ghost demon cave. In front of him was an underground palace that was several thousand feet wide. However, the underground palace had long since collapsed. In the underground palace, there were ancient altars engraved with pitch-black runes. Cold, pale purple ghost Qi surrounded the altars. Within those altars, there was a ferocious, pitch-black dragon that was thousands of feet long. A vast dragon's might emanated from the pitch-black dragon. However, within that dragon might, there was a strong corpse, Ghost Qi. 9 hells held dragon. The dragon soul's eyes lit up. That black dragon was the 9 abyss held dragon, 100 ghosts soul-locking formation. Qin Yu's gaze landed on the 100 altars. The 2 old men didn't know, but Qin Yu could tell at a glance that there were 100 altars. No wonder the 9 abyss held dragon couldn't leave the ghost demon cave. It turned out that someone had sacrificed 100 ghosts to lock the dragon soul in this underground palace. Who did this? Qin Yu's eyes flickered. The old man was a ghost cultivator of the soul Tao, and the black fog figure was a ghost. The 2 of them would be sacrificed if they got close to the 100 ghosts soul-locking formation, let alone set it up. Then who was the person who set up this 100 ghost soul-lock formation and locked the 9 Serenities hell dragon here? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the black fog figure that had escaped discovered Qin Yu's intention and immediately chased after him. As soon as the corpse ghost grand array was activated, an incomparably dense and gloomy ghost energy rushed towards Qin Yu like a tidal wave. A black light appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. The ghost eye of destruction trembled slightly, and mysterious ghostly runes appeared. Immediately, a shocking scene appeared. The ghostly energy rushing toward him was instantly absorbed by the ghost eye. Crack! A cracking sound rang out as the grand corpse ghost formation that had been engraved in the surroundings collapsed. How can this be? The black fog figure was revealed and exclaimed in shock. Swoosh! Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and a pitch-black light fell on the black fog figure and sealed it in the ghost eye. The ghost eye of destruction could break all techniques and seal all spirits. The black fog figure was a ghost, so it was perfectly restrained by the ghost eye of destruction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the ghost eye of destruction trembled even more, and all the ghostly energy in the entire ghost demon cave was sucked in. For a moment, the entire ghost demon cave was crying, and countless ghosts dissipated into ghostly energy. As the pure ghostly energy was absorbed, the ghostly runes of the ghost eye of destruction became brighter. Roar! Just as the dragon's soul was wondering why Chinyu was absorbing the ghostly energy, it suddenly heard a deafening roar. In the next moment, the entire ghost demon cave trembled nonstop. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the underground palace, as if a giant beast had awakened. There is indeed an even more powerful ghost hidden here. Chinyu was not surprised, and the speed at which he absorbed the ghostly energy increased. Rumble! Somewhere in the underground palace, a loud sound rang out, accompanied by a cloud of dust, and a white figure appeared. It was a skeleton man that was about 10 feet tall. The skeleton man was holding a huge bone knife, and there were faint black, ghostly runes revolving around it. 2 green flames in the skeleton's eyes were like pupils staring at Chinyu. Ghost runes? Ghost King. The dragon's soul could not help but exclaim when it saw the skeleton man. One should know that even the weakest Ghost King was at the martial god realm. But after exclaiming, the dragon's soul immediately saw through the skeleton man. The Ghost King's ghostly energy was weak, and there were cracks all over its ghostly runes. It was obvious that something was wrong with it. Interesting. Chinyu took a glance at the skeleton Ghost King and smiled. What's interesting? The dragon's soul asked curiously. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon and the skeleton Ghost King both have contract soul seals. Chinyu said, contract soul seals? That means the dragon's soul was stunned. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon and the skeleton Ghost King were once contract creatures? What was a contract creature? To put it bluntly, it was similar to a spiritual pet. However, the contract creature and the host were equals, not master and servant. Since the 2 of them appeared here, wouldn't their hosts be here too? The dragon's soul immediately sensed, but other than the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon and the skeleton Ghost King, it did not find anything else. Roar! At this moment, the skeleton Ghost King roared, holding the huge bone knife, and slashed out fiercely. The bone knife was accompanied by ghostly energy, and it was like a giant mountain that was thousands of feet tall. It was enough to shatter the sky. Fortunately, it's only at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. The dragon soul heaved a sigh of relief. Heaven punishment array. 9 dragons battle the heavens. Seeing this, Chinyu did not retreat. He used the Azure Dragon Battle the Heavens and the Heaven Punishment Array at the same time and stabbed out fiercely. Clang! The bone knife and the spear collided in midair, and an extremely terrifying destructive shock wave exploded. Deng, deng, deng! The ghostly runes on the skeleton Ghost King's body trembled, and its tall body was forced back dozens of steps. Bang! Chinyu's body trembled, and he was sent flying, crashing deeply into the stone wall. This guy's toughness is comparable to a heaven-class spiritual weapon. True energy vibrated, and Chinyu shattered the stone wall, and he stepped out. Chapter 115. It is comparable to Wu Sheng's puppet. Chinyu laughed as he looked at the skeleton Ghost King, who had stabilized himself and was charging at him again. Although the skeleton Ghost King's combat strength was only at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, it was comparable to a heaven-rank heavenly weapon. However, its defensive power, which was comparable to a heaven-grade spiritual artifact, was more than enough to withstand the attacks of an ordinary martial sage. One had to know that the skeleton Ghost King itself was equivalent to an inanimate object. Only its Ghost King soul, was its weakness. This made the Skeleton Ghost King's combat strength even more frightening and troublesome. Whoosh! Chinyu moved his left hand, and the 7-star ancient pagoda shot up into the sky. Whoosh! The Skeleton Ghost King was intelligent, and it immediately sensed the sealing power within the 7-star ancient pagoda. The attack that was originally aimed at Chinyu suddenly changed direction. The huge bone blade swept up a whistling wind and slashed at the 7-star ancient pagoda. Clang! After taking a hit from the Skeleton Ghost King, the 7-star ancient pagoda only trembled a little before remaining in the void. The Skeleton Ghost King was only comparable to a heaven-rank spiritual weapon, but the 7-star ancient pagoda was a true heaven-rank spiritual weapon. No matter how powerful the Skeleton Ghost King was, it could not split the 7-star ancient pagoda in one blow. After receiving the attack, the sealing power of the 7-star ancient pagoda became even stronger. Whoosh! Chinyu, who was surrounded by the Azure Dragon, held the warping divine spear in his hand and charged at the Skeleton Ghost King. The heaven-destroying killing intent merged with the spear radiance, and a terrifying destructive killing intent exploded and swept through everything. The timing and angle of Chinyu's attack were very tricky. This time, the Skeleton Ghost King was sent flying. Roar! Although it was only slightly injured, the Skeleton Ghost King was enraged. Whoosh! The oily green flames in the skeleton's eyes turn into a terrifying fiery seal and attack Chinyu, who has seized the opportunity to attack him. Like lightning, destroy! Chinyu's eyes flashed, and a ray of light shot out from his ghost eyes. After the two eye-light seals collided in the void, they dissipated without a sound. 9 dragons heaven-slaying. Chinyu took the opportunity to close in on the Skeleton Ghost King and thrust out the hell-suppressing divine spear once again. At the tip of the spear, 9 green-killing, intent spear dragons erupted. All of the ghostly patterns on the Skeleton Ghost King's body were severely damaged in an instant. Kacha-kacha, a series of crisp explosions rang out incessantly. Under Chinyu's attack, 1/5 of the ghostly patterns on the Skeleton Ghost King's body were destroyed. The impenetrable ghostly tattoo barrier began to show obvious flaws. Roar! This time, the Skeleton Ghost King was completely enraged. An incomparably frightening, ghastly ghost chi erupted like a tornado, condensing into countless terrifying ghosts in the void, madly pouncing towards Chinyu. Why struggle when you know it's futile? Chinyu's smile widened. If the Skeleton Ghost King's injuries were not so serious, you would not be able to do anything to it. But now, the Skeleton Ghost King was a beast trapped in his cage. It's over! Chinyu did not dodge and thrust out the hell-suppressing divine spear once again. At the same time, the ghost eye of extermination trembled and ghostly patterns appeared. The ghostly ghost chi that pounced towards Chinyu instantly turned into ghostly chi and was devoured by the ghost eye of extermination. In the blink of an eye, the Skeleton Ghost King's killing move was immediately broken. Kacha! This time, the hell-suppressing divine spear pierced the Skeleton Ghost King through the gaps in the ghostly patterns. Ghost eye of extermination. Chinyu roared as the ghost eye of extermination turned into a black light and entered the Skeleton Ghost King's body. Roar! Vaguely, the roar of a beast could be heard, but a moment later, the roar disappeared. It was the Skeleton Ghost King's soul that had been sealed by the ghost eye of extermination. Seal. Looking at the Skeleton Ghost King that had lost its ability to resist, Chinyu had a thought. A 7-colored waterfall appeared in the 7-star ancient pagoda and sealed the Skeleton Ghost King within. Success! The dragon soul was overjoyed. With the Skeleton Ghost King, their chances of going to the Narcissus sacred ground would be much higher. It's just a temporary seal. It's still too early to completely subdue it. There was a soul contract seal in the skeleton ghost king's body. If Qin Yu wanted to subdue the skeleton ghost king, he would have to erase the soul contract seal and inscribe his own soul seal. But judging from the skeleton ghost king's cultivation, its host was at least at the martial god realm. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to erase the soul seal in a short period of time. Let's talk about this later. Now, let's break the 100 ghost soul locking array. The dragon soul's attention had already shifted to the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon. Qin Yu's gaze was also fixed on the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon. After approaching the altars, Qin Yu carefully sensed the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's condition. Although there was the 100 ghost soul locking array, Qin Yu could still sense it. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon was already on the verge of death. Even if Qin Yu used a secret technique to sense the fluctuations of the dragon soul, he could only sense very slight fluctuations. Qin Yu immediately made his move without hesitation. Streaks of mysterious dragon seals, together with the light of the ghost eyes of destruction, broke the altars one by one. The majestic ghost chi that emerged from the altars was absorbed by the ghost eyes of destruction. The power of the ghost eyes of destruction also became stronger. Roar! When the 100 ghost soul locking array was completely broken, a vague dragon roar came from the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon. The dragon roar was filled with strong unwillingness, anger, and arrogance. Oh no! Dragon soul! Sensing the emotions contained in the dragon roar, Qin Yu immediately shouted. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon soul had just rushed out of the seal and wanted to self-destruct. With the pride of the dragon clan, it naturally wouldn't tolerate falling into the corpse ghost body, so it wanted to kill itself. The dragon soul's reaction was even faster than Qin Yu's. Almost as soon as Qin Yu shouted, the dragon soul had already rushed into the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's body and directly suppressed the dragon's soul. Fortunately, Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. If the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon soul dissipated, then even if Qin Yu had many secret techniques, he wouldn't be able to purify the corpse ghost chi in the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's body. And if the corpse ghost chi didn't dissipate, the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon blood would be greatly reduced to Qin Yu. After all, the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon blood was already half corpse blood. It's a pity that the dragon soul's origin dragon chi has been completely exhausted. The dragon soul was extremely regretful. When the origin dragon chi was exhausted, the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon soul was no longer of any use. In order to prevent the last trace of soul power from dissipating, the dragon soul still used its own origin dragon chi to maintain the soul power of the dragon soul. Dragon soul, how long can you maintain this trace of soul power of the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon? Leaping onto the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's body, Qin Yu carefully sensed and frowned slightly. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's situation was much more serious than he thought. At most half a year, the dragon soul said. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon soul had been suppressed by the 100 ghost soul lock formation for decades. Under normal circumstances, it should have dissipated long ago. It was only because of the last trace of obsession in the soul power that it had survived until now. Now, even if the dragon soul used its own origin dragon chi to maintain it, it could only extend its life for half a year. Chapter 116. Half a year. Qin Yu pondered. Half a year should be enough. Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately used the ghost eyes of extermination to absorb the ghost chi in the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's body. Not long after, the ghost chi was completely absorbed. However, the ghost eyes of extermination could not purify the corpse chi of the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon. This was the reason why Qin Yu felt troubled. Only by completely expelling the corpse chi could the 9 serenities Hell Dragon's dragon blood be purified. However, the corpse chi in the 9 serenities Hell Dragon's body was too strong. The spiritual materials needed to refine the spirit pill to expel the corpse chi were quite rare. Although Qin Yu had killed a few martial grandmasters and many martial honorables, he still could not gather all the spiritual materials. He could only think of a way after leaving the 100 Countries battlefield. Immediately, Qin Yu summoned the ancient dragon seal, and the dragon's soul entered the divine seal with the 9 serenities Hell Dragon. After looking at the altar in the underground palace, Qin Yu's gaze fell on the place where the skeleton ghost king had rushed out. He walked over and found that there was a world under the cave. Qin Yu jumped down and appeared in a huge stalactite cave. In the center of the cave, there were 2 figures in extraordinary clothes. However, those 2 figures had already turned into pure white bones. Qin Yu squatted down and looked carefully. Of the 2 skeletons, one was surrounded by a cold ghost chi, and the other was filled with a shocking cold chi. Although the 2 were still in human form, they would immediately turn into powder with a light touch. Martial Emperor realm. Qin Yu was able to tell. These 2 people were martial emperors when they were alive. Obviously, they should be the owners of the soul seals in the 9 serenities Hell Dragon and the skeleton ghost king. It seemed that they had perished together. Something's not right. However, after looking around the stalactite cave, Qin Yu immediately became alert and spread out his soul power. The 2 dead martial emperors did not leave a single treasure in the stalactite cave. It was as if they had been plundered clean. After sensing for a while, Qin Yu did not find anything unusual, but he felt more and more strange. After walking around the stalactite cave, Qin Yu's footsteps paused as he stood in front of an ancient pond. Qin Yu removed the stalactite that was pressing down on the ancient pond and saw an ancient token. The token seemed to be made of bronze. Ancient spirit patterns were engraved on it, making it look extremely profound. Qin Yu merely glanced at the spirit pattern on the token, and he felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. "There's something strange about this badge," the dragon soul exclaimed with some lingering fear. It didn't dare to look at the ancient bronze token. Did the 2 of them perish together for the sake of fighting over this title plate? Qin Yu observed carefully. Apart from the fact that the bronze token could absorb souls, there was nothing special about it. However, this made Qin Yu even more concerned. Even with his experience as an Emperor Realm Master, he could not see anything unusual about this ancient bronze token, which meant that this token was extraordinary. After looking at it for a while, Qin Yu absorbed the ancient bronze token into the ancient dragon seal and sealed it. After looking around, Qin Yu jumped out of the stalactite cave and left the ghost demon cave. Although there were some twists and turns in this trip to the ghost demon cave, the harvest was far beyond his expectations. After Qin Yu left the ghost demon cave, somewhere in the ghost demon cave, a light purple ghost fog appeared. The light purple ghost fog directly entered the end of the ghost demon cave. After discovering that the 9 serenities Hell Dragon and the skeleton ghost king had both disappeared, there was clearly a violent fluctuation coming from the ghost fog. Ancient, immortal, token. In the next moment, the ghost fog flashed and immediately flew into the stalactite cave. Looking at the bronze token that had disappeared, an incomparably violent ghost chi suddenly erupted from the ghost fog. The entire stalactite cave directly collapsed because of it. Qin Yu did not know that there was a ghost body hidden in the ghost demon cave that could hide from his perception. At this time, Qin Yu, who had left the ghost demon cave, came to the center of an ancient ruin. In the center of the ruin, there was a huge spiritual spring. At this time, there was a skyrocketing spiritual chi erupting from the spiritual spring, forming a spiritual chi vortex. With the spiritual spring as the center, there was a white mist of spiritual chi surging in a radius of a few hundred feet, as if it was a paradise on earth. Spiritual chi tide. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he jumped into the center of the spiritual chi vortex. The spiritual chi was so dense that it caused a spiritual chi tide to erupt. It was enough to show that the spiritual chi in the spiritual spring was majestic and pure. Ancient battle dragon incantation. After Qin Yu's hands formed a seal, all the spiritual chi in the spiritual spring madly rushed into his pores. Even the pure spiritual chi that had dispersed and surged between the ruins and heaven and earth was sucked over. Soon, Qin Yu was completely covered by the spiritual chi, and only his figure could be vaguely seen. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A quarter of an hour later, 5 figures could be seen flying over from the distant horizon. Someone beat us to it. The 5 people's cultivation was between LV7 and LV8 martial royal realm, and they were quite talented. When the leading martial royal genius saw the figure in the spiritual chi vortex, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chi. Without wasting any time, he directly attacked. A cold sword light tore through the air and slashed out. Clang! However, when the sword light slashed into the spiritual chi vortex, there was a solid clang. Could it be a demonic beast? The 5 people were stunned. They did not feel the slightest fluctuation of spiritual chi in the attack just now. In other words, the sword light just now should have been blocked by the demonic beast's body. Roar! Just as the 5 people attacked again, a fierce and violent aura appeared. A huge, ferocious black dragon stepped on the mist and rushed out murderously. It was the dragon soul. It is indeed a demonic beast. Be careful, it's a myriad poison ink dragon. The 5 martial royal geniuses' faces changed, and they immediately flew back to attack. The myriad poison ink dragon was an extremely poisonous demonic beast. In the 100 countries battlefield, if one was poisoned by the myriad poison ink dragon, one could only wait for death. The myriad poison ink dragon roared and immediately chased after them, spitting out a large amount of venom. Although the 5 martial royal geniuses were quite talented and had many treasures, they were no match for the dragon soul. In the blink of an eye, 3 of them were killed, and 2 of them were poisoned and fled. If Qin Yu was not cultivating, the dragon soul would have already chased after them. Boom! After half an hour, a powerful aura burst out from Qin Yu's body. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu has absorbed all of the holy energy hidden in the holy spring. After absorbing a huge amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, Qin Yu's cultivation broke through 2 layers consecutively. He had reached LV3 martial royal realm. In addition to his cultivation breaking through 2 layers consecutively, Qin Yu had also formed 2 more branched dragon veins. The number of branched dragon veins in his body had reached 12, which could increase his cultivation speed by 12 times. Qin Yu now had a crimson bloodline, which was equivalent to an innate spiritual vein. In other words, Qin Yu's cultivation speed was increased by 12 times with the help of the innate spiritual vein. It was easy to imagine how shocking this cultivation speed was. Qin Yu flew into the sky and was about to find the ancient past seal when his expression suddenly changed. How dare you come back? You must be tired of living. The dragon soul sensed something and summoned the myriad poison ink dragon. A group of figures could be seen in the distant sky, whistling through the air. The 2 martial royal geniuses who had fled after being poisoned were among them. Chapter 117. Soon, the group of people flew over. There were more than 20 of them, and they were all martial royal realm cultivators. The one leading the group was a prideful genius, whose cultivation had reached the half-martial highness realm. He was one of the 5 sons of Qingzhou sent by the governor's mansion. This 1,000 poison ink dragon is actually his spiritual pet. Seeing the 10,000 poison inky flood dragon that was quietly waiting beside Chinyu, the son of the Cyan province, and the others were all rather surprised. Not only was the 1,000 poison ink dragon a LV3 martial royal realm cultivator, but it also had a powerful bloodline. Even the prodigy, who was the son of Qingzhou, did not have such a spiritual pet. Which dynasty are you from? That son of the Cyan province takes a step forward and looks at Qinyu with an arrogant expression. Shouldn't you tell me your name before asking about someone else's background? Qinyu glanced at the son of Qingzhou and the others before looking at the two people who were poisoned. Seeing that the poison had seeped into their bones and that they would definitely die, he did not bother to attack them. Otherwise, Qinyu would not be so nice if they dared to sneak an attack on him during cultivation. You don't know me? The son of Qingzhou's face darkened, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. As one of the 5 sons of Qingzhou, he naturally did not think that Qinyu would not recognize him. Now that he saw Qinyu's attitude, it was obvious that he did not take him seriously. He was the son of Qingzhou, and it was almost predetermined that he would enter the sacred land to cultivate. The 100 countries battlefield was just a formality. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? However, he did not know that Qinyu really did not know him. When they were in the square of the governor's mansion, Qinyu did not even look at them. Why, are you famous? Qinyu was a little confused when he felt the son of Qingzhou's murderous look. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? He actually has a murderous look just because he doesn't recognize me. Young Master Wei Jun is one of the 5 sons of Qingzhou. How dare you treat him like this? A martial royal genius immediately stood out and reprimanded sternly. 5 sons of Qingzhou. What is that? Qinyu's eyes slightly narrowed. He looked at those people indifferently. Reckless fool. Wei Jun's face grew increasingly gloomy, and the killing intent in his eyes grew increasingly sinister. Cripple him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 20 martial emperors immediately pounced on Qinyu and attacked him violently. Dragon Soul, are you going to do it, or should I? Qinyu stood where he was and didn't move at all. Let me. The Dragon Soul grinned, its killing intent overflowing. Roar. The myriad poisons, inky flood dragon roared and flew out. The fierce battle was on the verge of breaking out, but the outcome was quickly decided. Now that there was no need to protect Qinyu, the Dragon Soul could be said to be free. One by one, the martial emperor geniuses were either killed, poisoned, or severely injured. 10 breaths later, the geniuses who had besieged him were defeated one after another. What a powerful spiritual pet. Wei Jun looked at the myriad poisons inky WIRM with a fiery gaze. One against many, one against a strong opponent, and he had won the battle with an overwhelming advantage. This myriad poisons inky WIRM definitely contained a shocking bloodline. It might even be able to break through to the martial highness realm or even the martial ancestor realm in the future. If he could obtain it, it would be equivalent to having a powerful combat force in the future. Master Wei Jun, this beast is too powerful. We are no match for it. Those who were poisoned and injured gathered around Wei Jun, but Wei Jun ignored them. Although these people were quite talented, they were now injured and poisoned. Thus, they were no longer of any use. You are quite talented. I'll give you a chance to be my follower. Having this thought, Wei Jun looked down at Qinyu in a condescending manner. As he spoke, a powerful aura of a half-martial highness realm was emitted from his body, suppressing Qinyu. In Wei Jun's opinion, after he had displayed his powerful cultivation, Qinyu would know what to choose. I'll be your follower? Upon hearing this, Qinyu looked at Wei Jun with a faint smile, while the dragon soul burst out laughing. He was the first person in the universe who dared to make the dragon god, the supreme emperor, his follower. It seems like you don't know that the son of Qinzhou has already been selected to enter the Sacred Land. I know where the Sacred Land Ancient Seal is in the entire 100 countries battlefield. Be my follower, and you can easily pass through the 100 countries battlefield. When you enter the Sacred Land, I'll protect you. The benefits are beyond your imagination. Wei Jun looked at the myriad poison's inky WRM, who was laughing like a human, and the greed in his eyes intensified. Oh, so you have the Sacred Land Ancient Seal on you? Qin Yu laughed. Of course, if you agree, I'll give you one of the Sacred Land Ancient Seals. Wei Jun smiled when he saw that Qin Yu was tempted. However, the Sacred Land Ancient Seals are extremely precious, and there are only 30 of them. If you want one, you'll have to give me your spiritual pet. As Wei Jun spoke, the greed in his eyes intensified. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Qin Yu came to a realization. No wonder this guy had a 180-degree change in attitude. It turned out that he was interested in the myriad poison's inky WRM. Really? Wei Jun's eyes lit up. Whoosh! What answered him was a poisonous water column. The myriad poison's inky WRM stepped on the mist and attacked fiercely. Humph, shameless thing. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wei Jun hurriedly dodged the poisonous water column. His face was extremely ugly as he knew that Qin Yu was playing with him. This made his murderous intent even more intense. After drawing an arc in the void, he swooped down with the ancient sword in his hand. His target was Qin Yu. Die! Qin, you casually threw a punch. The violent battle dragon, true origin, swept out recklessly, and the air exploded layer by layer. Oh no! Wei Jun's face changed abruptly, and his eyes were filled with horror. He immediately took out a spiritual talisman and turned it into a golden shield. The golden shield shook violently, and a terrifying fist force-penetrated Wei Jun's body. What? Wei Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale as he was sent flying more than 10 feet away. His golden shield talisman was refined by a peak martial honorable realm expert. How could it be penetrated by a martial dominator's attack? Hand over the Sacred Land Ancient Seal. Obediently, Qin Yu's body moved. Just as he was about to chase after Wei Jun, his expression changed. He suddenly turned around, and his dragon chi surged. The dragon's soul also sensed it and immediately returned to the Sacred Dragon Ancient Seal. At the moment when Qin Yu was about to attack, he felt that someone was watching him in the dark. That feeling gave him a strong sense of danger. Who is it? Qin Yu observed for a while, then flew directly into the ruins. However, there was no trace of the person at the place where he sensed someone was watching him. It's at least a martial ancestor, realm expert. The dragon soul's voice was filled with lingering fear. At that moment, he really felt like he was about to die. If Qin Yu had not sensed it in time, he would have been attacked by the person in the dark. Earth energy fluctuation? Earth escape technique. Qin Yu crouched down. He carefully looked at the remnants and the minute energy ripples that were contaminated with them. No, other than the Earth escape technique, there's also ghost chi? Qin Yu's eyes flickered. Ghost chi? Could there be a fish that escaped the net in the ghost demon cave? The dragon's soul immediately reacted. Chapter 118. It should be related to the ghost demon cave. Qin Yu thought so too. After coming out of the underground stalactite cave, he did not explore the other places of the ghost demon cave. There might be other ghost cultivators hiding in the ghost demon cave. In that case, it made sense that the treasures of the 2 martial monarch realm cultivators had disappeared. Go back and kill him. Thinking of the sneak attack just now, the dragon soul said with killing intent, Forget it. Since I didn't sense it before, it will be difficult to find it if I go back now. Chinyu thought for a while and shook his head. The terrain of the ghost demon cave was complicated. It would not be easy to find someone who could hide from his perception. Seeing that he had been following him in the dark, he should be targeting him. As for the target, it should be related to the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon, the Skeleton Ghost King, and the Ancient Bronze Token. Chinyu stood up, looked around the ruins, and flew into the sky. As long as the other party was targeting the treasures of the ghost demon cave, they would definitely come looking for him. In that case, he might as well just stay still. Next time, as long as that person showed the slightest flaw, you would definitely kill him. At this time, Wei Jun and the others, who were seriously injured by Chinyu, had already taken the opportunity to escape. Chinyu did not chase after them. To him, Wei Jun and the others were just a group of ants. They could only be used as practice for the dragon soul. After Chinyu flew away from the remnant, 2 purple eyes appeared in a cloud of ghost fog underneath the remnant. It was the light purple ghost fog that had appeared in the ghost demon cave. It was not until Chinyu disappeared into the sky that the light purple ghost fog retracted its gaze. The best time to attack just now was instantly noticed by Chinyu and almost exposed its identity. Now that Chinyu was on guard, wanting to approach him and sneak attack him was no longer an easy matter. Moreover, Chinyu gave it a very dangerous feeling. Immediately, the ball of light purple ghostly mist transformed into strands of ghostly chi and dissipated. After leaving the ruins, Chinyu followed the 10 command medallions and arrived in front of an ancient pagoda. Within this ancient pagoda, there was an ancient seal of the Holy Land. However, when Chinyu arrived, there were already dozens of people gathered around the ancient tower. Those people were mostly martial emperors. They were scattered around the ancient pagoda and were on guard against each other. Outside the ancient pagoda, there was an extremely powerful seal. Clearly, those prodigies who were in a stalemate were worried that they would become the target of public criticism if they made the first move. Chinyu glanced at it, but did not hesitate. He directly flew towards the restriction of the ancient pagoda. Whoosh! Immediately, all the geniuses around the ancient pagoda looked at Chinyu. Without any superfluous means, Chinyu directly punched out. A 3-meter-wide fist of light that seemed to be solid suddenly exploded on the ancient pagoda's restriction. Along with the deafening sound of the explosion, an incomparably violent shock wave of true chi immediately swept out. Crack! The restriction of the ancient pagoda was immediately broken. Chinyu's figure flashed and rushed into the ancient pagoda first. There were 5 floors in the ancient pagoda. Each floor had a large number of powerful mechanisms and restrictions. However, Chinyu rushed all the way, and all the mechanisms and restrictions along the way were easily destroyed by him. Roar! As soon as the martial emperors entered the ancient pagoda, a ferocious demonic chi rushed towards them. It was the myriad poison inky dragon of the dragon soul guarding the ancient pagoda. All the martial emperors who entered were immediately attacked by the myriad poison inky dragon. Dragon soul, someone is monitoring this ancient pagoda. Don't expose the dragon clan's secret skill. The dragon soul, who was fighting with the martial emperors, suddenly heard Qin use voice from the top of the pagoda. The dragon soul thought for a moment and immediately understood. Since there was an ancient seal of the Holy Land here, it was highly likely that someone from the Water Fairy's sacred ground was monitoring this ancient pagoda. The dragon soul, who originally wanted to use the dragon clan's secret skill to practice, changed its mind. Not long after, Chinyu, who had entered the top floor of the ancient pagoda, came down with a blue ancient seal in his hand. The ancient seal was engraved with a daffodil flower, which was exactly the same as the one on Chinyu's jade pendant. Chinyu, who had obtained the ancient seal, also joined the battle. In a short period of time, he defeated all of the martial royal heavenly geniuses. LV for martial emperor realm, able to defeat opponents of a higher level. This kid is not bad. He is indeed a good seedling. I wonder how his body constitution and talent are. Just as Chinyu had sensed in an ancient palace, there were 6 figures looking at the water screen light mirror in front of them. The scene on the water screen light mirror was the scene of the battle in the ancient pagoda. Chinyu looked to be about 16 years old. At such a young age, he was already at LV4 Martial Emperor realm and had a myriad poison inky dragon as his spiritual beast. Among the geniuses of the 100 countries, he was definitely one of the best. It's the 5 princes of Qingzhou. That's strange. Why are the 5 of them working together? Suddenly, 30 figures appeared on the water screen light mirror and quickly arrived in front of the ancient pagoda. The 5 people in the lead were the 5 scions of Qingzhou. Elder Huiyang, I remember that one of the 5 scions of Qingzhou is a genius from the Hu clan. A burly man asked a black-robed elder beside him. That's right. It's a pity that the kid did not live up to expectations and was eliminated during the Sacred Land assessment. The black-robed elder, Huiyang, stared at a handsome young man and smiled like a flower. The Sacred Land assessment requires the strength of a martial honorable to pass. Being eliminated during the assessment does not mean that he is not talented. The muscular man shook his head. Elder Fu Hai is right. I think that being able to compete with the geniuses of the 100 countries before entering the Sacred Land is a good opportunity to gain experience. The other elders also chimed in. There was a hint of flattery in their words. Although Huiyang was being modest, the smile on his face was even wider. A genius with a 9th grade innate spiritual pulse was rare even in the Sacred Land. At this moment, in front of the ancient pagoda, there's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Qin shook his head as he looked at Wei Jun, who was glaring at him with a cold, murderous intent. Little bastard, if I don't tear you to pieces today, I'll change my surname to yours. Wei Jun rubbed his chest that was still in pain as the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Aunt, how pitiful! A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes when he heard this. Brother Luo Yuan, as long as you help me kill him today, I'll join the Hu clan. The corner of Wei Jun's eyes twitched as his face twisted. A violent aura burst out. But when he thought about how he was heavily injured by Qin Yu and almost died, he did not dare to challenge Qin Yu. Are you serious? Beside Wei Jun, the handsome Luo Yuan's eyes lit up. As long as Wei Jun submitted to him, all the geniuses of Qingzhou would belong to him. Of course. Wei Jun said fiercely. Great. Luo Yuan laughed. With Wei Jun's talent, it would not be a problem for him to enter the martial ancestor realm. If he had the opportunity, he might even be able to challenge Wu Shang. The Wei clan behind Wei Jun was a powerful force that had many connections in the Sacred Land. Gaining Wei Jun's support was equivalent to gaining the Wei clan's support. This was naturally great news for Luo Yuan. It would be beneficial for him to establish himself in the Narcissus Sacred Land. Chapter 119. Cripple him. After laughing out loud, Luo Yuan's cold gaze fell on Qin Yu as he spoke indifferently. Affirmative. Apart from the 5 sons of Qingzhou, the rest of the martial dominator realm geniuses immediately charged at Qin Yu. Luo Yuan's followers were all at the 8th or 9th layer martial dominator realm, which was much stronger than Wei Jun's subordinates. Dragon Soul, kill them all! Qin Yu's eyes flickered coldly. Against these people who wanted to kill him, Qin Yu would not simply defeat them. Roar! The dragon's soul emitted a strong murderous intent as it charged forward while surrounded by a poisonous mist. after obtaining the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon, the dragon's soul no longer cared about the 10,000 poisons Inky Serpent. It was extremely ferocious and fearless during the battle. Rumble! The surging water element poisonous demonic chi clashed violently with the violent true essence in the air. The space within a few hundred zhang was turned into a chaotic zone, preventing anyone from entering. Has this poisonous serpent awakened its bloodline? Hua Luoyuan's eyes flickered. He had thought Wei Jun was exaggerating when he first heard it. However, it seemed like the 10,000 poisons Inky Serpent was no ordinary beast. Hua Luoyuan's greed was aroused after seeing how extraordinary the 10,000 poisons Inky Serpent was. He glanced at Qinyu. Once Qinyu was dead, the 10,000 poisons Inky Serpent would be his. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hua Luoyuan immediately made his move, unleashing a bone-chilling aura. As Hua Luoyuan performed a hand seal, countless icy blades were formed and fired at the same time. The sharp and ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air rang out incessantly. Judging from the aura, it was obviously a highness martial skill. There's something strange about this kid. Let's attack together. Seeing this, Wei Jun said something to the 3 children of Qing province and immediately rushed forward. The runes on the ancient sword in his hand glowed brightly as sharp sword glows were fired. The 3 sons of Qingzhou exchanged glances with one another and raised their eyebrows. Did they really need the help of the 5 sons of Qingzhou to deal with a 4th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator? Wasn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? Godly fist of destruction, extermination. Qinyu took a step forward in the air. Countless streams of energy gathered in his right fist from his forelimbs, bones, blood, and flesh. There was a deafening explosion as a faint, black fist radiance shot out like a meteor. Wherever the fist aura passed, the air vibrated, and the ice blades and sword auras were instantly shattered. How can a monarch stage martial skill be so powerful? Hua Luoyuan's eyes flashed with shock. An exalted rank martial skill being broken by an emperor rank martial skill. This one against common sense. One had to know that these 2 martial skills were fundamentally different. There was no reason for them to be overturned. He's only at the 4th level of the martial emperor realm, and he's already mastered a martial technique at the peak of the emperor realm. Not only that, but the attribute of his origin energy is also strange. It seems to be able to destroy other origin energy, but even if that's the case, a monarch stage martial skill shouldn't be able to defeat an exalt stage martial skill, right? It is indeed a little strange. There seems to be some other power fused into his fist. Inside the ancient palace, the few martial ancestor realm cultivators began a heated discussion after seeing this. Only Hua Yang's smile froze. With Hua Luoyuan's cultivation as a half-step martial honorable, he was actually at a disadvantage after using an exalted rank martial skill. This greatly exceeded Hua Yang's expectations. There was a cold glint in his eyes as he looked at Qinyu. Boom! Just as Hua Luoyuan and Wei Jun were about to dodge the fist aura, it suddenly exploded. The violent and destructive origin energy was like a sword that wreaked havoc. Even the air was faintly cut into pieces. Boom, boom! Hua Luoyuan and Wei Jun were both injured and thrown far away. They were in a sorry state. This scene shocked the martial ancestor realm cultivators from the ancient palace. It seemed that they had underestimated the power of Qinyu's fist. Get out of my way. I'm going to kill him myself. Although he was not injured, Hua Luoyuan's face immediately turned ugly when he was thrown away by a level 4 martial emperor. Hua Luoyuan knew that the elders of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground could see the 100 countries battlefield. As the number 1 genius of the Hua clan, he naturally had to enter the sacred ground with extraordinary talent. How could he leave a stain in the hands of a level 4 martial emperor? This was something that he could not tolerate. Wei Jun and the 3 Qingzhou geniuses could only retreat to the side when they heard this. Luo Yuan was obviously enraged, and it was best not to provoke him. Spiritual Meridian, appear. Luo Yuan shouted loudly, and an even more shocking cold aura exploded from his body. Vaguely, the cold aura condensed into a giant ice python that was 10 feet long and circled around his body. At this moment, the air around Luo Yuan was faintly frozen. It was to the extent that one's breath would turn into ice. Luo Yuan's cultivation continued to increase as a result. Spiritual meridian solidification. No way. He actually awakened his spiritual meridian for the second time. This talent is simply too shocking. In the palace, the martial ancestor realm elders of the Water Fairy's sacred ground were extremely shocked. Everyone knew that the spiritual meridian was born naturally, but one's aptitude could be improved through continuous transformation. Luo Yuan's aptitude was originally a level 9 innate spiritual meridian. Now that it had awakened for the second time, as long as it completed the transformation, wouldn't it be possible for it to become a sacred meridian? The smile on Hu Yang's face returned, but the cold light in his eyes became even more intense. Although he didn't know how talented Qin Yu was, he believed that he must have a spiritual meridian. Since they had already formed a grudge, he naturally couldn't let him live. Die. Secret skill, Dark Ice Frost Python. Luo Yuan sneered as he quickly formed seals with his hands. Boundless cold aura surged out from his body and entered the Ice Frost Python. Immediately, the Dark Ice Frost Python completely solidified as if it had intelligence. It swept out a shocking aura and charged towards Qin Yu. The power of this move was comparable to the fighting strength of a martial honorable realm martial artist. Wei Jun also revealed a cold smile on his face. Although he couldn't personally kill Qin Yu, he could see Qin Yu being killed, and it was enough for him to vent the hatred in his heart. You have just awakened for the second time, and you dare to use the spiritual meridian solidification to attack. Qin Yu stood motionless in the air and had no intention of dodging. When the Dark Ice Frost Python charged towards him, Qin Yu lowered his body and threw out another punch. Crack! In the next moment, a crisp, cracking sound could be heard. The ferocious Dark Ice Frost Python was blocked by Qin Yu's simple punch. With Qin Yu's right fist as the center, cracks started to spread out on the Ice Frost Python. A terrifying fist force wreaked havoc on the Ice Frost Python and destroyed everything in its path. Uffed! The Ice Frost Python turned into ice shards and fell to the ground. Luo Yuan, who had been grinning, turned pale in an instant and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Dark Ice Frost Python was formed by Luo Yuan's spiritual meridian. Now that it had been destroyed by Qin Yu's punch, he naturally suffered from the backlash. How is this possible? An incredulous cry could be heard. Wei Jun's group of 4, and the elder from the Gu Hall, who was watching the battle, all looked at Qin Yu with an extremely shocked expression. The fighting strength of a martial honorable realm martial artist had been destroyed by Qin Yu, who was only a rank 4 martial royal realm martial artist. How was this possible? Even if he could challenge someone of a higher rank, shouldn't there be a limit? It should be known that Qin Yu did not use any secret techniques, spiritual veins, and so on. It was just a simple punch. Chapter 120. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. However, Qin Yu was an exception. He had already cultivated the fire lightning dragon body to the 6th revolution realm. His physical strength had reached 600,000 pounds, and his body was so tough that it was invulnerable to fire and lightning. Even an ordinary martial honorable would not be able to hurt Qin Yu, let alone someone who had reached the martial honorable realm. Therefore, even if he did not use his bloodline power, Qin Yu was not afraid of someone who had reached the martial honorable realm. However, after this exchange, Qin Yu felt that the destructive divine fist was not enough for him to use. It seemed like it was time for him to cultivate a new martial skill. Kill him. All of you, attack together and kill him. A roar was heard. It was the pale Huoluoyuan. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Qin Yu viciously. However, under that murderous intent and resentment, there was a trace of unconcealable fear and fear. Attack! Wei Jun and the other three people's faces changed. They took out their life-saving treasures and attacked together. Die! Qin Yu's eyes turned cold as his body flashed. He turned into an illusory figure and appeared in front of Wei Jun and the other three people in the blink of an eye. Boom! Qin Yu did not show any mercy as he punched out with both fists. Streaks of tangible fist light exploded in the sky, and the violent, destructive true essence exploded wantonly. Poof! This time, the martial honorable realm talisman around Wei Jun was destroyed by the punch. His head exploded and blood splattered in the sky. Oh no! The three sons of Qingzhou's faces changed as they were filled with fear and despair. They immediately tried to escape. Boom! Boom! However, Qin Yu did not give them the chance to do so. He used the shrinking technique, and the three of them followed in Wei Jun's footsteps. The four sons of Qingzhou were killed by Qin Yu in an instant. Why is he so strong? Huoluoyuan, who had just consumed the spiritual elixir, looked at Qin Yu in a daze. They were all half-step martial honorables and could forcefully use soul attacks at critical moments. However, in the face of Wei Jun's group of four soul attacks, Qin Yu did not react at all. How could a LV4 martial royal realm cultivator possess such terrifying combat strength? Similarly, the few ancient palace elders from the Water Fairy Holy Land were also shocked. Although he knew that Qin Yu might not have gone all out earlier, his combat prowess was still a little too strong. The son of Qingzhou could be said to be the strongest genius candidate in the 100 nations of Qingzhou. But in Qin Yu's hands, he was as weak as a baby. He smashed one of them to death with a single punch, dying cleanly and without the slightest ability to retaliate. Not good. While the other martial arts sect elders were still in shock, Huiyang regained his senses. Huoluoyuan's strength was indeed the strongest among the children of Qing province. However, judging from Qin Yu's battle prowess, Huoluoyuan was definitely not a match for Qin Yu. Thinking of this, Huiyang's face suddenly changed. Roar! At that moment, a deafening dragon's roar was heard, and a terrifying sound wave swept out like a hurricane. Those martial royal realm geniuses who had wanted to take the opportunity to escape when they saw that the situation was not good. At that moment, they were all bleeding from their 7 orifices and howling in pain. It was the Dragon Soul's superpower, Dragon's Roar. Poof, 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 poof. Those martial royal realm geniuses were all killed. Huoluoyuan and the others who had come with a mighty aura. At that moment, Huoluoyuan was the only one standing alone in the void. Don't come over. I'm a direct descendant of the Hu clan, a genius who has been selected to enter the Holy Land to cultivate. If you dare to kill me, the Hu clan will not let you off. Looking at Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul, Huoluoyuan's eyes were filled with fear, and he broke out in cold sweat. Unfortunately, the Hu clan can't save you now. Qin Yu did not waste any time. His battle dragon vital energy roared and surged into his right fist. Wisps of fist chi circled around him, and the terrifying fist power continued to stack, causing Hua Luoyuan's face to turn even paler. Boom! At that moment, a majestic fluctuation surged out from the ancient palace. An enormous hand covered in formation patterns, like a murderer coming out of a cage, violently grabbed at Qinyu. Looking at the power of the giant rune hand, if Qinyu was caught, he would be crippled even if he did not die. Martial ancestor? No, his strength is far weaker than a real martial ancestor. Qinyu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the martial ancestor of the water fairy's sacred ground had interfered. Hua Luoyuan, who had been in despair, was overjoyed. He immediately rushed toward the ancient pagoda like a madman. He knew that a martial ancestor expert had interfered. As long as he entered the ancient pagoda, he would be safe. No matter how strong Qinyu was, he could not fight against a martial ancestor expert. Seeing that he was getting closer to the ancient pagoda, Hua Luoyuan relaxed even more. He even turned around to look at Qinyu. He did not hide the intense hatred in his eyes. Once he was out of danger and entered the Holy Land, he would have thousands of ways to torture Qinyu. Not only that, he also wanted to investigate Qinyu's background. It would be difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart if he did not kill Qinyu and his family. Ha! Do you think that a martial ancestor can save you? Qinyu noticed the hatred in Hua Luoyuan's eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. In the next instant, a mysterious fluctuation was emitted from Qinyu's body. Swoosh! Qinyu took a step forward. As if he had traveled through space, he disappeared from the giant rune hand. When Qinyu appeared again, he was behind Hua Luoyuan like a ghost. Hua Luoyuan, who had managed to escape, froze on the spot. His entire body froze. A bone-chilling sense of death enveloped his heart. It was as if the god of death was staring at him. Stop! An anxious old voice suddenly sounded from the ancient pagoda. That enormous rune hand would immediately turn around and grab at Qinyu. Boom! Qinyu acted as if he did not hear anything as he coldly punched out. Hua Luoyuan did not stop him when he tried to kill Lin Yun, but he was asking Lin Yun to stop now. Hua Luoyuan's defensive barrier was instantly shattered, and his body exploded inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. At this point, the 5 princes of the Azure province had all died in Qinyu's hands. Within the ancient palace, the few elders who were originally observing to see if there were any good seedlings were now completely silent. It was deathly silent. Their lifeless gazes all landed on Qinyu's immature yet callous face. Hua Luoyuan, who possessed a 9th-grade connate spiritual vein and was known as the strongest genius of the Hua clan, was killed just like that. Arg! Only Huyang seemed to have gone mad. He let out a roar of grief, and his eyes were bloodshot. His boundless, true yuan poured into the array. Before him, boom! In front of the ancient pagoda, Qinyu was hit by the giant rune hand that had instantly expanded by several times. As if he had been hit by a giant beast, Qinyu crashed into the ground. As dust rose, a deep hole appeared on the ground. Qinyu could no longer be seen as he was slammed deep into the ground. Die! Die! Huyang's killing intent surged. His true yuan was still pouring into the array as he continued to control the giant rune hand to attack. Elder Huyang, what are you doing? At this moment, the other elders in the ancient palace reacted and immediately pulled Huyang away. Huyang had interfered in the assessment to save Hua Luoyuan. But now, killing a genius in the assessment was a huge taboo. Chapter 121. Looking at the deep hole in the ground, the elders looked at each other in dismay. This time, the most outstanding geniuses of the 100 Countries tournament would probably all die here. Huyang, who was in a frenzy, was still filled with killing intent. Although he had slapped Qinyu to death, it was impossible to save Hua Luoyuan. A peerless genius with an innate grade 9 spiritual pulse had died in front of him. Huiyang felt his heart bleeding. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. When he had allowed Hua Luoyuan to kill Qinyu, he had to bear the consequences of Hua Luoyuan's death. His martial ancestor cultivation and the Hua family's power could not intimidate everyone. Bang! But just at this moment, an explosive sound came from the crater that had been created by the giant rune hand. Could it be? He's still alive? It can't be? The elders quivered and came back to their senses. Their eyes all stared at the deep pit. Huiyang, who was filled with killing intent, was stunned and looked over. He had attacked with all his might. Although it was a teleportation attack, its power was not as strong as his real combat strength. However, killing a mere martial emperor was definitely not a problem. Boom! In the next moment, a figure walked out of the deep hole as gravel flew into the sky. The few martial ancestor elders in the ancient palace looked at the scene in disbelief. Qinyu, who had walked out of the deep hole, was actually unharmed. They wondered if they had seen wrongly. However, after taking a closer look, they realized that Qinyu was really unharmed. Even his clothes and hair were not damaged at all. How could he be unharmed after taking a direct attack from a martial ancestor? Even if he had a defensive spiritual treasure, it should not be possible. The more powerful the spiritual treasure, the more powerful the cultivation needed to activate it. Just like Hua Luoyuan and the other sons of Qingzhou, they only had spiritual treasures refined by a martial honorable to defend themselves. With their cultivation, they could not activate a martial ancestor realm spiritual treasure. Qinyu, who was only at the 4th level martial emperor realm, could not activate a martial ancestor realm spiritual treasure. Since that was the case, how did Qinyu do it? Hua clan? Qinyu walked out from the pit. He put away the spatial rings, looked deeply at the ancient pagoda, and then flew away. This little bastard. The corner of Huiyang's eyes twitched as he clenched his fists tightly. When Qinyu left, he looked at the ancient pagoda with disdain. Without a doubt, he was provoking him. Not only had he killed the strongest prodigy of the Hua clan, but he had also let him leave unscathed. This made Huiyang want nothing more than to rush into the 100 Countries battlefield and tear Qinyu to shreds. However, Huiyang also knew that since his previous attack did not succeed, the upper echelons of the water immortal Holy Land would definitely not allow him to do so. Seeing Qinyu disappear into the range of the water screen light mirror, Huiyang left with a gloomy face. Those elders glanced at each other, then continued watching the scenes on the other water screens as if nothing had happened. It was not a bad thing for the Hua clan to lose a super genius. Whoosh! After flying for half a day, Qinyu landed on a lone peak and sat down cross-legged. Hey, when did you get injured? Seeing Qinyu's flesh and blood being torn and his bones broken, the dragon soul was extremely surprised. When the giant rune hand attacked, Qinyu had secretly defended himself with the heaven punishment formation. There should be no reason for him to be injured. What was going on? I just used so close, yet worlds apart. Qinyu formed a seal with his hands, and the dragon qi in his body surged, activating his blood and qi to heal his injuries. So close, yet worlds apart was a superpower. After mastering it, one could leap to the end of the world in one step. Shrinking distance into an inch was derived from so close, yet worlds apart. When he killed Hua Luoyuan and avoided the attack of the martial ancestor, Qinyu had used so close, yet worlds apart. Take it easy. Using a superpower with your cultivation of the martial royal realm might cause your body to collapse. There was no doubt about the power of so close, yet worlds apart. It was so fast that it could even travel through space. However, it was a true superpower. What was a superpower? It was a transcendent skill that only martial gods could use. Moreover, so close, yet worlds apart was a superpower of the dragon tribe. It was far superior to ordinary superpowers. Qin Yu's soul power had not completely awakened, and he did not use so close, yet worlds apart with the help of the azure dragon battle the heavens. In the dragon soul's opinion, Qin Yu was a little rash, and there was no need for him to do so. Don't worry. The fiery lightning dragon constitution is already at the 6th revolution. There won't be a problem. Qin Yu smiled. Since he dared to use it, he was naturally confident. However, when I used so close, yet worlds apart just now, it confirmed my previous guess. Qin Yu said, "What guess?" The dragon soul asked. "The origin dragon seal in my soul has disappeared." Qin Yu said slowly. In his previous life, Qin Yu had devoured thousands of dragon blood and comprehended thousands of dragon tribe superpowers. Each of the dragon tribe superpowers had engraved an indelible origin dragon seal in his soul. When the origin dragon seal was activated, he could directly use the dragon tribe superpowers. However, when Qin Yu used so close, yet worlds apart just now, he did not sense any origin dragon seal in his soul. Your soul power has only awakened once. It's normal that the origin dragon seal did not appear. The dragon soul said, "No, this has nothing to do with the awakening of the soul." Qin Yu shook his head slightly and activated so far, yet worlds apart again to let the dragon's soul sense the fluctuation of the soul. What's going on? After sensing carefully, the dragon soul's eyes turned serious. With the disappearance of the origin dragon seal, even if Qin Yu's cultivation had completely recovered, his combat strength would not be able to return to its peak. Qin Yu did not know what was going on. It should be something that happened when his soul was reincarnated, or it could be that there was a price to pay for the reincarnation of the reincarnation immortal pill. However, as long as the immemorial battle dragon and the ancient dragon seal were there was no big problem. At most, everything could be redone. Of course, as for why the origin dragon seal disappeared, Qin Yu still had to find out in the future. 6 hours later, Qin Yu's injuries had completely healed. The benefits of having a strong physique were undeniable. Qin Yu did not leave the mountain peak. Now that he had obtained the ancient dragon seal, it was time to get down to business. Immediately, Qin Yu multitasked. He destroyed the contract soul seal in the skeleton Ghost King while activating the Ghost Eye of Destruction. In the Ghost Eye of Destruction, other than the Ghost King's soul that was sealed in the Ghost Eye of Destruction, there was also a soul body sealed. That soul body was the soul body of the elder of the water fairy's sacred ground in the Ghost Demon Cave. The reason why Qin Yu did not kill him was because he was once an elder of the water fairy's sacred ground. After all, Qin Yu knew nothing about the water fairy's sacred ground. Since he was going to the water fairy's sacred ground to save his mother, he naturally had to understand the situation of the water fairy's sacred ground. With Qin Yu's current strength, it would be unwise for him to have a direct confrontation with the water fairy's sacred ground. Therefore, after entering the water fairy's sacred ground, secretly saving his mother was the right choice. Fortunately, he knew from the jade pendant that his father's background was not discovered by the water fairy's sacred ground. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Qin Yu to pass through the 100 countries battlefield and enter the water immortal holy land so openly. As the Ghost Eye of Destruction trembled slightly, the soul body that was sealed appeared in Qin Yu's soul sea. Qin Yu's soul power swept out and immediately disintegrated the soul body to search for its memories. Natural spirit crystal of water. But after looking through the soul body's memories, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from Qin Yu's body. Chapter 122. Although the elder of the Narcissus Holy Land had lost some of his memories because he had become a ghost body, However, Qin Yu still knew many secrets of the Narcissus Holy Land, including his mother's imprisonment. The elder of the ghost body had been sent by the Narcissus Holy Land to investigate his father's background. However, he had been reduced to a ghost body after a great battle with the soul cultivator in the 100 Countries battlefield. The Narcissus Holy Land was located at the Narcissus Peak in the northwest of the mainland. It was said that it was founded by a martial god. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had many experts. Even Wu Sheng had many experts. The Narcissus Holy Land had a strict division of strength for its disciples. Martial royal realm experts could only be outer disciples. Only martial honorables could become core disciples. The strongest candidate for the saint was a martial ancestor realm expert. Every one of them was a peerless talent. Qin Yu's mother was called Shen Wanhui. She was the former Holy Lady of the Narcissus Holy Ground and had an innate Saint Meridian. Therefore, the Narcissus Holy Land used his mother to form a marriage alliance with one of the superpowers in the 7 major martial worlds. However, when he was born, his parents' affair was exposed, and the Narcissus Holy Land was enraged. The Narcissus Holy Land and the 7 major martial worlds had let him and his father go. His mother had willingly been imprisoned in the Serene Chill Secret Palace and spent her life refining innate spiritual crystals of water for the superpowers in the 7 major martial worlds and the Narcissus Holy Land. The innate spiritual crystal of water was a type of innate 5 elements spiritual crystal that contained innate water spiritual power. It could be integrated into the body to improve the quality of the martial meridians and bloodline. If a martial ancestor realm expert refined it, it could even increase the chances of breaking through to the Wusheng realm. It was a rare spiritual treasure. That was why the superpowers in the 7 major martial worlds and the Narcissus Holy Land agreed to his mother's conditions. However, the refining of the innate spiritual crystal of water could only be done with a unique water Saint Meridian in an extremely cold place. In other words, the refining of the innate spiritual crystal of water would consume the power of his mother's Saint Meridian. That kind of consumption was almost permanent. His mother had been imprisoned in an extremely cold place for more than 10 years and had been refining innate spiritual crystals of water. Qin Yu's murderous intent to kill her. At the moment when the killing intent was overflowing, Qin Yu was unable to help himself from feeling anxious. Even if it was the power of a saint bloodline, after more than 10 years of depletion, it would probably reach its limit. Once his mother's Saint Meridian power was exhausted, she would be of no use to the water fairy sacred ground. At that time, it was easy to imagine what the water fairy Holy Land would do. 7 great martial worlds? Could it be one of the 7 martial realms in the heaven domain's 3 imperial realms? The dragon Soul said aloud after reading the soul's memory. If that was the case, then the heavenly dragon continent was not far from the heavenly region. It was understandable that there were traces of martial emperors and venerable sovereigns on this continent. Perhaps. Qin, you didn't care about this. After searching the skeleton ghost king's memories, he began to use all his strength to erase the soul imprint of the skeleton ghost king. The corpse aura of the 9 hells hell dragon could be purified with special spiritual materials and secret arts. However, the soul seal of the skeleton ghost king would need time to slowly erase. Since he knew that there were many existences at the level of Wu Sheng in the water fairy's sacred ground, Qin Yu couldn't be careless. Once his whereabouts were exposed, it wouldn't be so easy for him to sneak into the water fairy's sacred ground. Therefore, just in case, he had to erase the corpse aura of the 9 hells hell dragon and the soul seal of the skeleton ghost king before he took action. After the 9 hells hell dragon's blood was purified, Qin Yu's strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. As for the skeleton ghost king, Qin, you would think of a way to raise it to the level of Wu Sheng. At that time, Qin Yu would have a much higher chance of success. Of course, Qin Yu also had to investigate his mother's situation. A month passed while Qin Yu was cultivating and erasing the soul seal of the skeleton ghost king. On this day, when Qin Yu was cultivating, a trembling sound came from the Sumeru ring on his hand. Qin Yu opened his eyes and moved his finger. A talisman appeared in his hand. This talisman was given to him by Wu Chunyang before he came to the 100 countries battlefield. As long as the 5 of them were in a certain area, they would be able to sense each other and take care of each other. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and decided to let the dragon's soul make a trip. Although their relationship wasn't good, he had some friendship with Yun Guxuan and the other 2. Since he had bumped into them, he naturally had to help them. Of course, he would only help them this time. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, in the sky above an ancient mountain range, Yun Guxuan, Wu Qinglong by Qin Yue, and Yun Shi were working together to summon a 5-foot-long flying shuttle to escape. Behind them were 5 martial royal realm geniuses who were chasing after them. Yun Guxuan's face was pale and his aura was weak. It was obvious that he was severely injured. More than half of Wu Qinglong's left shoulder was cut off. His flesh and bones could be seen clearly. He looked miserable. By Qin Yue and Yun, she weren't any better. If it weren't for Yun Guxuan's help, they would have died long ago. Yun Guxuan kept swallowing spirit pills to replenish his true essence. Although forcibly refining spirit pills like this would cause a great burden to his body and foundation. But at this moment, Yun Guxuan couldn't care less. If they didn't have enough true essence to maintain the cloud-piercing shuttle, they would soon be caught by the martial emperors behind them. Brother, why don't we give them the assessment tokens? Seeing Yun Guxuan coughing violently after swallowing spirit pills, Yun Shi was worried. If this continued, they would be caught sooner or later. It was better to take the opportunity to give up. Look at them. Even if we give them the tokens, they won't let us go. Yun Guxuan's voice was grave. After they revealed their identity as the Yun family fort, the other parties still chased after them without any scruples. It was obvious that they wanted to silence them to prevent revenge. I didn't expect that in this year's 100 countries battle, we would have to compete for the assessment tokens. Bai Qingyue's expression was also grave. She had heard that the 100 countries battle was very dangerous, but she didn't expect that this year's level of danger would rise to such a level. Now, we can only hope to see if we can meet Qin Yu. Wu Qinglong was gritting his teeth when his voice suddenly paused. The eyes of Yun Guxuan and the other 2 lit up. They quickly took out the detection talisman. Qin Yu, the 4 of them were ecstatic. As long as they could reach Qin Yu, they would be safe. They were very confident in Qin Yu's strength. Roar. At this moment, a faint roar sounded. On a mountain peak far away in the mountain range, a ferocious inky flood dragon stepped on the mist and came over. 10,000 poisons, inky flood dragon. While Yun Guxuan and the other 2 were stunned, Bai Qingyue's face was even more ecstatic. She knew that Qin Yu had subdued the 10,000 poisons, inky flood dragon in the Imperial Sacred Academy's secret realm. That's the 10,000 poisons, inky flood dragon? Is this the inky flood dragon that was rumored to be the inky flood dragon a while ago? So, you're saying that the monster that killed the 5 scions of Qingzhou is here too? The 5 martial emperor realm geniuses who were chasing after them suddenly changed their expressions. Without thinking, they turned around and fled in panic. Chapter 123. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. The battle where Qin Yu killed Huoluo Yuan and the other 4 was witnessed by many geniuses who were hiding in the distance. This matter had already spread widely in the 100 Countries battlefield, although they did not know Qin Yu's name. However, that 10,000 poisons inky flood dragon had become Qin Yu's symbolic name. How would they dare to chase after a monster who could kill the 5 scions of Qingzhou? Yun Guxuan and the other 3 were puzzled by this scene. The myriad poison ink dragon's cultivation was only at the 4th level martial royal realm. However, since the crisis had been resolved, they were all greatly relieved in their hearts. The dragon soul did not chase after the 5. It brought Yun Guxuan and the others back to the mountain where Qin Yu was cultivating. After thanking Qin Yu, they immediately sat down with their legs crossed and consumed spiritual pills to recover from their injuries. Qin Yu did not ask any questions. He continued to absorb the spiritual qi and cultivate while destroying the contract soul seal. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth circled around him like clouds and mist. More than half of the mountain peak was shrouded in clouds and mist. Qin Yu chose this mountain peak to cultivate because he knew there was a spiritual vein hidden in it. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was much richer than other places. After 5 days, Yun Guxuan and Wu Qinglong's injuries were completely healed. By Qingyue and Yunqi had already recovered. However, they did not disturb Qin Yu when they saw him cultivating diligently. They cultivated quietly. They had also benefited from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that Qin Yu had gathered. Is there anything you want to ask? Qin Yu opened his eyes and looked at Yun Guxuan and the other 3, who were staring at him as if they wanted to say something. Well, Junior Qin Yu, the Sacred Land Ancient Seal, Yun Guxuan, and the other 3 looked at each other and spoke slowly. I've already obtained it, Qin Yu said straightforwardly. Yun Guxuan and the other 3 were stunned. If Qin Yu hadn't gotten it yet, then they could legitimately invite Qin Yu to join them. But now that Qin Yu had it, it was not easy for them to ask. Do you know that there's a force called the Hua clan in Qingzhou? This time, without waiting for Yun Guxuan and the others to speak, Qin Yu spoke first. Hua family? Is it the Hua clan that controls one of the super dynasties, the Qingzhan dynasty? As the prince of the Zhanwu dynasty, Wu Qinglong obviously knew a lot about the dynasty forces in the Qing province. I remember now, among the children of the Qingzhou continent, the one with the strongest talent is from the Hua clan. I heard that he possesses an extremely rare 9th grade Xiantian realm. Yun Guxuan, who was in the middle of speaking, stopped abruptly as he looked at Qin Yu in shock. Wu Qinglong by Qingyue and Yun Shi had the same thought as Yun Guxuan. Based on their understanding of Qin Yu would never ask about the Hua family, for no reason. Could it be, there's no need to guess. That guy has been killed by me. Not only him, but the other children of the Qingzhou continent are also dead. Qin Yu said calmly. His tone was as if he had just killed some chickens and ducks. Since this matter had been seen by others, there was no need to hide it. Hiss! Hearing Qin Yu's words, Yun Guxuan and the others could not help but gasp. Even though they knew about Qin Yu's past achievements, they were still shocked. One should know that a genius with a 9th grade Xiantian spiritual pulse would definitely become a martial ancestor in the future. In fact, he might even be able to break through to the Wu Sheng realm in the future. But now, he was killed by Qin Yu just like that. Now, a martial ancestor elder of the water fairy's sacred ground has his eyes on me. I don't know when he will come. Qin Yu said again. An elder of the water fairy's sacred ground. Yun Guxuan and the others' faces changed drastically. The weakest elder of the water fairy's sacred ground was at least a martial ancestor. Moreover, the status of a martial ancestor in the sacred ground was different from that of the Yun family fort and the Zhanwu dynasty. Qin, you actually dared to provoke an elder of the sacred ground. Since you have recovered from your injuries, you may leave. Qin Yu takes a look at them. He slowly closes his eyes and asks them to leave. Whoosh! Yun Shi and Bai Qingwei wanted to say something, but Qin Yu waved his right hand and a violent hurricane appeared. In the next moment, the four of them disappeared from the mountain peak and were sent flying dozens of feet away. Let's go. Looking at the mountain peak that was surrounded by clouds, Yun Guxuan and Wu Qinglong fell silent and turned to leave. Qin Yu was not afraid of the martial ancestor experts of the sacred ground, but they could not. If they were involved, they would not even have a corpse left. Bai Qingyue and Yun Shi, who looked gloomy, followed silently. At this moment, they realized even more clearly how enormous the disparity between their world and Qin Yu's was. Once he left, he would probably become a person from two different worlds. At the peak of the mountain, Qin Yu continued to cultivate. If it was only to offend the Hua family, Qin Yu would not mind helping them again. After all, they had some friendship. However, since it involved the entire water fairy sacred ground, the situation was different. Boom! Half a month later, Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the dense spiritual qi, emitted a terrifying fluctuation. After this period of cultivation, Qin Yu's cultivation had increased by another realm. 5th level martial royal realm. 12 branch dragon veins, 12 times the cultivation speed of the innate spiritual meridians. Even though Qin Yu focused on refining his true essence and consolidating his foundation, his cultivation was also breaking through quickly. Another 10 days later, the sacred ground ancient seal in Qin Yu's Sumeru ring suddenly trembled. Qin Yu opened his eyes. After absorbing all the spiritual qi in his body, he flew away from the mountain peak. After an hour, following the guidance of the sacred land's ancient seal, Qin Yu arrived before an ancient palace. There were only 5 geniuses gathered in the palace. The number of people was pitifully small. This time, the water fairy sacred ground only had a total of 30 ancient seals. After Qin Yu killed Huoluo Yuan and the others, he had obtained a total of 22 ancient seals. This year, the water fairy sacred ground would have the least number of new disciples. After waiting for 4 hours, only 2 geniuses showed up. Time's up. Those who are not here will be eliminated. Take out your sacred ground, ancient seals. At that moment, a few martial ancestor elders appeared in the teleportation array in the main hall. Hearing that, Qin Yu and the others took out their respective sacred lands' ancient seals. Damn, this guy! So many ancient seals. How many people did he kill? I heard that the 5 scions of Qin province were all killed. Could it be him? The 7 martial royal geniuses were shocked when they saw the pile of sacred ground ancient seals that Qin Yu took out. From today onwards, you will officially enter the sacred ground to cultivate. Follow us. However, the martial ancestor elders were not surprised at all. It was as if they already knew and did not say anything. Immediately, Qin Yu and the others followed the martial ancestor elders and entered the teleportation array. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The teleportation array activated and Qin Yu and the others disappeared in an instant. When Qin Yu and the others reappeared, they were on a huge stone platform. The stone platform was located at the peak of a stone mountain. Spiritual qi lingered in the distance like clouds. Within the clouds of spirit qi, one could see palaces and palaces. What was surprising was that almost all the palaces were floating in the air. As far as the eye could see, it was like a paradise on earth. Chapter 124. This is the water fairy sacred ground. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is 10 times denser than the outside world. It is indeed a cultivation, holy land. The few martial royal realm geniuses looked at the water fairy's sacred ground excitedly. If they were to cultivate in such an environment, their cultivation speed would increase by at least several times. After Qin Yu's gaze swept through his surroundings, he looked to the distance, to the enormous mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. The mountain was strange, and it looked like a blooming daffodil. On top of the giant peak, there were many simple and unadorned ancient palaces. The scale of these palaces far exceeded the surrounding palaces. The towering mountain was the water fairy peak. The true water fairy sacred ground was on the water fairy peak. Qin Yu's goal was to sneak into the water fairy peak and find out about his mother's situation. However, the water fairy's sacred ground had a rule that one had to be a core disciple to enter the water fairy peak. There were two ways to become a core disciple. First, to become a martial honorable. Second, to become the champion of the annual outer sect fighting meet. This is only the outskirts of the sacred ground. That mountain is the true sacred ground. The few elders who brought Qin Yu and the rest explained the rules of the sacred ground to them. The situation was similar to what Qin Yu knew. After explaining the rules of the sacred ground, Qin Yu and the rest were brought to a palace. There were tens of thousands of outer disciples in the water fairy's sacred ground. Thus, the normal outer disciples lived in groups. Only the top-ranked disciples had their own palaces to live in. Of course, if one was confident in his own strength, he could challenge the top-ranked disciples. There were many rules in the water fairy's sacred ground, but they followed the law of the jungle. If one wanted to be treated well, he had to fight for it with his own strength. Swoosh! At that moment, a figure flew over from the mountain in the distance. It was an elder of martial ancestor, realm level 8. His force of heaven and earth had reached level 6. Elder Xiang. When the few elders saw the elder, they bowed respectfully. They were just normal elders of the martial honorable realm, and they were only in charge of the outer sect. They were nothing compared to the core elder of the martial ancestor realm. You are Qin Yu? Elder Xiang does not pay attention to those several people. His eyes sweep around and fall on Qin Yu. Yes, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Since his surname was Xiang, he should not be from the Hua family. I am Xiang Jian, a core elder. Are you willing to be my disciple? After carefully sizing up Qin Yu, Xiang Jian shows a satisfied expression. Disciple? Qin Yu was shocked. The other 7 new disciples were all looking at Qin Yu with envy. Being chosen by a core martial ancestor sect, elder the moment he entered the sacred grounds. This treatment caused them to be rather envious. Thank you for your kind intentions, elder. However, I have just entered the Holy Land and have no intention of becoming a disciple for the time being. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Qin Yu actually directly refused. You disciple, elder disciple? Xiang Jian, who had his hands behind his back and was ready to accept Qin Yu, doubted his ears. He was a core elder of the martial ancestor realm. How could he be rejected by a disciple? Yes, Qin Yu nodded his head. A teacher was a teacher for a day, and a father for life. In Qin Yu's heart, other than the master who had taught him the martial path in his previous life, no matter how strong the others were, they were not qualified to be his master. Qin Yu, you have to think carefully. If you offend the Hua family, it will be difficult for you to survive in the Holy Land if you don't find a backer. Xiang Jian frowned his brows and said, Thank you for your reminder. Qin Yu smiled and rejected again. Although the water fairy, Holy Land, followed the law of the jungle, it was only between the disciples. The elders could not casually attack the disciples. With Qin Yu's current strength, even if he did not use the Azure Dragon Battle the Heavens array, he could fight a martial honorable. As long as it was not a martial ancestor, realm, holy sun, there was nothing to be afraid of. Xiang Jian looked deeply at Qin Yu and did not say anything. He turned and left. As for those martial revered elders and new disciples, they all looked at Qin Yu like they were looking at an idiot. Qin Yu gave up such an opportunity. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qin Yu did not pay attention to those new disciples. He directly entered the palace and chose a residence. Qin Yu, who had closed the door, quickly put the matter of Xiang Jian taking in a disciple to the back of his mind and entered the 7-star ancient pagoda. After 2 months in the 100 countries battlefield, a third of the soul contract of the skeleton ghost king had been destroyed. However, it would take at least 3 to 4 months for it to be completely destroyed. Just in time. At that time, the outer sect martial gathering will be around. Qin Yu thought to himself, when the soul contract was destroyed and the skeleton ghost king was refined, he would have a chance to become a core disciple. At that time, he would be able to refine the 9 serenities hell dragon blood and save his mother. But before that, he had to master the martial skills that he was cultivating. The destructive divine fist, shrinking ground, and 9 dragons fighting in the sky were all royal martial skills. Qin Yu could still use them when he was in the sky martial realm and martial king realm. But now his cultivation had reached LV5 martial royal realm, and he had strong attainments in body tempering. If he wanted to unleash his full combat strength, he had to cultivate a martial honorable martial skill. As for the azure dragon fighting in the sky and the killing formation, Qin Yu did not plan to use them for the time being. After investigating his mother's situation, Qin Yu decided to keep a low profile. In addition to the martial skills, it was time to unseal the grade of the hell-suppressing divine spear. Normally speaking, an earth-rank spiritual weapon was suitable for martial emperors to martial honorables. But the hell-suppressing divine spear was a special spiritual weapon that could increase one's strength. When the seal was unsealed and it was upgraded to the heaven rank, Qin Yu's strength would increase tremendously. At that moment, in an ancient palace surrounded by spiritual qi on the water fairy peak, 4th Elder, a martial honorable man, entered the palace and bowed respectfully to an old man who was sitting cross-legged. "Have you found out where that little bastard came from?" The old man was the martial grandmaster from the Hu clan, Huyang, who had attacked Qin Yu in the 100 countries battlefield. "Yes, I have." The martial honorable man handed over the information about Qin Yu. "Zhenwu dynasty? Qin clan?" Huyang frowned after reading the information. How could someone from a small clan from a small dynasty possess such combat strength? From the information, Qin Yu's background was that he was an alchemy master and a blacksmith master. With such a background, the Hu clan could easily crush him. There was nothing to be afraid of. 4th Elder, do you need the clan to send someone to the Zhenwu dynasty? The martial honorable asked. "I heard that old man Xiang Jian has already gone to see him. We can't act rashly now." Huyang shook his head slightly. The rules of the water fairy sacred land were loose, but there were also some that could not be violated. Disciples or elders of the sect who had grievances with each other could fight in the life and death arena. If they took revenge on the opponent's clan, it would be a great taboo. Of course, after Qin Yu died, the sacred land would not interfere with the extermination of the Qin clan. After thinking for a while, Huyang smiled sinisterly and left the palace. Although he could not attack the Qin clan now, he could still attack Qin Yu. Chapter 125. Dragon God's Sky Tyrant Fist, True Dragon's 7 Flashes, Lightning Spear Explosion. In the room, Qin Yu carefully selected for a while before finally choosing these 3 martial skills. These 3 martial skills were all zone stage martial skills. After a martial artist stepped into the martial ancestor realm, the choice of martial skill would be decided by the power of heaven and earth that they comprehended. if it was different from the power of heaven and earth that they comprehended, they would not be able to unleash the true power of the martial skill. Although Qin Yu had not comprehended the power of heaven and earth, that was because his cultivation was too low. In his previous life, he was proficient in dozens of types of power of heaven and earth. And the comprehension of the power of heaven and earth was like the memory of the soul. Once comprehended, it would not be forgotten. When Qin Yu's cultivation increased, he would naturally grasp the power of heaven and earth that he comprehended in his previous life. Qin Yu, in his soul state, took out the hell-suppressing divine spear after familiarizing himself with the ancient dragon god seal. When Qin Yu first obtained the hell-suppressing divine spear, he could tell that the power of the Hell Demon King was sealed in the spear. Hell was a great world that was as famous as the heaven domain in the myriad of worlds. The Hell Demon King had the weakest cultivation and was also Wusheng. A powerful demon king was even comparable to a martial emperor. It was also because of this that Qin Yu was helpless against the seal of the hell-suppressing divine spear. But now, he was no longer the small earth martial realm. After triggering the seal of the hell-suppressing divine spear and making it float in front of him, Qin Yu quickly formed seals with his hands. Battle Dragon True Qi surged, and mysterious ancient seals entered the hell-suppressing divine spear. Not long after, the mysterious spirit patterns on the hell-suppressing divine spear glowed with a black light. Roar. In the next moment, a roar that could shatter the soul came from the hell-suppressing divine spear. In a daze, Qin Yu appeared in a boundless hell. In front of him, a ferocious demon king that was 100 feet tall roared at him. The sound waves were ear-splitting. That immersive sense of reality made one feel as if they had really come to hell. Since you don't even have consciousness, just let it dissipate. Why bother? In Qin Yu's mind, the divine dragon ancient seal trembled, and the pressure emitted by the Hell Demon King's remnant soul immediately disappeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, the hell-suppressing divine spear glowed with spirit inscriptions and trembled continuously. Countless tiny runes appeared on the skull at the end of the spear. 2 pitch-black rays of light lit up in the hollow eyes of the skeleton. A violent and terrifying aura was emitted from the hell-suppressing godly spear. At this moment, the hell-suppressing godly spear seemed to possess its own intelligence. Could it be that an artifact spirit has been born? The dragon soul sensed something. It's just the beginning. Qin Yu smiled. Although it was only at the initial stage, this was already a sign of the birth of an artifact spirit. Once a spiritual artifact gave birth to a true artifact spirit, it would advance to a sacred artifact, which was quite rare. The grade of this hell-suppressing divine spear was much higher than he had imagined. After selecting the martial skill and unsealing the hell-suppressing godly spear, Qin Yu took out the spirit array disc. Before this, Qin Yu had only used the spirit array disc to seal the heavenly killing array. But now, the fire thunder dragon body had reached the 6th transformation, and his physical body was strong enough to withstand the backlash of the killing array entering his body. Therefore, it was time for the spirit array disc to display its true use. Qin Yu took out a Sumeru ring and poured his true essence into it. Thousands of spiritual materials appeared in front of him. Qin Yu began to refine the spiritual materials, inscribe the spirit array, draw the array diagram, extract the spirit array, and seal it into the spirit array disc. While Qin Yu was inscribing numerous spiritual arrays, time quietly passed. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion was heard. Someone was attacking the defensive array outside the palace. Qin Yu, who was inscribing spirit inscriptions, frowned slightly. It was a great taboo to be disturbed during cultivation. Who dared to be so unscrupulous? Qin Yu, get out here. The next moment, An arrogant voice came from the palace. Someone from the Hua family? Qin Yu immediately understood. In the Narcissus sacred land, he only had grudges with the Hua family. It was most likely the Hua family that came looking for him at this time. Looking at the half-completed array diagram, Qin Yu ignored the clamor outside and continued to inscribe spirit arrays. Qin Yu, get out here. At this moment, the clamor outside the palace continued to sound. In the surrounding palaces, many disciples of the sacred land were attracted. Outside the palace, there was a group of youths standing outside the palace's array, constantly clamoring. Xia Tianyi, Gu Wenba, Qi Peng. What's going on? 3 of the top 10 ruthless people in the outer sect are here. Qin Yu? Who is this person? I don't know. Oh, right. Isn't that palace prepared for newcomers? It can't be. How could a newcomer offend the top 10 ruthless people in the outer sect? That's hard to say. I heard that in this year's 100 Countries tournament, someone killed all the children of Qingzhou. I heard that too. Even the genius of the Hua family couldn't escape the calamity. Could it be Qin Yu did it? The gathered outer sect disciples all started to discuss spiritedly. Creak. After a quarter of an hour, the palace's door was opened. Qin Yu walked out from the group of new disciples who were nervously peeking at the situation outside. The clamor of the group of youths and the discussion of the surrounding disciples all disappeared. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Yu, who walked over with an indifferent expression. You're Qin Yu? In front of the group of youths, a burly youth stared fiercely at Qin Yu. This burly youth was called Xia Tianyi. He was currently ranked 5th in the top 10, and his battle strength was astonishing. Did the Hua family send you? After Qin Yu glanced at Xia Tianyi and the others, his expression slightly changed, and he looked at a pavilion not far away. He could clearly sense a tyrannical killing intent from the pavilion. At this moment, Hua Yang was staring at Qin Yu with a sneer on his face. After killing the genius of the Hua family, Qin Yu still wanted to peacefully cultivate in the sacred ground. Wishful thinking. Beside the pavilion, in a palace, there was also a figure watching the battle. This person was Xiang Jian, who wanted to take Qin Yu as his disciple. Xiang Jian crossed his arms as he watched with interest. He naturally knew that the Hua family was looking for trouble with Qin Yu. If it was an ordinary disciple, he would have already tried to rope them in, given the enmity between him and the Hua family. However, Xiang Jian was still brooding over Qin Yu's rejection. Recalling Qin Yu's straightforward manner of rejecting him, Xiang Jian felt somewhat displeased. Qin Yu is too arrogant. Only when he is trampled under someone's foot will he know how much weight he has. At that time, Qin Yu would no longer refuse to take him as his master. Brat, you're pretty bold. You even dared to provoke the Hua family. Xia Tianyi wore a sinister smile as he clenched his fists tightly. You guys are pretty bold to provoke me, said Qin Yu indifferently. You're really arrogant. Let me see what you're capable of. A cold light flickered in Xia Tianyi's eyes as the sinister smile on his face deepened. Before he finished speaking, Xia Tianyi formed a palm with his right hand and sent a palm towards Qin Yu. Whoosh! When he sent out his palm, a violent gale whistled, and the sharp sound of wind breaking was so sharp that it hurt the eardrums. Chapter 126. You're overestimating yourself. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly as he charged forward. Dragon God Sky Fist. As he charged forward, the majestic true origin of the battle dragon and boundless physical strength converged on Qin Yu's right fist. Bang! Without any unnecessary movements, Qin Yu threw out a simple punch. A tyrannical and terrifying aura suddenly burst out, causing the air to explode with a deafening explosion. This brat, Xia Tianyi, who was attacking with his palm, was shocked when he felt the power of Qin Yu's punch. However, it was too late for him to change his attack. Soul attack. Xia Tiany's eyes flashed with determination as he forcefully used his soul attack. Crack! In the next moment, the fist and palm collided. Xia Tiany's violent palm wind was shattered by the punch. Then, the clear sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah, my hand! Xia Tiany's entire right arm was folded to his shoulder by the punch. It was a mess of flesh and bones. Xia Tiany lost. How is this possible? Did he hide his cultivation level? The onlooking disciples looked at Xia Tiany, who was screaming in agony. They were all shocked and in disbelief. Xia Tiany, who was ranked 5th among the top 10 outer disciples, and whose cultivation level was at the peak of the half-step martial honorable realm. His arm was crippled by an LV5 martial royal realm disciple. With a single punch, if they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. What happened just now? The soul attack did not work on him. Gu Wenbo and Qi Peng, who were also in the top 10 outer disciples, were also shocked. They were ranked higher than Xia Tiany. However, their strength was not strong enough to defeat Xia Tiany easily. With the combat strength that Qin Yu had just displayed, none of them were a match for Qin Yu. More importantly, they could not figure out what Qin Yu had done just now. Did he dodge Xia Tiany's soul attack, or did he really make the soul attack ineffective? It's your turn. However, at this moment, Qin Yu's indifferent and even ice-cold gaze landed on Gu Wenbo and them. Since these people were willing to be the Hua family's mad dogs, then they shouldn't blame him for being merciless. Whoosh! Qin Yu tiptoed and turned into a ray of light, appearing directly in front of them. He punched out with both fists, and a terrifying fist aura immediately exploded. You actually dare to fight against so many of us by yourself? Arrogant! Gu Wenbo, Qi Peng, and the others immediately dodged. Their faces were gloomy as they fought back with all their might. The surging true essence turned into destructive attacks that wreaked havoc in the void. Its power was shocking. Hidden soul attacks were mixed in with those destructive attacks. If it were an ordinary martial royal realm warrior, even if he had the strength to fight an enemy of a higher realm, he would definitely not be able to avoid the silent soul attack. Unfortunately, Qin Yu was not an ordinary martial royal realm cultivator. He easily dodged the soul attacks. Pung, pung, pung. A series of low and deep crashing sounds and miserable cries could be heard continuously. The group of youths who had been hooting incessantly before now either had their arms or legs broken, lying on the ground, and howling miserably. What exactly is your cultivation? Qi Peng, who was a few feet away from Qin Yu, turned pale and looked at Qin Yu with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. A martial, royal realm warrior would definitely not be so powerful. Could he be a martial honorable? Qin Yu's expression was indifferent as he chased after Qi Peng and punched out, breaking both of Qi Peng's arms. Didn't you say you were going to keep a low profile? This is not considered keeping a low profile. The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal grinned. Just killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Qin Yu calmly withdrew his fist. Although he kept a low profile, if someone came looking for trouble, he would naturally not shrink back and do nothing. After this battle, no one would be foolish enough to risk their lives for the Hua clan. Whoosh! However, at this moment, an extremely soft sound could be heard. Immediately, Qi Peng, whose arms had been broken by Qin Yu, suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. What happened? The spectating disciples, who were still discussing Qin Yu's strength, fell silent at this moment. Qi Peng died just like that? At this moment, the disciples, who were originally only afraid of Qin Yu, had fear in their eyes. Obviously, they all thought that Qi Peng was killed by Qin Yu. Xia Tianyi and the others, who had been crying out in pain, were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their souls left their bodies. The water fairy sacred ground had a clear rule. Apart from the life and death ring, the disciples were not allowed to kill each other in private fights. Qinyu was a newcomer, yet he dared to openly defy the sacred ground's rules. What exactly was his background? Boom! Almost at the same time, a terrifying force of the heavens and earth came crashing down like a mountain. Numerous figures could be seen flying out of one of the pavilions like swallows. The one leading them was Huiyang. Qinyu tilted his head and looked at Huiyang and the others who had appeared. A look of realization appeared in his eyes. No wonder they sent a few half-step martial honorables to deal with him after seeing how Luo Yuan and the others were killed. It turned out that the Hu clan had been planning this from the beginning. He's trying to frame you. Looking at the pool of flesh and blood, Dragon Soul also reacted, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since it was not him or Qinyu, it could only be the Hu clan that killed this person by exploding himself. Humph! How dare you openly defy the sacred ground's rules and kill the disciples of the Glory Sect? You are so vicious. Today, I will kill you on behalf of the Glory Sect. Sure enough, as soon as Huiyang appears, he shouts sternly in a righteous manner and immediately attacks Qinyu. In the sky, a dark golden light flashed and turned into a giant golden beast. With a violent killing intent, it pounced on Qinyu. His golden force had reached 70%. 7 true dragon flashes. Qinyu's eyes flashed coldly. He took a few steps, and his body flashed 7 times in the blink of an eye, narrowly avoiding the attack of the giant golden beast. Puff! However, although the power of the 7 true dragon flashes was shocking, Qinyu was still grazed by the giant golden beast. With rank 8 martial ancestor realm and 70% force of heaven and earth, even if Huiyang's attack only grazed him. It also made Qinyu's face turn pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the Narcissus sacred ground, Qinyu did not expose the killing array under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The Zhen Wu royal family, Yin family fort, Zhu family fort, and the others could not see through the killing array. However, the Narcissus sacred ground was different. After all, Wu Sheng was here. The killing array was one of Qinyu's greatest trump cards. Before he took action to save his mother, he could not expose it to the Narcissus sacred ground. Otherwise, he would be targeted by countless people. He dodged it. Huiyang's eyes darkened. He, a martial ancestor, had not killed Qinyu directly. This made him feel that his face had turned somewhat ugly. Huiyang, as a core elder, how could you attack a new disciple? Do you have any shame? Just as Huiyang was about to attack again, a lazy voice sounded. A silhouette flew over from the sky and appeared in front of Qinyu. It was Xiang Jian, who had been watching the show, who had attacked. To be honest, when Huiyang attacked without hesitation, he thought that Qinyu would definitely die. However, he did not expect Qinyu to escape from Huiyang's attack. This made Xiang Jian even more satisfied with Qinyu. In the entire sage sect, there was no other martial emperor who could avoid the attack of a martial ancestor. Chapter 127. Xiang Jian. Huiyang's eyes turned sinister, and his killing intent toward Xiang Jian was even higher than Qinyu's. Qinyu was just an ant, and there were plenty of chances to kill him. However, Xiang Jian was a great enemy that he had yet to get rid of. The two of them had been at loggerheads for dozens of years, and both of them had secretly attacked each other, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Now that Xiang Jian had appeared, it was clear that he wanted to protect Qinyu and go against him. Xiang Jian, this brat has openly violated the rules and killed a disciple of the sacred sect. Are you trying to protect him? Huiyang said coldly as he stared at Xiang Jian, and Qin Yu and his killing intent intensified. I also watched the battle earlier, from start to finish. I did not see him kill anyone. A cold smile appeared on Xiang Jian's face as he retorted, if he didn't kill Qi Peng, how could Qi Peng have died? Huiyang's eyes were cold as he took a step forward, and the golden aura around him swept out and shook the clouds. You were the one who sent him. Why would he suddenly self-destruct? I'll have to ask you. An ancient longsword appeared in Xiang Jian's hand, and a sharp sword aura burst out. Between heaven and earth, the 5 elements, weapons, fists, and other forces of heaven and earth were the easiest to comprehend. What Huiyang had comprehended was the golden aura of the metal element. On the other hand, Xiang Jian had comprehended the sword aura. Although Xiang Jian's sword aura was 10% weaker than Huiyang's. However, with the help of the spiritual sword in his hand, Xiang Jian's battle strength wasn't any weaker than Huiyang's. This was the reason why some martial ancestor realm cultivators had high-grade spiritual weapons while others didn't. If the spiritual weapon didn't match the force of heaven and earth that one had comprehended, then it was better not to use it to avoid conflict. Everyone saw Qi Peng's death. It was done by this little bastard. If you dare to protect him, then you're seriously violating the rules. You should know what the consequences are, right? Huiyang snorted coldly as the golden aura around him solidified. Even the air seemed to have solidified. Is that so? Then I'd like to ask who saw him kill Qi Peng with their own eyes. Xiang Jian didn't show any weakness as the ancient sword in his hand lit up with sword runes, and the sword aura emitted became even more terrifying. Could it be, hearing Xiang Jian's words, Xia Tianyi and Gu Wenba seemed to have understood something, as they both looked at Xiang Jian. Indeed, they had not seen Qin Yu kill Qi Peng before this. If it wasn't Qin Yu, then it was most likely Huiyang. Could it be that the Hu clan was using them as pawns to plot against Qin Yu? Qi Peng died after he crippled both of his arms. Xiang Jian, no matter how much you talk, don't even think about twisting the truth and covering up the fact that he killed a disciple of the Holy Land. Noticing Xia Tianyi and Xia Tianyi's gazes, the cold killing intent in Huiyang's eyes intensified. Huiyang, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. But Qin Yu, as long as I'm here, you can't touch him. Xiang Jian's ancient sword moved, and the sword momentum suddenly condensed. Vaguely, it turned into an invisible giant sword. At this moment, Xiang Jian's entire being seemed to have transformed into a ferocious sword that had been unsheathed. It was as if he wanted to slaughter the world. Old man, you set up this trap to frame me. You just want to avenge your Hu clan's genius, right? Just as Huiyang and Xiang Jian were facing off with killing intent, Qin Yu stood out. As expected, he was the one who killed Hu Luoyuan. It looks like Xia Tianyi, and the others were sent by Elder Hu to deal with him. Unfortunately, he has Elder Xiang behind him. Xia Tianyi and the others must be regretting it now. The surrounding disciples who had retreated far away began to discuss. How dare you kill a disciple of the Hu clan? Do you think Xiang Jian can protect you? Speaking of Hu Luoyuan, Huiyang's face twitched and his killing intent grew stronger. How about this? I'll give you a fair chance to kill me. How about that? Qin Yu smiled as if he did not see the killing intent in Huiyang's eyes. Qin Yu's words not only stunned the surrounding disciples, but even Huiyang and Xiang Jian. A fair chance to kill him? What did Qin Yu mean by that? The 5 people behind you must be the geniuses of the Hu clan. Qin Yu smiled as he looked at the 5 martial honorables behind Huiyang. For rank 3 martial honorables and 1 rank 2 martial honorable. From their age, they could be considered geniuses in the Narcissus Holy Land. What are you trying to say? Hui Yang's eyes flashed as he vaguely understood Qin Yu's words. However, he found it hard to believe. Xiang Jian furrowed his brows as he understood the meaning behind Qin Yu's words. Do you dare to enter the life and death ring and fight to the death? Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as a proud look appeared on his face. Life and death ring? No way. He dares to enter the life and death ring with a core disciple. This fellow is too arrogant. One after another, cries of alarm sounded. All of the surrounding disciples were looking at Qin Yu with incomparable shock. One had to know that the difference between a martial honorable and a true martial honorable was like heaven and earth, not to mention others. A true martial saint would be proficient in using soul attacks. This was the difference between a martial dominator and a half-martial highness. If one was not a martial honorable, no matter how strong a spiritual treasure was, one would not be able to defend against a soul attack. Are you serious? An eerie voice rang out. Behind Huiyang, a youth with cold eyes stared at Qin Yu. He was one of the 5 core disciples, and was only a rank 2 martial honorable. Of course, I am serious. Let's see if you dare to accept my challenge. If you don't, then scram. Don't appear in front of me again. You are an eyesore. Qin Yu looked disdainfully at the 5 core disciples and provoked them. Huiyang's eyes flashed with surprise as he could not guess Qin Yu's intentions. Could Qin Yu, who was only a rank 5 martial royal, be able to fight against a martial honorable? If not, Qin Yu would be digging his own grave by proposing a life and death battle. Since you want to die, I will satisfy you. When the youth heard Sumo's words, his eyes twitched and killing intent surged in his eyes. Then lead the way to the life and death ring. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Since it was no longer something that could be avoided by keeping a low profile, he might as well go all out. Since Huiyang wanted to kill him by framing him, then he would use a bloody method to return the favor. What is this brat doing? Xiang Jian followed Qin Yu to the life and death ring. He looked at Qin Yu's calm face and could not guess what Qin Yu's intentions were. Once they entered the life and death ring, even the core elders would not be able to intervene. Not long later, the Huo family brought Qin Yu to the life and death ring. When the news of the outer disciple and the core disciple of the Huo family had entered the life and death ring, many disciples of the Narcissus Holy Land had gathered. This little bastard is not simple. Don't be careless. At the crucial moment, use your trump card. Huiyang looked at Qin Yu, who had jumped onto the life and death ring, and sent a message to the youth with killing intent. Fourth Elder, don't worry. No matter what trump card he has, he will definitely die today. The youth smiled viciously and jumped onto the life and death ring. The two of them were 100 feet apart as they faced each other. Strong killing intent surged from their bodies. Chapter 128. Brat, remember that my name is Huiyen. If you can die by my hands. A mocking smile appeared on the sinister youth's face as he looked at Qin Yu like a cat staring at a mouse. I'm not interested in remembering the name of someone who's about to die. But before Huiyen could finish his words, Qin Yu's figure flashed as he charged forward. Whoosh! Qin Yu moved his right hand, and the hell-suppressing divine spear appeared as he attacked. The spear pierced through the air, causing the air to explode as a terrifying aura swept out. Heaven-grade spiritual weapon, Huiyang and Xiang Jian, who were below the life and death ring, were shocked. Qin Yu actually had a heaven-grade spiritual weapon. This was very different from what they had investigated. One must know that only martial ancestors would have a heaven-grade spiritual weapon. Could it be that Qin Yu possessed some sort of background and connections that they did not know of? So this is your trump card, a heaven-grade spiritual weapon. What a waste! Huiyen stared at the hell-suppressing divine spear as greed flickered in his eyes. Although he was a direct descendant of the Hua clan, he only had an earth-grade spiritual weapon. Qin Yu's heaven-grade spiritual weapon was simply a gift to him. Chaotic Soul Stab. Facing Qin Yu's terrifying attack, the sinister smile on Hua Yan's face deepened. He formed a seal with both hands, and a tyrannical and violent true essence blade appeared on his body, slashing out furiously. Many invisible spiritual dark thorns appeared almost instantaneously. There was not even the slightest fluctuation. Hua Yan's proficiency in soul attacks was far from what Xia Tianyi and the others could compare to. Hua Yan has used a soul attack. I wonder how the newcomer is going to deal with it. Around the life and death ring, the martial honorable realm core disciples and elders felt the spiritual attack. 7 true dragon flashes. Qin Yu, who was charging forward, took a step forward, and his figure flashed as he teleported to Hua Yan's left side. Boom! The hell-suppressing divine spear exploded as 18 spear dragons appeared and enveloped Hua Yan. He actually sensed it. Seeing that Qin Yu dodged in time, Hua Yan was slightly surprised, but soon after, a cold smile appeared on his face. What could a mere monarch, rank, martial skill do to him? Next time, he would definitely kill Qin Yu. Whoosh! A cyan battle blade appeared in Hua Yan's hand. It slashed through the air, and the 9 spear dragons were immediately shattered. The spear light and the saber turned into berserk and chaotic quintessence, sweeping through the life and death platform. But in the next moment, countless wisps of smoke appeared in front of Hua Yan. Hua Yan was startled. Looking around, Qin Yu was nowhere to be seen. Be careful! But at this moment, Hua Yan suddenly heard Hua Yang's anxious voice. Roar! Hua Yan had just reacted when he heard a dragon roar faintly enter his ears. Pooh! Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. Hua Yan's body stiffened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a spear that was emitting a pitch-black light pierced through his throat. The true Yuan shield around Hua Yan's body was like a piece of paper under the attack of the long spear, and was easily torn to pieces. How is this possible? Hua Yan's eyes popped out when he saw Qin Yu appear in front of him. He died with a grievance. Even until his death, Hua Yan did not understand why he did not notice Qin Yu earlier. At such a close distance, there was no reason for him not to see Qin Yu. Whoosh! Qin Yu withdrew his hand and pulled out his spear. Blood splattered everywhere as Hua Yan immediately fell to the ground. Hua Yan died. The elder in charge of the life and death battle looked at Hua Yan and announced the outcome of the life and death battle. There were runes on his body earlier. Could it be an array? An array that can be activated in an instant? Is it an array diagram? It's a grade 4 illusory array. Although it's not a high-grade array, it can be activated in an instant and catch people off guard. However, Hua Yan was too careless. Indeed, with the strength of a martial honorable, he shouldn't have been defeated by an illusory array. Seeing Qin Yu easily win against a martial honorable, the crowd was filled with excitement. Around the life and death ring, the spectating disciples were in a heated discussion. Previously, they thought that Qin Yu was courting death by challenging a martial honorable. However, he did not expect that after only 2 bouts, Qin Yu would emerge victorious in such a straightforward manner. He can actually use the power of an array to fight. His battle experience and awareness are extraordinary. Even the elders of the martial ancestor sect, who were secretly watching the fight, were discussing their opinions. This was a typical battle where the weak defeated the strong and won beautifully. Even with their experience, they could not help but be impressed. Qin Yu's grasp of the rhythm of the battle was as if he had been through hundreds of battles. That damned bastard! Looking at Hua Yan, who was lying in a pool of blood, Hua Yang's face was so dark that it seemed as if it could drip water. No wonder Qin Yu took the initiative to enter the life and death ring. It turned out that he was purposely tricking them. First, it was Huo Luo Yuan, who had a grade 9 and 8 spiritual vein. Now, it was Huo Yan, who was in the martial honorable realm. Huo Yang felt as if his heart was bleeding after seeing two talented geniuses fall. He could not wait to rush up to the life and death ring and kill Qin Yu. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Xiang Jian laughed heartily. The geniuses of the Huo family had died, and he was naturally happy. Who's next? After keeping Huo Yan's spoils of war, Qin Yu looked at the 4 rank 3 martial honorables of the Huo family. It can't be. Qin Yu's indifferent voice immediately caused the originally heated discussion and clamor to disappear without a trace. Deathly silence filled the air. Everyone was looking at Qin Yu with an expression of disbelief. Although Qin Yu's victory in the battle earlier was extremely beautiful, there was too much luck involved in it. Now, Qin Yu actually wanted to challenge them again. Just how much confidence did he have in his own strength? Arrogant, I will destroy you. Seeing the undisguised contempt in Qin Yu's eyes, the 4 geniuses of the Huo family were enraged. Without waiting for Huo Yang to speak, a burly young man could not help but rush up to the life and death ring. Die! The moment the burly young man went up, a red iron rod appeared and smashed towards Qin Yu. On the iron rod, red spiritual inscriptions lit up, and the entire iron rod started to burn with flames. Dang! Qin Yu swung his right hand, and the hell-suppressing divine spear stabbed out. A deafening collision sounded, and the flaming iron rod was knocked away. With the strength of his physical body, Qin Yu could withstand the attack of a rank 3 martial honorable without any problems. This scene once again caused the spectating elders and disciples to be endlessly shocked. Golden Flame Bloodline. The killing intent in the burly young man's eyes intensified as he shouted. A pale golden flame appeared behind him. After the pale golden flame appeared, it landed on the burly young man's body. Immediately, the burly young man's entire body was surrounded by the pale golden flame. The aura on his body also became more shocking. From the rank 3 martial ancestor realm, it rose to the rank 5 martial honorable realm. It's not over yet. After the bloodline had been awakened and increased his combat strength, the burly young man laughed coldly and flicked his finger. 5 flame talismans appeared and floated around the sturdy young man, giving off an intimidating aura. Chapter 129. That's a talisman made by a martial ancestor realm expert. 5 talismans at once. That's too extravagant, as expected of a super family with deep roots in the sacred ground. Their foundation is extraordinary. Seeing the 5 flame talismans around the burly youth, many disciples were envious. The talismans made by a martial ancestor realm expert were all sealed with the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to make a martial ancestor realm spiritual treasure. It was priceless on the market. In the sacred sect, only a few big families could give their disciples 5 talismans to protect themselves. Seeing this, a smile finally appeared on Huo Yang's gloomy face. His smile was ferocious and terrifying. 5 martial ancestor realm spiritual talismans. Qin Yu was definitely dead this time. Qin Yu looked at the 5 flame talismans. His expression did not change at all. He held the Warden Divine spear tightly in his right hand. His majestic true core strength and physical strength surged into the spear, emitting a shocking power. Die! The burly youth immediately sensed it. With a roar, he turned into a flame and rushed out. Whoosh whoosh! A low and deafening flame appeared. The burly youth smashed the rod in the air again. This time, the power was far stronger than before. The violent flame rod seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. At the same time, the 5 flame talismans shot toward Qinyu from 5 different directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Qinyu did not panic. He opened the 5 fingers of his left hand, and a 5-foot-wide, mysterious array appeared instantly. The attacking burly youth and the 5 flame talismans were instantly enveloped by the mysterious array. In the blink of an eye, rays of golden light shone from the mysterious formation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following the appearance of the golden light, the sturdy young man who was charging over with his staff was imprisoned by the golden light. The golden light looked like light, but it was as hard as golden silk. It was tough and sharp. This brat, feeling the power of the golden light that imprisoned him, the burly youth's expression changed. He did not expect Qinyu to have such a terrifying spiritual array. Even with his current enhanced battle prowess, he was immediately bound and unable to move. Fortunately, Qinyu's cultivation was far weaker than his. If they were to fight at the same level, he would probably be dead by now. That's a 7th grade spirit array, gold binding array. It can't be, right? Even a rank 7 spiritual array can be instantly released. Where did this guy come from? The onlookers, who were shocked by the Hua family's wealth, were now attracted by Qinyu's golden binding formation. Although the formation diagram could seal the formation, it would take some time to unseal it. Only extremely precious, high-grade formation diagrams could instantly release the sealed formation. However, Qinyu had first taken out a grade 4 psychedelic formation, and now a grade 7 gold binding formation. This made people suspect that Qinyu was also someone with a great background. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to take out such a high-level instantaneous formation. Bang! 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 At this moment, although the robust young man was imprisoned, he did not lose his calm. He immediately controlled the 5 flame spiritual talismans and attacked fiercely. In the next moment, one after another, deafening explosions sounded. Destructive flames swept across the entire life and death ring and turned it into a sea of fire. Even the protective array around the life and death ring trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any time. What's the outcome? Below the life and death ring, regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Holy Land or the elders, at this moment, they were all staring at the life and death ring that was completely engulfed in violent flames. Looking at the power of the 5 flame spiritual talismans, even a peak martial honorable might not be able to survive. Qinyu's cultivation was only at rank 5 martial royal realm, and the robust young man was imprisoned by the gold binding formation. Could it be that the 2 of them had suffered great losses and perished together? Under the gazes of the crowd, clear footsteps sounded. Soon, a figure walked out of the sea of fire. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Looking at the person who walked out, a crazed howl could be heard. It was Huiyang. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were red as he stared at Qinyu in the life and death ring. On the long spear in Qinyu's right hand, there was a bloody corpse. It was the robust young man. This made Huiyang go crazy, and he could not believe it. He could not understand why the 5 spiritual talismans that sealed the force of heaven and earth were unable to kill Qinyu. Not only Huiyang, but Xiangjian and the other martial ancestor elders were also shocked. Even they could not understand the means that Qinyu had used. Looking at the martial ancestor elders who were staring at him in shock, Qinyu threw out the broken array formation, and it turned into ashes in the flames. That fluctuation, rank 8 array formation? Could there be an array master behind this brat? Xiangjian and the other martial ancestor elders had sharp eyes, and they immediately identified the rank of the broken array formation. A rank 8 array formation was enough to block the attack of a martial ancestor realm. Some powerful rank 8 offensive array formations could even kill a martial ancestor realm. In order to refine a rank 8 array formation, one's attainment in array formation had to be at least at the level of an array master. Bang! Qin Yu moved his right hand, and the robust young man's corpse was thrown in front of Huiyang. Which of you three will go first? Or do you all want to come at me together? Qin Yu stood in the fighting ring and looked down at the 3 young men around Huiyang. When the 3 young men heard what Huiyang said, their faces changed. With the previous example of Huiyang, they did not dare to enter the ring. I'll kill you. Huiyang, however, cannot hide his killing intent. He shouts and rushes at Qin Yu as fast as a falcon. Seeing this, Xiang Jian sneered and did not stop Huiyang. Whoosh! But just as Huiyang was about to enter the life and death ring, a destructive hurricane suddenly appeared. Bang! Huiyang was sent flying as if he had been hit by a giant beast, and his aura was in a mess. Elder Hua, are you going against the rules of the Glory Sect? The purple-robed elder in charge of the life and death ring said indifferently as he waved his sleeve, and the hurricane disappeared. No one could interfere with the life and death of anyone in the life and death ring, and no one could take revenge. That was one of the rules of the Narcissus sacred ground. 90% force of heaven and earth. Qin Yu looked at the purple-robed elder with a flicker in his eyes. He was at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, and his force of heaven and earth had reached 90%. The elder's cultivation was even more powerful than the Qingzhou governor, and he was probably at the level of Wu Sheng. He was surprised to see such a person in the outer sect. The foundation of the Narcissus sacred ground was more powerful than he had imagined. After Huiyang was sent flying, he immediately calmed down and looked at Qin Yu eerily before he turned around and left. The Hua family's plot against Qin Yu had failed, and they had lost 2 geniuses. Are you a new disciple this year? At that moment, the purple-robed elder looked at Qin Yu and asked, Yes, thank you for your help. Qin Yu nodded his head. Xiang Jian, who was laughing when he saw the Hua family suffer a great loss, became anxious when he heard the purple-robed elder's words. I have never accepted a disciple. Are you willing to be my disciple? Before Xiang Jian could speak, the purple-robed elder asked,